Okay, everything up? Should be. Had to unplug and replug my camera. I don't know what the hell was up with it. Good to be back. Thank you, thank you. I don't know what's up with it. That's really strange. I don't know. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Try to. I don't know. So what are you guys feeling? Zomboid? I don't know. I'm kind of feeling Satisfactory, but I could switch over and do something different. Again, I can't guarantee I won't get bored with Zomboid, though. I don't know. I don't think Zomboid's gonna die. There isn't really anything else that can take Zomboid's, like, fan base right now. So I'm not super worried about it, but it's definitely not great. It's definitely not a great situation for a Zomboid to be in right now. You know, being... like, not having made enough good updates as of late. Now having the issue of... what in the world? Now it's not capturing the game. That's super weird. There it goes. Yeah, now it's having all kinds of issues. Now people are really getting to a point where they're like, I don't know, I just want the game to work. I just wanted to do these couple of things. I want to play online with my friends. I want to have fun. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on where I think the mixed feelings on where I think Zomboid is headed. There's not enough updates. Like, number one, like sorry, how should I put this? The updates they're putting out are too inconsequential. Like, there was no need for them to go into double digits updates when, like, 0.8 and 0.7 were, like, so insignificant. Like, there were some that could have switched. I don't. It's just... it's unnecessary. Unnecessary is what I keep coming back to, if I'm honest. Alright, let's see how this works. Let's see how it goes. Oh, wow. It's a lot better for me, but it could be because we're outside the factory. I don't know. Welcome back, welcome back. Let me know how things are looking, how things are working. I just fucked up a little. There we go. Go. Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen with Zomboid. It's a great game, but again, I still think that long term they're really having that issue where they're not listening to the American audience as much as they need to continue to sell copies there. They're threatening to actively isolate the American audience because zombie media, American and British, is just going in two very different ways. American and British culture in general... sorry, Pug, this is technically political. Sorry, moderators. Oh, that reminds me, one sec. I gotta do something. I gotta head over to Twitch real fast. Give me one sec. Looks good so far? Excellent. Okay. Do let me know. I am trying to improve things. I'm sorry my first stream's back. I forgot to It must have been before I left, though. Because oh, shoot. I'm on my Twitch page. Whoops. Switch that over. There we go. Yeah, before that, something else must have gone wrong. Because I think something has been fucked up in my system ever since I, what is it? I forget. Oh, ever since I did a fresh reinstall of OBS because I needed it. I really needed it. Ah! One sec, guys. One sec. I gotta take care of this is actually very important, so give me just a second here. Okay. Okay, there we go. I felt bad that when Ali was so nice as to purchase a sub, I then lost my internet, and so they only got to enjoy it for like 2 streams, and I feel kind of shitty about that. So, Ali, enjoy the sub. Fortunately, my YouTube paycheck was pretty good last month with that video that popped off. That was an extra like $200 in my pocket. And thank you to all of you who are supporting me as well. Thank you so much. Twitch, actually, between ad revenue and subs, Twitch paid me $60 last month, which is not bad. Absolutely take that. Been using that for groceries, and I'm buying Ali a sub because I feel super bad about losing my internet. So, hope that makes up for it. And thank you guys for continued support. It's so cool. Thank you. Even with all the shit that I've been going through, it is immeasurable. And I'm glad that Vandal is so nice as to put up with me shitting all over Ohio. All over it. Nah, Ohio's really trying, actually. That sounds super condescending, especially from an Illinoisan. But, like, honestly, Ohio's really trying to do better, or it seems to. Now, of course, like most other Democrat states, they have the problem that even if you do support shipping in large amounts of migrants, that's lying to your own people, to your own voting base that you're doing it is really wildly unethical. And that costs them a lot of issues. Doing well? Thank you. Well is a strong word. We're still bodging this together as best we can. But I'm, yeah, things are looking up a bit. Things are looking up a bit, you know? The, hoping to get another video to pop off over on YouTube. I'm trying to figure out the formula that made that first one pop off. It's hard to figure out. I think a lot of it is just having that sound bite at the beginning. God, that is a lot of iron plates. That is a lot. Yeah, things are going okay. Things are going okay. Ooh, interesting. I need to get steel production. Okay. How's the power situation? Has the water... Okay, the water seems to have filtered through. We have a lot of extra power. Please give me 1 sec, guys. I am going to go get myself some water real fast. This is the worst time to be in the Midwest. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 sec. Thank you for the intrusion. Have I considered doing... What is that? Martin Cytopants style editing. It seems to work. I have no idea what that is, but I'm open to trying new things. But I genuinely don't know what that is. Martin Cytopants? Wait, what is that? Wait, hang on. Literally gonna Google that. I feel like I'm the last person who uses Google instead of ChatGPT. Oh, he's a YouTuber. Okay. Internationally renowned frog, cause of the 2008 financial collapse. Nice. All right. Okay, I see. I'll give him a sub, and I'll check him out. I'm down to try new things. To be honest, I don't know. I'm not... Here's the weird place I find myself in, to be honest. I like editing. I'm good at technical editing. Like, I'm good at getting things done or making a certain effect. But man, I am just not like an editor. I don't know, it's not like my passion. I'm not. Like, and it sucks to say that. Like, I hate saying that, but it's like, I don't know. It's just not my thing. I don't feel like I'm good at it particularly. Like, actually editing. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm not. Ooh, hard drive scan. What we got? 6 inventory slots. Yeah, give me that. Hell yeah. Absolutely. Okay, all right, power slugs. That was the other thing I'm trying to look for. Ooh, I can do that now. I just need a few more modular frames. Project Zomboid needs to go back to build 41, add basements, animals, release that, then go back to building build 42. I mean, they can't really go back now. I see what you mean. Like, don't get me wrong, like, I am there with you on the boat for they need the combat to go back to build 41 and stop being so, like, fucking... being such fucking nannies about the players not playing the way we want them to. You know, like, there's definitely truth to that, but I don't know.
Research completed. Purple power slugs seem to be near the end of their life cycle and have a significant amount of potential energy stored. It is a good thing Fixit does not waste. Purple power slugs can now be processed into power shards.
Thank you very much, Ada. She's going to be talking to us significantly less, so as of now, so I'm going to try to let her go off. Oh God, I have 20 alien proteins. Holy shit. Well, that probably means I can make a shitload of inhalers. What do I need to make inhalers? Protein inhaler. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, give me like 10 of these. There's a lot of things. I don't think they should throw away all the work of Build 42. It's done a lot of cool things. Like, I've definitely stopped to praise stuff like the new UI improvements, all the new icons for stuff when you right-click. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff there. You know, I don't want to be that hater of Project Zomboid who's like, nothing good has been added by Build 42. Because I do think that that's wrong, but... man, there's just, like, the combat is so overbearing and so unnecessarily, like... I don't know, the combat just feels like it's unnecessarily hampering you to just an unnecessary degree. That's it. I don't know if I can say it better than that. It hampers you to an unnecessary degree. And it's just, still play... really, hardly touched it. Oh, yeah, I think early on we talked about this, yeah. That's a shame. You still haven't touched it. There's a lot of really good UI improvements. Now they're doing, like, highlight for the things that you're clicking on, which is super cool. Like, it's really cool, but, like, man, is it all just not good. I don't know. There are things I like about Build 42, but just individual things. Yeah. And that's kind of where I am, too. It's like, there's really good stuff. And, like, I do believe they truly do want to make the game better. But I think they're focused... I think there are two main issues they have. Number one, I think they're trying to make the game more professional before they sell the IP. which I think they should sell the IP. I don't think that's a bad thing, but if they are going to, they should be more transparent about it. And it feels like they're professionalizing the game so they can sell the IP and get a good price for it. Which, again, not a bad thing. In fact, I wouldn't blame them wanting to wash their hands of a game they've been building for 10 years. I wouldn't blame them at all. So, I don't know. Oh, that needs to be a Mark II. Wait. That needs to be a Mark II. That's already. Okay. What else needs to be a Mark II conveyor belt? It's that. Sure, may as well. Out of advanced iron plates. Where can I get more? Where can I get more? Yeah, there's a lot of... That's the best I can say about it now, too. Like, there's a lot of individual things I do really like about Build 42, but a lot of stuff that's just really not good. Like, and it sucks. Bean! We've talked about you being in my base! Damn it, Bean! Anyway. There's a lot of things individually that I like, but nothing that's like... There hasn't been anything where I've been like, oh yeah, oh my god, this thing needs to be in the new Project Zomboid. This is the next 10 years of development for them. Like, I just haven't gotten that. Okay, now we need steel. That's got to be the next thing. So as far as power, we are no longer using up... You know what? Let's grab these. All this protein, too. Oh, actually, you know, let's grab this and these. Yeah. I mean, we're no longer... How do I put this? I don't know. I feel like Zomboid's in a weird place. I'm not even sure I really want to talk about it that much. I'm not even, like, super invested in it at this point. I still love Zomboid. Still will definitely come back to it when it finally hits multiplayer. But it's like, I don't even know when that's going to be. And, like, I feel like they successfully managed to really piss off the fan base with that, like, 0.10 announcement. I feel like they really pissed people off with that. Like, are you serious? So we still don't know how close we are to multiplayer? Are you... I feel like they really, really pissed people off with that. Which is funny, to be honest. Is genuinely funny. And, like, totally avoidable. I wonder why they even did that. Are they waiting to do, like, a release? Like, release, like, a 0.1 update, 0.13 on, like, a Friday the 13th, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of, is, like, maybe they're trying to do some kind of, like, a specialty release on a day, and so they need, like, the updates to be like that, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. Like, they need the updates to be, like, on those, in those intervals. Even then, it's dumb. G'day! Welcome in, welcome in. Enjoy the, premium, by the way. Whatever it's called on Twitch, by the way, Allie. I've been playing Oh, you've been playing Humanits. Nice. Humanits. We looked at that. It does look cool. good old Humanits. Not as good as Project Zomboid, but at least I can build, grow, crops where I want, and I can fight without needing a nap and a juice box in between every time I swing my baseball bat. Yeah, you know, you bring up a good point. You know, as much as we're talking about what's happening with Zomboid, it's entirely possible, you know, weirder things have happened in the gaming industry. It's entirely possible Project Zomboid gets usurped by a game that has less polish and less resources, but is also new and fresh and free for people to, not free, like, you know, financially, but free, you know, what you can do is free. You are free to do what you want, you know? A game such as that, even without the technical polish, could very well usurp Zomboid. That could still happen. We don't know. Hey, buddy. Welcome in. Wait, can I shoot him? Ah! Karma. Oh, I'm fine. Okay, karma. Karma. Fair enough. Build 41 will always shine brighter than the dumpster fire of 42. I wouldn't call it a dumpster. Okay, it's pretty bad. I don't know why I'm pulling my punches now. Yeah, 42 is bad. But it's like they're really trying to do new and interesting things, but man, those new and interesting things are just not what anybody wants. Oh, right. Humanits has a demo, so it's technically free. I guess you're not wrong. Okay, number one thing we need to be doing is using the little extra power we have. Ooh, fucking copper factory. I keep forgetting. Yeah. Number one thing we need to be doing, building a copper factory. Saul, I know you agree. I know you think that it's garbage. I mean, okay. I'm not going to say just you. I think that it's garbage. I don't think that Build 42 is good. But, I don't know. It's like, I still feel like the developers are trying to do something. They're just doing something that's dumb, and they're doing it for bad reasons, and they're not listening to the player base. Is that worse? Am I making them sound worse, actually? I might be. Without realizing it, I might just be making the developers sound worse, actually. I don't know. I just don't think that they're listening to the player base as much as they should. But I still think the devs are trying. They're just not doing a good job. That's kind of worse, actually. I'm kind of making the devs sound worse with my description. So, you know what? Let's just not even worry about it. Okay. Let's build a ramp down to the ground. Because we need one. You know, there will be another boom of survival games doing new and interesting things eventually. You know, that's one thing to remember here that I think that Project Zomboid has forgotten. We are at a point now, again, they're past the 10-year mark. We are at a point now where it's not inconceivable that new survival games with new themes and new hot mechanics that players want to see can start to come along. And if you already have a reputation of not listening to your fan base, it's not going to make you look good in that, you know, if you ever try to catch up in that situation. And that's part of what I worry about with the Indie Stone, is that they have that reputation, because they don't listen to their player base. It's a deserved reputation. It's a shame. It's a shame. Damn, this copper factory is still running. Respect. Good job, guys. Excellent work. Now, I need all of you to be deleted. I need to take all of your stuff. Not the miner. You can stay. There we go. Get rid of all of that. Get rid of that. Did I have enough in my inventory to carry all of it? I did! Oh, no, wait. There's one dismantle crate here. With some loose copper ore. I can take care of that later. Okay. Let's get this set up. Okay. They're trying to do something. They are trying to ruin a good game. And they are succeeding. If their job was to ruin a good game, they can stop. They did it. Congratulations. Look, let's not get too dramatic here. Yes, I agree with you, they're not doing a good job with the game, but let's not get too crazy. Let's not act like they're out here trying to, like, destroy the game. They are the devs. It is still technically their game, even if I don't agree with what they're doing. They're just... Again, I think part of it is the fact that, like, the zombie spheres of the UK and the general culture of the UK and the US are in such different places, you know? It's like they're... The UK... I swear I'm not trying to bring it back to politics, but, like, the UK is just in a very different cultural place. God damn it. To the United States right now. Like, they really are. Okay, where does that go? Oh, right through that middle. Okay. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I think that the United States and UK are just in very different positions right now. Very different places culturally, very different places... Yeah, culturally, that's pretty much it. And that includes in our zombie media. You know, that includes with the monster movies featuring cultural touchstones that we both share. Those shared cultural touchstones are themselves diverging. It's really interesting to think about, you know? Like things that we culturally share with the UK just won't be the same anymore, country to country. What an interesting thing to talk about or think about, you know? At least to me. Splitter. Put that there. Put that there. That. Okay. Get over here. This'll do. Okay. Let's make this a Mark II. Too steep. Nice. Okay. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. God, I run so fast. Okay. That should be a perfect height. At least we know that now. There we go. We'll get this thing plugged in. Need to run the power over here. Got to admit, they did a great job on 41. When someone does a great job, I admit it. I mean, I don't think anyone contests that 41 was good. Even the biggest build 42, god damn it, wasn't paying attention. I'm fine. Even the biggest defenders of build 42 don't disagree that build 41 was great. Whether or not it was better, I think, is up for some debate. But no one disagrees that build 42 was great. You know, no one has, like, a problem with saying that. It's just that, you know, it's just figuring out I don't know. Is build 42 better than 41, I think, is the main thing people are trying to figure out. You know, I even admit that the animals in the basements are good. Don't add the ellipses to that. The basements were great. Shut up. Nah, don't be like that with the basements. The basements were actually cool. The animals, in theory, are actually cool too. They did a good job with the animations on the animals. They did a good job. Those sheep are cute as hell. How dare you? How dare you say those sheep are not the cutest thing on earth? Don't you fucking dare lie to me. That being said, there are other things they do need to work on. There are other issues. Oh, thank God I made that jump. There are other issues to be worked on. I will agree with that. It's not perfect. You know, the animals, ugh, they have some work to do. They have some work to do. It's just the way I type. Okay, fair. I don't know. How do I feel about... You know what? It's been a month. I shouldn't have so many opinions on Build 42. It's been like a month, probably a month and a half since I've played it extensively. I'm gonna hold my tongue from here on out and not give too many more opinions on it, because as much as I would love to give my opinion on this stuff on Build 42, I also haven't played it for a while, so I probably shouldn't just yet. Let's finish up here. Let's get this copper factory built. There we go. Let's focus on the most surprising thing we learned today, that apparently Ohio is popping off. Never would have guessed that. Never would have guessed that. Ohio. Really? Huh. I mean, good for them. Good for them. Just never would have guessed. Ohio. Apparently, I gotta move the fuck out of Illinois. South Carolina usually is doing well. South Carolina is a pretty fiercely independent state, if you hadn't noticed by the history, so I'm sure they're doing fine. I don't know. I've heard Vegas has not been doing well. Interestingly, I have not heard good things about what's going on in Vegas. Like, they are getting fucked. Like, I mean, I guess I am trying to be mean, which I probably shouldn't do. I don't know. Vegas is not doing well right now, which sucks, actually, to be entirely honest. Like, sucks. Vegas is a powerhouse economically. It's a, I don't know, and yet somehow manages to be a pretty family-oriented state, at least as far as its residents, you know? Like a pretty well-regarded state, you know, doesn't have a reputation of being all about, I don't know, vices, despite the fact that, you know, Vegas' reputation. Anyway, I've not heard good things about Nevada, in large part because of how badly Vegas is doing. Apparently they are really having some issues. Let's get rid of these. Get rid of those. No, not that. fuck. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. We're just gonna put these directly on the... Oh, God! What the fuck? Oh, fucking damn it. Alright. Back up. Back up. God, it's nice being able to afford meat again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Get that. All right. There we go. All right, how long do we need this to be? Does this need to be split? If we make wire... Oh, okay, this is going to make a bigger footprint. I guess I could overclock it. No, it's not really worth it. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Delete that one. Delete that. And we're gonna put these smelters further apart. Let's start with 4. Once we're done with this copper factory, we're gonna go immediately into building a steel factory. And now, I'm asking you guys, I will forget that. As soon as this copper factory is done, we need a steel foundry. Don't let me forget it. Because I will. At the end of this copper factory, I will suddenly go, what the fuck was I supposed to be doing now? You guys need to be my bastion against my own forgetfulness. I need you to let me know that we are building a steel plant next. Steel foundry, whatever. I need you to remind me of that, because otherwise I will forget. Like, immediately. Like, it's terrible. My memory is awful. Like, genuinely awful. There. And one there. Okay. Splitter. Go. There. One there. One there. Link all these up. I'm gonna have to upgrade these into Mark II conveyor belts, but it's fine for right now. They're all processing copper, and in fact, why don't you go ahead and just take these copper. Wait, what happened to all the... Oh, yeah, I can go grab that. You're processing copper, and you're processing copper, and you're processing copper. And then... Nice, it's coming through. See, aren't these plugged in? No, they're not. That's not great. There we go. 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 And splitter. That. Skipped a section. And one more. Nope, nope. 3 more. Shit. Make more reinforced plates. I'm gonna have to just make them manually. Okay, that should do for right now. Let's see. Constructors. And one more there. Damn, I'm out of cable. Wait, I can make more. Just leave it there. Cable, cable. Nope, I got shitloads of wire. That'll do fine. Okay. And... there. One there. Oh, right. One more constructor here. Okay, it's a little bit tight, but it'll do. Okay, is it receiving everything it needs to? This is making wire. Is it receiving the copper ingots? Does not appear to be. Okay. Okay. So, that's great. I have to delete all of these now. Which, hey, in this game, that happens. Sometimes you build like 16 different things, and you have to just delete all of them. That happens. That happens. That's Satisfactory. In a nutshell, pretty much. I love this game. I love this game. Anyway. Highlight. Take all that. I don't need it. Okay, build them a little bit further out. Okay, now is it receiving copper ingots? No. Okay, it's got to be further out than that. Constructor. Now it is. Okay, constructor. There, 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 and one there. Oh, nice. I can get that clean 90-degree curve. There, and one there. Over here. And over here. I'm out of cable. Okay, perfect. Love running out of cable because I'm trying to build a copper factory. Okay. Fun. Very fun. What the fuck? What's that up there? The fuck? Okay. Make more cable. He's just sitting in there. Oh, because these are full. Interesting. Okay, you're making wire, and you're making wire, and you're making wire. This one's already plugged in, right? Yeah, just on the other side of the one I already saw. You're making wire. And you're making wire. And plug it in. And you're making wire. And plug it in. Because I will forget to plug these stupid things in after spending all that time programming them, whatever. And you're making wire, and you're already making wire, but you're not getting power for some reason. There we go. Alright. Let's see how that goes. You be plugged in. Okay, which ones are not plugged in? Which ones did I forget about? Yep, you're making wire, you're moving, you're moving. Looks like everything's working, except this one. No. Nope. Another glitch. Something went wrong with it. There we go. Alright. That's now making wire. These are all making wire. They're all working. Cool. Alright. Hell yeah. By the way, do let me know how the stream health is. I hope things are going well. Things seem to be going better on my end here. Again, I think the game itself was lagging. Not so much the actual stream. Or it could have been just like a combination of like things coming, hitting my CPU too hard. I don't know. I have a good CPU though. I don't have a great video card, but I have a great CPU. Running smooth? Okay, good to know. Okay. So all of these are now creating wire. In fact, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh my god. So 8 constructors, all producing 30 wire per minute, comes to 240 wire per minute being created. That's incredible. It means that every 4 of these is producing 120 wire, which is the maximum I can move on my best conveyor belt anyway. I need a merger. So we're going to... all of these... shoot. Well, it's better than nothing. We're gonna have to go get more advanced plates at some point. Right now, we can't actually pull, because I don't have any faster conveyor belts, we can't pull all of the wire we're producing out of the machines as fast as they're being produced, which really sucks. But we'll have better conveyor belts soon, or at least I'll have the material to build better conveyor belts soon. Do I have enough for this? Yeah, I got just enough for that too. And move a bunch of this wire because I have a shitload of it that I got from when we dismantled that last factory. Yeah, I don't need to carry this much. Okay, the rest of this is going to go straight into producing cable. Now, if I build a constructor, which requires reinforced plates. Shit. More reinforced plates. Please, please, please. Okay. That's good. I'll grab more later. Actually, you know what? There. Okay. Now we have fast enough conveyor belts to move all of these. But I may have to go make more reinforced plates. Let's make another constructor. If we have this generating cables, it will eat 60 wire per minute, which is 2 of these machines, to produce 30 cable. So if we put a merger here, and a merger there, It only consumes 60, so we actually can use the shittier conveyor belts. Let's move this back a little bit. Let's have a constructor right along that line. There we go. Let's make a... no, I can't anyway. There we go. Power pole there. Power pole there. Here we go. And perfect. Put that up right there. I'm going to put you up here as well. Just so the loss of one power pole won't destroy this whole factory. We'll stop this from running. Have some cable. Okay, cool. So that's now producing cable. Excellent. So we now have passive generation of cable, and we have passive generation of wire. It's not the best system, but it will do. Give me a merger. And we're only producing 60, so we can still technically use the shittier conveyor belt if we want to. But, okay, scratch that. We have to use the shittier conveyor belts anyway, but it doesn't hurt us. So that's good. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I don't have a problem with that. Let's put it right... I don't know, like, let's put it right here, I guess. There we go. So let's delete that. Let's put that over there. Eventually, I do want to run this conveyor belt up along like a big wall along here, but I don't have much of that. Playing Mass Effect 2, hell yeah! Dude, fuck yes! Mass Effect is so good! Dude, let me know, what do you think of it? How do you feel? Who's your favorite character? Who did you romance? Who are you romancing in this one? How far are you in 2? Dude, I have so many questions now. So many questions! How are things going? Let me know. How do you like the game? How is it? I mean, you've already finished 1, so I'm assuming that you like it. But let me know what else is going on, dude. Dude, fuck yes. Happy to hear it. Mass Effect is so good! I love Mass Effect. In case I haven't talked about it about 10,000 times on this channel before. Yeah, Mass Effect is so good, dude. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I'm eventually going to move this, but I'm also going to move the other one too, so who cares? That'll do for right now. Hell yeah. I have some conversions to the Church of Mass Effect, which is one of the last good sci-fi franchises we have, mostly because no one's fucked with it too much. God, every other sci-fi franchise has just been destroyed. I guess the last Star Trek movie was actually pretty good. That was the one written by Simon Pegg, I think, with Idris Elba as a bad guy. It was pretty good. Star Wars is in the shitter. Andor is really good, though. But no one seems to care. Okay, there we go. Give me 3 more. Nope, can't even build that. Okay. Alright, well, the copper factory's done. We're chewing through 120 copper per minute, and I'm not even sure if this... I never checked if this is actually pulling out 120 copper per minute. Nope, only 60. Well, now you're pulling out 120 per minute. Not that really matters, because you can't actually move that much. Okay, gonna have to fix that first. Alright. The Yara is bae. Yeah, if you only played the first game. If you've only played the first game, like some sort of a heathen... No, I'm joking. Liara's cool. I like Liara a lot. Whenever I do full playthroughs of, like, the entire trilogy, I usually romance Liara. She's the only one where you can throughout all 3 games, and she's great. I do like Liara a lot. But I got to admit, as someone who started... I originally played 2 first, then went back and played 1 through 3. And Tally's my girl. Love Tally. I like Garrus. Good. Garrus is awesome. Garrus is bro. And love Kasumi now. Okay. I have mixed feelings on Kasumi. Warning, you can't romance her. So be aware of that when choosing who to romance. You cannot I mean, I don't know. You could... kind of... Not really. Not really. But her story and her mission is really good. Her mission is really cool, genuinely. So, kind of makes up for it. You know, who really cares about the romance stuff if her mission is super cool? Which it is. Doing side stuff, getting the crew together, hell yeah. Yeah, we're getting the band back together! Also, as far as the ship upgrades before the final final mission, get all of them. Kind of sucked combat-wise. Well... Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, she's the tech genius, though. Like, she's supposed to be kind of shit at that, but also she's like... Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, you're not wrong. Tally does kind of suck at combat, but she's supposed to. She's also like, she's tech girly. You know? I love Tally. She's great. Maybe you'll have to give me an update. Maybe once you get to her... side quest, you'll understand. Or if in a future playthrough you romance her, you'll get it. Maybe, maybe. By the way, Liara does show up in 2. She is in a really late DLC, but she is there, and you can romance her because of the DLC. So before you choose, so if you do want to romance her throughout all 3 games, that is something to keep in mind. Should you get into a point where you start romancing another one of the characters in, just something to keep in mind, that Liara is romanceable, and she will figure out what you've been up to. Also, I don't want to give away spoilers for 2, but the ship upgrades, before you go through the Omega 4 relay, get all of them. All of them. All of them. Do all of the side missions. All of them. Everything. Before you get the Reaper IFF. I'm not going to tell you what the Reaper IFF is. It's a MacGuffin that shows up later. You know, it's a plot point. Who cares? Finish everything before you do that mission. Everything. Finish all the side quests. Get all the ship upgrades before you get the Reaper IFF. Gonna give you that right now. Give you that piece of advice to make your game a lot more smooth. Get all of those upgrades. We are producing a lot of cable per turn. Yeah! Alright. Cable, that's great. Cable is something we always need. Had to mod 2. Hate the fact that I lost the map. Oh, well, I mean... I never really cared because 2 is a lot more linear than 1. But I can get that. I can understand it. I don't know. I didn't really give a shit. 2 is a lot less linear, so it doesn't really matter all that much. And also it means that you kind of... I don't know. You spend a lot more time actually doing things and in combat as opposed to kind of meandering around like you did in 1. I mean, again, I love Mass Effect 1. And I believe we talked last time, you're playing the Legendary Edition, right? So you're playing 1 with all the new graphical stuff, which is good, because the new graphical stuff they add in the Legendary Edition is great. What mods did you add to 2? Hate that you lost the map. I don't know. The map doesn't seem like that big a deal, but again, I guess that's maybe just me. I don't know. The map, I don't know. I didn't really care about the map. Again, 2 is so linear compared to 1 that I didn't think really mattered. But it being linear also meant you were doing a lot more stuff, you know? 1 always had kind of a meandering feeling. Oh, shit. I never moved all this stupid fucking wire. I have so much of it. Yeah, 1 stack will be fine. Added the heat system back for guns. Oh. And anyone can equip any gun, probe planet resources, infinite fuel. Oh, that's no fun. Aww. That's kind of lame. But alright, hey, if you're having fun, that's what matters at the end of the day, but that sounds kind of lame. Infinite fuel, too. The fuel's not even that expensive. The fuel is cheap as shit, man. Come on. Come on. and giving all your guys infinite ammo and the ability to carry in any gun, you basically devalue the soldier class. The whole reason the soldier class exists is to use any gun. So if there's, you may as well just, maybe you should just play as that next time, you know? The anti-gameplay. I don't think those were anti-gameplay. As someone who's played a lot of Mass Effect, I don't think they're anti-gameplay. I don't think they're anti-fun mechanics. You know? Again, the whole point of the soldier class is that they don't get as many abilities, but they get to use all of the guns and ammo types. So if that's a priority, I would recommend trying that out instead. You know, I think there were other balancing issues you're not taking into account. But if you're having fun with a game that you own, I'm not going to tell you not to. You know, have at it. Okay, Copper Factory is set up. We do need to generate more copper sheets. We are not generating copper sheets, which are needed for use in, like, pipelines. But that's not that big a deal. I don't know. Because I ran out of probes? Well, maybe you should have restocked. I don't know. It's mildly annoying. Hey, again, if you're having fun, do you? I think that's maybe unnecessary, but hey, do you? It's your game that you own. How close is the nearest cop? Yeah, that one's claimed. One there. One there. Can we make a copper sheet factory over here? There are also upgrades you can find for the number of probes you can carry. You'll get that later in the game. And you don't need to finish all the probing and stuff till really late. I don't know. I guess you are, like, medium the way, like, mid-game. You're, like, early mid-game if you've met Kasumi, at least, but haven't done her specialty mission yet, which I don't know if you have. That would put you, like, early to mid-game, which is cool. Okay. I don't know. Give Tally a chance. I love Tally. Tally's my girl. But I also have a real, I'm not going to lie, I have a real documented thing for the quiet types of romance interest in games. Like in Stardew Valley, my girl is Penny. Love Penny. That should tell you everything about my type. Ah, love Penny. Okay. So we've got coal coming from over here. This long-ass conveyor belt is using 60 coal per minute to power that coal plant. We can divert the other 60 coal that it is producing, and instead of sending it to the coal plant... Emily was my Stardew? Okay, I think we have similar taste in women then. Because Emily's my second choice. I love Emily too. You know, Emily is also quiet, but maybe leans more toward the crazy, quirked up white girl. I mean, yeah. Penny second, lol. Yeah, I think we have similar taste in women. Big fan of both of those. Okay. We're going to divert 60 of this coal. There we go. Attach those. Let's make sure this is actually working. Just like them weird? Nothing wrong with that, friend. Nothing wrong with liking a girl weird. If you do, though, I think that in a future playthrough, you should give Tally a shot. Because if you like... If we do have similar taste in women, you're gonna like Tally. She's my girl. She's my bae. I love Tally. But again, I also love me a quirked up white girl. The biggest, well, actually one of the best clapbacks I've heard to people saying that Tally is the best romance is that she gives off quirky college girl energy when you romance her. And I'm like, yeah, that's about my type. Yeah, that's about my type. Yeah, quirked up college white girl. Yeah, that's about my type. Yeah, that's about right. Yo, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. It's good to see you. I'm glad everybody's showing up today. I'm glad everyone can be here. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. And we're back to some Satisfactory. We did start out, though, shitting all over Chicago. I'm sorry that you missed it. I'm sorry, but don't worry. I promise you I will find another reason to shit on Chicago. I promise I will find another excuse. Employed with a job. Dude, hell yeah. It's better than being employed without a job. What am I being cynical for? Congratulations. Fuck yeah, dude. A buddy of mine letting me borrow his car, so I'm hoping my employment situation changes here too. Dude, fuck yeah. Hell yeah. Fucking A. Good job. What's the job, if you don't mind my asking? Like, what's going on? Like, are you everything, like, how you feeling? Like, how's, is it good? Is it shitty? Is it, oh, also, you know what? While I have a little bit of money, I already did this. I just got my YouTube paycheck for, actually, Twitch paid me $60 last month, which is awesome. But I also have my Twitch paycheck. I also have my YouTube paycheck. And after that video did well last month, now I have, I made like $200 off that one video, which was amazing. Here we go. Concierge sales for a boating company down here called Fury. Hell yeah! So concierge, so is it more like you're doing like, you're going out and like finding clients? Or are you like liaising with clients once they're like here? Or like once they're like in the company? You're not doing like cold calls or anything, are you? Anything like that? That would suck. But hope that it goes well no matter what. Are you like they're bringing customers to you? You're like the guy who shows them a good time? Or is it more about you like going out and finding clients for the thing? Either way, I hope it goes well. Hell yeah. Also enjoy, please, like I said. As a thank you for all the support. I know that you've been helping out, even though despite the fact that you have have had your own job issues, so I want to say thank you. So thank you for that. I gotta go down there. I need a staircase. I think we're gonna have to just build one here. Okay, and working for Merryweather Security. Oh god. Oh god. I mean, it could be Blackwater, so hey, you know, we'll call it a win. And stuff to tourists. I mean, it's Florida. Like, that's probably good money, though. So, like, congrats. That sounds pretty dope. I remember I worked at a hotel. It was pretty chill. Now, I worked the night shift, though, so I only saw the crazies. I met a lot of hookers at that job. But that doesn't sound too bad. I mean, okay, so it's like halfway between what I was saying. So you're going to, like, also recommend restaurants to people like I'm the local expert or something. I mean, aren't you the local expert? You did grow up there, right? Out in, I don't want to say what part of Florida. I think you mentioned it before, but, like, I mean, you kind of are a local expert. Like, you kind of do get to, like, use your expertise, you know? To show off to all the Californians and Illinoisans who are coming to your state to annoy you. Sorry about that, by the way. I'm sorry that our governments can't get their act together. Oh, you only been there for 4 years. Okay. Well, I mean, you still went, at least you went to school there then for at least a little while, right? Yeah, dude, no problem. Like I said, I appreciate the fact that you were willing to help me out, despite the fact that you have your own financial problems. It's the least I could do. I got one for you. I also got one for Allie. And Allie, large part, because I feel bad, because when Allie last subbed, only got to use it for like a month, and then my internet went out, so that was really shitty. So now that I have a little bit of scratch, definitely gonna pay it forward. Also, fuck these ads, man. Like, fuck all these ads. Only 4 years ago. Oh, right. I think we did talk about you had moved a lot. Still, I mean, at least you've been there. Like, 4 years is longer than any tourist. I don't know. I mean, sounds good. In Central Oregon. Oh, that is... Damn, your family took you, like, literally, like, corner to corner in the nation. What the fuck? Not that that's a bad thing. That's just really funny. That they're, like, so distinctly, like, corner to corner nationally. That's so funny. Okay. That's interesting. That's really interesting. Okay, one more time. Come on. Minor. Let's have it just go, like, straight up that way. There we go. Literally the southernmost point in the continental United States. Yeah, your parent... I mean, like, if only you had grown up in Alaska, then you really could have been, like, halfway across the fucking world. I mean, really, you would have been, honestly. Wait, what's further south? You or Puerto Rico? I generally don't know. Wait, I'm curious now. Wait. No, Puerto Rico is way further south. But still. Interesting. I'm from Illinois. I don't know any of this stuff. That's interesting. Let's see. Let's get a splitter here. Is that in the right spot? No, it's not. Okay. We can do better. We can do better. There we go. There we go. There we go. Want to look at it? I was trying not to directly dox you, but yeah, I probably will look at it at some point. I think you said it's only like 3 miles across, so it's pretty small, right? Didn't you also say it was like 40% Haitians? Finding this means I can sell them a trip. Hey, that's some business mindset. Respect, brother. Hell yeah. I like that business acumen. I respect that. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Man, sell them a vacation. You know, if you like this sort of work, maybe you should get into, like honestly, selling vacations and getting in on, like international travel can be, like, really lucrative. I had a friend who did that. He was up in Chicago, and Chicago doesn't even get that much business, that much international. Well, it gets a lot of international travel, but it's not, like, a super, like, big hub. Even then, I mean, I'm not worried about people finding me, yeah. If you want to do something like this, if you like this sort of work and, like, you want the chance to travel and do things, you could leverage this to eventually get in good with, like, a bigger travel agency and, like, basically get paid to travel the world and do stuff. Like, my buddy who did work for, I don't want to say what travel agency he worked for, just for privacy reasons. Probably not a secret, but he worked for a fairly big one. And, like, he just casually travels to, like, Morocco. Like, some of the work kind of sucked because, like, you're trying to impress rich assholes a lot of the time, which really sucks. But, like, a lot of the time, like, he just casually travels to, like, fucking parts of Africa, Asia, like, South America. He goes to Mexico all the time. So, like, if you want to get in good with this industry, and I know that you said you wanted to... Didn't you say you wanted to go to New York at some point? Like, if you want a good job in the city that also allows you to travel and to network, like, honestly, I think this could be a really good stepping stone for you. Like, leverage this if you move into a larger city at some point into, like, work this job a couple of years. Recommended trying to do sales based on my personality, so here I am. Big, cushy gig. Hell yeah! No, 100%. Like, you could leverage this. This could absolutely be a great stepping stone. Leverage this into going into, like, some larger travel agencies. That's what they're called. Yeah, like, leverage this experience after you've worked this job for, you know, like, 2 years. Like, leverage that. And if you want to move into a larger city or move out of Key West, like, go and get a job at a travel agency. There's plenty of those in larger cities because, you know. So, you know, if you want to do that, it seems like you're making some good business moves here. Like, that's like, travel and sales can be really, really lucrative if you know how to play it. So, respect and good job. Nice. I respect it. Hell yeah, good to see people here making moves. Hell yeah. Now, how big do I need this to be? That's going to be the question here. So, we have... Oh, this is copper. Wait, I don't need copper. Damn it! I don't need copper. I need iron. I've got 60 coal coming here. And I need iron. There's iron. There's 2 veins of iron right here. I'm hoping they're not still impure. That would really suck. At least I have plenty of room for a copper factory if I want one, I guess. There we go. Absolutely. Anything sales is what interests me. One of the reasons I failed out of college is because I had no idea what I wanted to do, on top of being emotionally reliant on another person. Well, that's never good. Never good to be emotionally reliant. But hey, you know, if I'm honest, there are a lot of people who... A, I've seen people drop out of college for much dumber reasons. B, I mean, you're still very young. Better for you to drop out now and take the time to figure out what the fuck you want with your life than to stay in college until you're like 26, 27, like I've seen people do, and be like halfway through like a 6-year program into like a 6-year graduate program after you've already got your undergraduate, still not knowing what you want to do. Like, I've seen people do that more and more, and I gotta be honest, like, more and more what I hear from a lot of young, even people my age, like people from my age, people who are younger, people who are a little bit older, which I guess is like my age is right at the cusp between millennial and Gen Z. I just turned 30, so it's like right on the border, I think. And so like slightly above and below me, it seems like everyone just like goes to college because they don't want a job hunt. So like if you're someone who's okay with working an actual job, honestly, it sounds like you're probably going to be in, like, better position than a lot of them. Never know what I want to do except play video games and sometimes the gym. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, I think there is just as, if I'm honest, I think there's just as much nobility in just knowing, you know, being the type of person to go, I don't want to do, it's okay to say, I don't want to do anything exceptional. I want to, like, have fun, raise a family, and, like, support myself, have a few nice things, and ultimately just, like, have fun. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, though, honestly. Like, if you just want to, like, play all the best video games, and hang out, have fun, and I would still say, raise a family, never on the kids. Oh, man. Aren't you an immigrant, too? You're gonna come into somebody else's country? They specifically invited you because you're more likely to have kids. I mean... I don't know. You probably should. I don't know. Then again, I am a conservative, and the conservatives don't want the immigrants having kids, so, I mean, I don't know. Then again, it's also the UK, so that's a different, kind of a different monkey. Whatever. I don't know. I don't know. I do see myself going back to school. That's good. Very lucky my parents will pay for it as long as I get C's and above. Just happy I found a field that I like. Hell yeah, that's a great attitude. Fuck yeah, dude. I mean, what else are you working on? The job is great. What else are you working on in your personal life that you think is anything big, anything new, anything exciting, anything ballsy, anything that's really got you, like, excited? Any personal stuff that you're working on? Because I still do recommend, you know, it's good to have the job so you stay paid. 100%. And then once you've got that, you know, start working on whatever it is that's going to make you happy, you know? Life is 50% keeping the lights on, but also 50% finding some degree of joy. So make sure you've got something interesting in your life that you can be like, this is the thing I prioritize over work, you know? I guess, though, that thing could be school, you know? Or figuring out what you want to do in school. I don't know. Just make sure you have something, is all I would say. Could be family. I mean, that's my main thing. I'm still job hunting. But also, very much, well, I guess I'm not quite wife hunting yet. I want to get my financial house in order first. You know, all good things to be prioritizing. Okay, you go there. You go there. Okay. Ah, that's right. This takes 10 per. Jesus. Okay, I need another 30 of these. Oh, God. Lots of emotional rebuilding. You're young. You'll be fine. Trying to have a really healthy mindset about my past relationships so that sort of thing doesn't happen again. If I don't learn from it, it's just useless. The experience, I mean. I mean, that's good. To be honest, dude, you're really young. I wouldn't get too hung up on it. When you're in your when you're around the age of 20, you know, you are caught in a I'll give you an unsolicited piece of advice. I will let you know, like, it can feel like relationship. Well, I mean, I don't know. It was my soulmate, yeah. It always feels that way. You know, I'd say up through your early 20s, it always feels like, you know, you're still kind of caught in that weird zone where you still kind of think of relationships like a teenager, you know? And I guess I want to assure you that that will pass eventually. And, it's hard. I'm not saying it's not hard, but the melodrama of relationships will eventually pass, you know? And this is a part of your life where how you even see relationships will change a lot. And the types of relationships that you get into will change a lot. So, be open-minded, you know, and take heart in the fact that, like I said, you won't, relationships won't feel as melodramatic forever. On the bright side, they'll start to feel way more cynical, which is better, maybe. Probably not. 45 per minute, 45 per minute. Ooh, I can't use 45 per minute. Okay. Shit. Huh. No more Asian baddies for me, as hard as that is to say. How many Asian baddies are you meeting in Key West, Florida? I mean, like, Haitians, okay. Puerto Ricans. And you know as much as I complain about immigrants, I do carve out a caveat for big booty Latinas. So, like, I got no problem with that. But, GF was long distance, but saw her a lot. Really? Okay, interesting. I didn't know she was long distance. Oh, you'll get over her even faster then. Don't even worry. You didn't, like, meet her on Discord or something, did you? No judgment. Some judgment. But just checking. I need steel pipes and steel beams. I don't have enough coal coming out. No? Okay, good. Just making sure. Just making sure. Just making sure. It's just funny. It's just funny. I need iron. Need a lot of iron. Go, 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 go. Parachute. Looks like I'll give Jack a chance. Have a feeling I'll end up either romancing or putting her down. Don't put Jack down! AOL You're not old enough to remember AOL Messenger. That was before my generation. How the hell did you use AOL Messenger? God. My older sister used AOL Messenger. Fuck you. AOL Messenger? That was still around? Dear God. I was about to say, holy shit. I don't know. I'm also a Luddite. For all I know, AOL Messenger could still be around. I don't know. I don't know anything. My stream was at like a 2500 bit rate up until today. By the way, I hope the quality's better. It should be. Nah. Should be. Hopefully. On the dial-up modem network. Did you meet her in... Oh, whoa, what's older than that? You programming in, like, GeoCities? Or, God, what the fuck is older than AOL Messenger? That sound effect will never not be driven into my mind, though. Second Life! Hey, Second Life is actually still going, though. It's amazing to me, my IRC. My God. Oh, what a throwback. Fucking AOL Messenger. Oh, man. I could have gone my whole life without ever thinking about AOL Messenger again. It's using 30... Let's pump that up to 45. Okay, so we don't have enough coal to be generating much. I'm pretty sure Second Life is still going, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. Could be wrong. Probably am. Okay, so this just needs iron, and then it will be producing... But I also need to get more iron plates, at least enough that I can pull up a full 120 out of here. Gotta head out back in like 2030. Yeah, I'll be here a while. It's currently 4:30 where I am. I'm probably gonna go for another... About... I started late, too. I meant to go from 2 to 10 p.m., so I'm going to be going about another 5.5 hours, 6 hours, something like that. So I'll be here a while. I am planning on being here every day at 2 p.m. my time. Now, everybody knows that my timing is terrible and that my word cannot be trusted. But, I don't know. I'm going to try and do better. I'm going to try just, I don't know. Just going to try. That's all I can do. Yeah, I'll be on late tonight. I don't know if we're going to stick with Satisfactory, though. Pug was really wanting Project Zomboid, but man, like, I don't know. See you later. I guess he has to come back in order to enjoy that sub. Be depressing, otherwise. You're trying to date Moroccan baddies? I'm sorry, are the women of the UK not good enough for you? I'm joking. They're all covered in fucking fake spray tan and shit. Oh, man. Ah, the UK. Ah, the UK. I remember when I was there, man, like, I thought it was a joke, the way people talked about, like, the UK girls with, like, the fake tan... and, like, the fake blonde shit. But, man, it is accurate. It is two BPD ones, dude. Be careful around that. Look to the story. Look to the story of ye old iDubbbz if you want to know the great lengths to which BPD pussy can destroy your life. Look only to the master iDubbbz to see how BPD pussy can destroy your life. Oh, man. And she's gonna leave him. Oh, she's gonna leave him! Oh, man, that sucks. Still too close to my base, Bean! That's alright. From this distance, that shotgun didn't even do any damage to him. Just a warning shot. I do want to get some more... Ooh, perfect. I actually do have some protein on me. Why don't we go ahead and use that? Get some biomass and feed that in here. You take that. I'm actually going to take 2 of these stacks. Now, the coal plant is probably covering most of our power usage, if not all of it. How much are these producing? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 doubled up, so 10 biomass burners producing 300 megawatts of power. Which means, okay, yeah, they are producing 300 megawatts, and each of those 4 coal plants is producing 75. So, yeah, each power plant is producing 300 megawatts. We are consuming 240, approximately. That's this orange bar here, is the amount that we're currently using. And you can see it's variable depending on what machines, because sometimes machines turn off, sometimes they turn on. So we are using about 240 megawatts per second, per minute. And the coal plants are producing 300. So we actually have a surplus of energy, which means that essentially all of these biomass burners aren't burning anything because they don't need to generate power, so they get put on the back foot. But that's good. We can still use them. We should still be feeding these because essentially that also means that all the high-level biomass in these, all the high-level biomass here ready to be fed in, it's basically just a big potential energy, like, battery that will be fed. And if we need to use this power, it is here if we need it. And will run for a significant amount of time. Even if these have to run for, just on what's in the stockpile, they have 200 solid biofuel, they use 4 per minute. I mean, that's still how many minutes of extra power we can glean out of these just with what's inside the actual machine. 200. I should know this. No, I should know this. I should know this. How many minutes? How many minutes is that? Was it 50? No, 50 minutes? Is it 50 minutes? Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? Yeah, that's 50 minutes. So they'll produce power for 50 minutes. If they have a stack of 200. Yeah, they should. Wow, that's a lot of power, actually. That's a long-ass time, actually. She has to leave him. She would move a chair in the corner of their bedroom for her. He's not... Oh, God. You don't think... You know what sucks is, like, iDubbbz, that fucking idiot, he is woke enough that he would let his wife convince him that being woke means letting another man fuck your wife. He's that stupidly woke where he would let his wife convince him of that shit. That's really sad. I hate admitting that. But, like, man, like, you know it's true. Like, you know he's woke enough to do something like that. Like, let his wife convince him of that shit. Oh. Oh, poor iDubbbz. Poor guy. What a fucking idiot. Man. Ugh. What a fucking idiot. Well, I mean, his wife's gonna leave him, so he's gonna learn either way. But man, poor iDubbbz. Poor guy. Stuck in the cuck chair. Damn, poor guy. Oh, that's rough. That is rough. They would both probably suck off Twitch Golden Boy. Hassan. Yeah. It is weird how iDubbbz seems to think that Hassan is like some, like, God is like God's gift to streaming or something. Hassan's not even I mean, he's not even a good streamer. It's like, no smoke, I'm not a good streamer. But, like, I don't know. Like, even compare, like, as much as I will drag guys like Kai Cenat, I would never say that Kai Cenat doesn't put effort into what he does. Did you see the set that he built when he was doing his Arkham playthrough? His playthrough of the Arkham games? Like, he built a set that looks like the Dark Knight Batman to go and, like, and got costumes and shit. Got costumes for his friends. Like, it was an event when they played this, like, iconic video game series. Hassan, it's him in his room giving the coldest hot takes, to be honest, for a leftist talking to a leftist audience. It's like the coldest takes imaginable, you know? Yeah, his wife would convince him that's what woke is. Woke is how willing you are to suck off Hassan. Okay. Finally finished my breakfast. Only took an hour and a half. Yeah, definitely agree. I have problems with Kai. I don't think he's like a super talented entertainer, but God, does he put in effort? I would never say he's not putting in effort. Honestly, even with iShowSpeed, like, yeah, do I find it vapid and stupid when he launches himself headfirst into his webcam to impress his 12-year-old audience? Is it stupid to me? Yeah. But I'd never say he doesn't put in a shitload of effort to his streams. I'd never just say he's not completely willing to put his time, energy, and body on the line to gain a following. And you kind of have to respect that, you know? With Kai, Speed. Mostly just with black creators, I guess. But not the Turkish ones. They're just a bunch of crazed leftists. And spreading Muslim propaganda. Good luck to them with that. And the white creators are kind of lazy. You know? What white creators are there? I guess a few years ago, you wouldn't really have had the big distinction between Jewish creators and white creators like there is now. So things have kind of changed. Speed's international content is pretty good. He's respected to the people and to culture. That's good to hear. Especially given, like, the Johnny Somali situation, and not even just him. the way that so many people have been so shitty to other cultures while streaming. Jake Paul, both the Paul brothers, and their whole following, the way that they've acted to international, to other countries has been so shit. It's good to hear iShowSpeed does better. Yeah, what is it called? The it's just a prank bro hooliganism type streamers. Those guys can fuck off. We should have left fucking pranking streamers in, as who cares what time period. I just don't want them to exist anymore. I'm tired of them. I don't want them to exist anymore. Fuck them. Fuck them all. Now, let's see. Do we have... Haven't needed, like, any of those. Just need these. Okay. What do I need to double my output? More iron plates. I'm only generating 40 iron plates. Okay, you know what? We have the spare power now that we can increase the amount of iron we're pulling up. Oh, he's actually been on... Wait, Speed has been on actual, like, genuine, like, British TV? That's kind of cool, actually. Respect to him. Okay. Well, I'm glad he's not, like, making a fool of himself. I'm glad he's, like, making both Americans look good and making streamers look good. That's cool. That's awesome. I guess, you know, again, I've never... I don't know. Good for Speed. Good for iShowSpeed. I'm glad to hear he's making Americans look good and making streamers look good. That's awesome. Okay, cool. He's not the person I would expect to look at and be like, what a great influence for the youth. But, like, I don't know, Speed seems cool. I don't hear a lot of, like, yeah, he does insane shit on stream, clearly to get views, but I don't know, he doesn't seem to, like, get into a whole lot of trouble otherwise, so, like, I kind of, like, begrudgingly respect him. So, good for him. Awesome. Like, that's great. We're gonna let that run. That's football, right? I don't know. I don't follow European football that closely. I know that Speed's a big fan of it, though, so that's cool. Hell yeah. I think he's done some content with them in the past. Them and Mr. Beast has been doing a ton of content with European footballers. That's cool. Good for him. I'm glad he's... Okay, again, he hasn't gotten into much trouble. He seems to be a good guy, aside from being somewhat annoying. You know, and, you know, him being somewhat annoying is conducive to him building a following of, you know, 12-year-olds who will pay him. So, I don't know. I can't complain about Speed that much. Good for Speed. I'm glad he's doing well. I don't know. He seems to stay out of trouble, so good for him. That's cool. I'm trying to think. Every day he shows up in shorts doing deadlifts in Poland, eating at some restaurant in China. I kind of respect that, though. I want to visit Poland. I've heard good things. There's a lot of Americans and a lot of Western Europeans moving to Poland right now, even as the war rages on, which is kind of funny. I find it extremely funny, in general, that Americans complain about right-wing values. Oh my god, we're turning to fascism and right-wing values, and it's terrible. But then they're like, I want to move to a better place. I've heard Poland is doing really well right now. I've heard Finland is doing really well right now. I've heard Denmark has been doing really, really well since they enacted this law. What does it do? Bans all migrants from entering the country? I'm sure they'll get over that. It's like, in the EU, I think, yeah, crazy, crazy. How you know, Westerners keep moving to the countries that have, like, a lot of the policies that they're fighting. It's very interesting to me, you know? Makes me think more and more the only people that'll be left in a lot of these countries. You know, Germany gets this accusation all the time. There's just like, there's nobody left in the country other than the immigrants who are standing around with few job opportunities, at least the ones who are arriving now. The ones who've been there for a couple of decades are doing pretty well, but the ones who are arriving now don't have any job opportunities. You know? Meanwhile, Poland has plenty of job opportunities. You want to know why? They don't let migrants in. At all. Period. They've, like, whatever. 20 months in jail in the UK for saying he doesn't want taxpayer money to go to support the grooming gangs and those type of immigrants. Yeah, 100%. Like, after that grooming gang scandal and how much the British government did to cover it up, the fact that there's not more direct outrage from young people, like, this weird fucking leftist death cult has just taken over. The fact that they can be okay, like, I'm, like, again, I have Muslim friends. I don't think that Islam is a religion that has to necessarily be violent, but there's definitely some nasty tendencies. And I will say it 100 times. If anything remotely close to the grooming gangs scandal happens here in the United States, I'm going to be the first one on the deport the Muslims picket line. Not because I hate Muslims, because I care about Americans. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean, not trying to be cruel, it's just the truth. Like, I'm not tolerating that shit. I'm not tolerating being called... I've already spent enough time being called a racist for daring to say, maybe we should vet people before they come here, you know? I've dealt with that enough. But, like, I'm not... Should anything remotely as egregious as the grooming gang stuff happen here, where we're paying people to come here and molest young, innocent girls who are already in vulnerable situations, at that point, like, I will be the first one on the deport the Muslims picket line. I'll be the first one on the purge every single person who's ever been in government picket line. Fuck them all. No, that shit's disgusting. And you want to call other people racist for it. No. No, fuck you. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with the UK. I don't know. It's just crazy, man. At best, xenophobia. Yeah, at best, xenophobia for... I mean, again, like, if it's something that actually happens, I guess, you know, in the UK, they just have to keep pretending it didn't happen. They keep having all these investigations that say, no, yeah, at least something did happen. It did happen. Like, they keep having these investigations, and yet still, the fucking leftists are pretending the emperor has clothes. Still continuing to say, oh, well, it didn't really happen. It's like, I don't know. It's just sad. It's sad, and it's terrible. I hate seeing shit like this. I hate seeing once proud European nations fall apart. It sucks to see. But also they brought it upon themselves, and if I dare to tell them they're not doing the right thing, they'll call me racist, so at the same time, kind of like, fuck them, honestly. Honestly. Ah! We're fine. Okay. Okay, so these have all level 2 conveyor belts. Interesting. Okay. That's good. So this goes from 5 megawatts to 12.5. That's annoying, but doable. And it'll probably go down to 10 once we get the Mark II miner. But we're producing 120 now. Let's do the same for these. Because I've got enough power cores, I may as well. Or power shards, whatever they're called. So we've gone from running all 4 of these miners being 20 megawatts of power in total to being 12.5 times 4, 40, 50 megawatts. So it's an extra 30. That's not that much. I mean, that's still well within the amount that the coal generators were producing. I don't know. Wasn't it some lady policewoman chief, something in Canada, saying something about people being radicalized and they start having extremist views like family values? That sounds Canadian. I did not hear specifically, but boy, that sounds like Canada. That sounds like Canada. Hope that's a meme, but I don't think it was. Honestly, I don't want to make any claims because I don't know either. I will simply say it sounds like something I would hear in Canada. It sounds like something Canadians would have been psyoped into believing. Like, family values are extremist. You know, like, that's... It sucks. It sucks. And you know what really sucks about it is, you know, even... And I did mention this before, but, like, not that, like, it's required, but, like, you know, the whole reason that they seem to be pushing the narrative of immigrants are actually more likely to open businesses, and they're more likely to do this, and they're more likely to have families, and it's like, it's funny that they believe that of you. Like when they first allowed that generation of Romanians to come into the UK. You know, the irony of it is, they did it, in large part. Coming up with multiple news articles seems to be true. Oh, that's depressing for Canada, but like I said, it definitely sounded like Canada, so I'm not going to say I'm surprised. It sounded like something an actual Canadian politician would really say, sadly. That's it. It just sucks. Yeah, but I was saying there's an irony in the fact that the whole reason they let that first generation of Romanians into the UK was because they were like, oh, our people have stopped having children or starting businesses. Let's ship in a bunch of Romanians for their family values. Instead of actually, like, you know, working on creating family values in our own people, let's just ship in people who already have family values. And then what do you know? Less than one generation later, those same people they shipped in are like, I kind of don't want to have kids. For the same reason that the people who already lived here don't want to have kids. You want to know why? Because it's too expensive. Because there's not enough housing. Because, you know, the products I need to raise a kid, diapers and whatnot, are too expensive. There aren't any subsidies to help out with parents. Childcare is too expensive, you know? It's like, ultimately the migrants came to the same conclusions as the locals within one generation. And here they are, having exactly the same problems. Just called me a few months back. He has a kid. Almost all my Romanian friends have kids. Yeah, I mean, as much as I do not doubt that things are rough in Romania on average. Oh, they are a NATO country now, so I hope that it's better. I don't know if they were a NATO country when you left, but I hope that has helped them. I do hope so. You know, as an American, I always hope that our influence does provide more opportunities for people in other countries, you know, not just American military bases leading to, like, you know, other, you know, criminal upticks and shit, which is always depressing, but happens. So I hope that it helped. But, yeah, no, it's like, they ship in people, like, I having worked at hotels, having worked to minimum wage jobs, I've been around a lot of in my area in Illinois, there's a lot of Guatemalans, especially a lot of Guatemalans. The Mexicans all came like 20 years ago, and anyone from Mexico who wants to be in the U.S. already is. So, like I said, it's pretty much all Guatemalans now. It's a gnat. And when you talk to those guys, like when you see them out, the women dress very traditionally. The men go to work, they get married young, they're expected not to cheat. Like, you know, again, it's the exact same thing. Like, they purposefully, like, they make, like, part of the reason we ship in all these Guatemalans and Venezuelans and Mexicans is because, well, our native people, because they're more likely to work harder, start businesses, have families, raise their kids in the same area for long periods of time to create a sustainable tax base for a city or a state. Like, we ship in migrants to do those things instead of addressing why the native population isn't doing those things. And then what do you know? Within one generation, the next generation of migrants that we have, you know, the migrants stop doing those things. They start behaving like the natives because it turns out that the incentive structures haven't changed. And it's just idiotic. It's just idiotic. And I'm just so tired of being called a racist. If I'm honest, like, if you want to know, like, what's truly in my heart, like, what really tires me, I'm just so fucking tired of being called a racist for calling out things that should be obvious. I'm so fucking tired of it. I really am. I was held in my hometown by local police during a G9 summit because we were considered anarchists. Oh, God. And burn a NATO flag. Well, that sucks. Damn. I wouldn't recommend burning NATO flags, but that was a long time ago now. I hope that your attitude has changed. I hope that NATO has become a boon. I hope so. If not, that's something America should change, because our influence in other people's countries should bring economic opportunities to the people. If not, then America is doing something wrong. So I hope things have gotten better. I guess is all I can say. I need... Okay, so how much are we producing now? Hello, buddy. What's up, bro? What's up? Oh, couldn't jump on him. I wonder if I can't jump on him when he's flying through something. Okay, so now we're pulling up 120... Yeah, because they were pulling up 30. We doubled each of these to 60, so now they're pulling up 120 per minute. Okay. That means... Yeah, this is taking 30 iron ore. 15 iron rods, producing 15 iron rods. Okay. So why is it having trouble using all of them? What's the bottleneck? It is... Okay, apparently this is too slow. Wait a sec. Need more reinforced plates. Okay, I need more reinforced plates. How many more do we have over here? Still believe in anarchy? Alright, well, you're nuts. But have fun with that, I guess. You're crazy if you think that anarchy is a good political system, genuinely. You're insane, but... Best of luck. I don't know. I think you're crazy, but okay. I mean, it is kind of funny that then you left your own country for a country with more stability and more rules. I mean, how do you like living in a country where you can be arrested for Facebook posts now? Wanting to see the world burn? What a thing to say when you're living in someone else's country. What a thing to say. What a thing to say. I don't know, man. It's not a great attitude to have. I mean, I guess it's your country now if you've been there for a while, but still, I think that's a weird thing to say, bro. I think that's a super weird thing to say, personally. Oh, this needs one more. Forgot about this. Okay. I need a constructor. There we go. Go. Need a splitter. No, merger. Yeah, one right there. And a splitter. There we go. I need those to be upgraded, actually. It'll do. There we go. Perfect. You're producing iron rods, and you need to be plugged in. There we go. Cool. And let's go with the iron swatch. Excellent. Cool. All right. In the whole world, not the UK specifically, I want anarchy. Dude, that's kind of worse, though. I don't know. That's kind of worse. Also, they give immigrants bonuses for doing all the things they are doing. Hey, here's a grant to start a business. Here's lower taxes. You need it for moving here. Yeah, no. It's like, it's not even that, like, I'm mad that immigrants get these. It's like, if the government truly was able to get off its ass and provide services like these that are so incredible and comprehensive, why weren't they doing it for their own citizens, like, 10 years ago? Like, why just now are we getting off our ass? Why are our state and local governments just now getting off their ass? And why are they only getting off their ass for people who aren't even citizens? Like, that's the main issue. I don't care. Like, America is a country of immigrants. I'll give them that. But, like, really? I don't know. Grew up on metal and alter on sex. You grew up on the Sex Pistols, so you believe in anarchy? You know it's just a band, right? Got here on the Mind, the Gap, Health and Safety. Dude, like, okay. I mean, like, dude, I get where you're coming from, but it's like, I don't know, man. Using the fact that you grew up on the Sex Pistols as a way of saying, like, yeah, anarchy. That's fucking weird, man. Like, I'm sorry. That's fucking weird, man. That's a weird thing to take away. The Sex Pistols were, like, it's a good band. That's it. It's a good band. Like, that's not... I wouldn't take any sort of like, genuine... Like, how... like, I don't know. I don't want to guess people's age, but I know that you're an adult. You know, we have 19-year-olds in the chat quite often. I know you're not one of them, so it's like... I don't know. Basing your political views off the Sex Pistols seems a bit odd. Maybe don't do that. Maybe don't do that. I need more. Okay, well, we should have doubled at least now. We lived that life, fighting drugs, everything. I believe that. It's still not a great way to base your political beliefs. It's still not. I believe you when you said you were doing drugs in, like, you know, in Romania in the mid-90s. Yeah, I mean, I believe that. But, like, it's still not, like, a good political belief, you know? I'd much rather have family values, to be honest. You know? I have seen anarchy, and it's nothing you really want unless you want a strong psycho with no moral compass. Yeah, anarchy always ends up being just a power vacuum for a charismatic strong man to step in. That's what it ultimately ends up being every fucking time, you know? Anarchy never works out. Anarchy always ends up being just a power vacuum for someone to step into. Who is that someone? It'll depend on your country. You know? Who knows just yet. We don't have enough screws. But also I don't need rotors as badly, so we'll turn off one of these. Yeah, I can't actually... I couldn't even move 200 screws on one conveyor belt if I wanted to. Mad Max type shit. You keep saying things like it's a defense and then making it worse. Like... You keep saying things like there's some kind of a defense, and it's like, it's worse, bro. It's worse. Like, no, saying you want Mad Max? That's, no. Also, didn't you leave your home country where you were doing all this? Where you were living this anarcho life? Didn't you leave that country for better opportunities? Your dream world is post-apocalypse? Go back to Romania. Have fun. Do that. Like, that's... You want it closer? Why'd you move to a first world country then? Why do you want anarchy if you moved to a first world country for the safety and job opportunities? I don't know. Hey, it just seems odd. It just seems odd. Because I'm boring now. You've been in the UK for a while. No. You've been here too long to claim that. How much concrete are we moving? I should up the amount of concrete I'm making. It's fine. My feet can take it. Let's see. These get consumed at 45 per minute. So if we take this up, this is going to suck. To 150. Divide that by 45. No, I need 180. Damn. 90. What's 90 plus 45? 135. So we could do that. We could do 135 per minute. Except I can't move that many anyway, so it doesn't actually matter. Okay. Yeah, I may as well just leave it at 90. No point in not. Can't even move that much anyway. 115. I need, 45, but thank you. I live off the government, unfit for work, mental health, lol. 100% integrated to the UK. Great. Well, I mean, that's the UK's problem, not yours, I guess, but alright. Alright. That's what the UK wants. The UK wants immigrants living off the government, and they want, you know, to be able to arrest people for going on Facebook and saying this system might not be a good idea. Oh, the UK. I worry for you long term, but best of luck, guys. Best of luck. Best of luck. Good luck. Why is this bed not moving? Why are these not moving? They should be powered, are they? Yeah, they're powered. Everything is just full. Oh, these don't have power. That's weird. Just connect these. There we go. Let's get another power line over here. I must have just deleted like one specific power line that ran. Oh, here, let's connect these two. There we go. There we go. Cool. All right, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Oh, wait. Let me hook something up first. You know what? Before we finish up, I do want to get a steel plant set. I want to get that steel plant set up, and we have the power for it. But, I don't know. We have the extra power to get a steel plant set up. But first, we've got to move this coal. Okay, you know what? Let me grab a shitload of screws as well. And if we have to, we'll make a bunch of level 2... We'll make enough reinforced plates, if we need to, on the fly once we get there. Yeah. Seems like the UK was, maybe should have been more discerning with who they brought in their country, but hey. I don't know. I mean, that's their problem, I guess. You know? God help the UK. That's their problem. I mean, it's for them to deal with now. I wish them the best. Hope things go well. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with the UK. They're in such a weird position now where it's like... It's sad because the UK is like genuinely like an ancient land, you know? Like in the same way as a lot of Europe, but still having very new age ideas, being so close to America, like culturally and physically compared to the rest of Europe. Compared to the rest of Europe. You know, it's sad to see the UK in such a state of disrepair. Unable to take care of its own people. I don't know. Well, before the next administration, it might be time. Because you never know when they're going to elect President Tommy Robinson. You know, a lot of people here in the United States got blindsided because they thought that it was going to be Democrats in control forever. And then Trump, you know, started deporting people. So if you're going to become a citizen, now's probably the time. All right, I'm going to let that run. I'll be right back. I have returned. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh, God. Oh, what's been happening? Here we go. Here we go. No issues with that. I do. Honestly, even with permanent residence, I would push for citizenship. If you want to stay, you should. At least I think so. Nightmares. Yeah. Dude, nobody should join the Navy these days. I don't have empathy. Never had that. 70% of people who say I don't have empathy or I don't have emotions are just trying too hard, so shut up. Have to consider what objective morality, like, sure, I know right from wrong, but knowing and feeling are different. You sound like some fucking Redditor. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You fucking edgy ass Redditor trying to be like, I don't know what empathy is. Fuck off. Fuck off. Shut the fuck up, man. Genuinely, just shut the fuck up. Like, I'm not even trying to be mean. Like, just shut the fuck up. I don't know what empathy is. Fuck off. You're gonna go on now about how you're the part of the dark triad. Fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Genuinely, just fuck off. Oh, man. Anyway. Oh, wait, no. I'm not trying to do that. Let's actually delete that one entirely and just reconnect that. Make that a Mark II. Make that a Mark II. And now we are pulling up 120 coal per minute. Yeah! Nice. Here we go. Dude, I'm not talking about right or wrong, morals or lack of. Talking about true horror. Things can't even be written. It's medical. Fuck off. You did not get fucking medically diagnosed with sociopathy. A, they'd have you on a fucking list. B, you would have been out of the country by now. Like, in my experience, Western countries don't tolerate those personality types when they're actually diagnosed. I know if you do here in the US, you are on a genuine watch list. If you get diagnosed with sociopathy or psychopathy here, you are on a genuine watch list. And it's probably true in the UK too. So, that's just not true. I struggle to believe that that's true. I ask them, is you asking them the same as, like, getting a formal diagnosis written down? Is it? I mean, look, I'm not trying to be shitty here. I struggle to believe it. I struggle to believe that you can go about your business, especially as an immigrant, while having that official diagnosis, only because I know how severely that diagnosis is taken in Western countries. Like, I feel like it just wouldn't happen to autism. Okay, so I could see them officially diagnosing you with autism. That I can see. That I actually do understand. Autism is a different thing from sociopathy. Like, that's different. And also, given how prevalent autism diagnoses are now, it's like, it doesn't even mean much anymore. Like, anybody can get fucking diagnosed with autism now. Say the right things. Get the right drugs. To get drugs. That's how you get autism, drugs. I'm only, like, half joking, which is, like, kind of the sad part there. Okay. I am gonna need... It doesn't really matter right now, I guess. Wait. Conveyor pole there. There we go. Nope. That's the highest it goes anyway. There we go. Alright. Probably should plug it in, though. You can do that way over there. Cool. Alright. Autism. I told him about killing cats when I was younger. You told you got free medical assistance from a UK doctor as an immigrant. Told them about your having killed cats as a child, and they still let you stay in the country? That's insanity. Either something has gone horribly wrong either something is totally wrong with your story, or something is horrendously wrong in the UK, if I'm totally honest there. That's nuts. You told them how you were killing cats as a young man, and they were still cool with you staying? That makes me worried for the UK, to be totally honest. That makes me be like, United Kingdom, are you alright? Like, that's crazy. They would need a serious reason to deport someone. If they have a history, if they have a serious medical okay. But to be clear, I firmly believe that a medical condition that could cause you to cause harm to people, like a propensity for violence from a young age, like killing pets, I think that should be, and the fact that should be a reason to deport someone, in my personal opinion. The UK disagrees, clearly. But I think it should be, and if not, is discriminatory as fuck. It shouldn't be. Look, if I'm not talking about whatever the EU rule is, but I don't think that's discriminatory. If you it's a medical condition, sure, but if you're killing like animals from a young age, that's a medical condition that you should be deported for. Actually, I'm going to push back on that. I really do think that killing animals from a young age is a medical condition you should be deported for. Some may disagree, I suppose, but I'm going to stand by that one, actually. I don't think that's discriminatory. And if it is, I don't care. That's a public safety thing. I'm sorry, man. Like, Holy Slag, I'm always happy to have you here. But I'm also not somebody to censor my opinions. Like, I really, I don't think they should have let you stay. I think that was quite stupid of them. That's horrible. Well, I mean, he still has remained in the country for 20 years. I'm assuming you haven't hurt anyone, and if you have, that's awful, and you should be deported for it. But if you haven't, okay. At that point, if the diagnosis is now years old, 10 years... 10 years. It was 10 years ago that you told them that? Okay. Well, I mean, kinda him personally. I don't know. Like, look, dude. Again, I like having you in my chat. You're cool. I appreciate you. I hate people so much I don't leave my house. You see that? I don't like that behavior from someone who's receiving government subsidies. Like, that's awful. Again, I wish the UK would put more effort into solving those problems that are making you not want to leave the house and making other people in the UK not want to leave the house, as opposed to shipping in migrants and thinking that's going to fix it somehow. That's something they should be working on. Therapy? Okay. I mean, if it's been 10 years of therapy for free, and you're still not leaving the house, doesn't seem like it's being very effective. Also, you've only been in therapy for 1 year. They didn't even bother keeping you in therapy after you said you killed cats as a young child? No, they definitely should have deported you, and it would not at all have been discriminatory to do so. In my opinion, maybe in the EU's laws, but if so, then I suddenly understand Brexit. Untreated for many years. Boy, that just really makes me think, man, the UK has a handle on this. Boy, that's sad for the UK. Wow. The UK, left migrants who killed things as children, just left them sitting there. That's horrendous for the UK. That makes me worried, genuinely, for the UK and the state of that country. countries, whatever. That's terrible. That's awful. That tells me the UK is not doing a very good job. That's pretty bad. I mean, how would they know if I didn't request? You told them! You just said you told them! Like, the fact that you told them and didn't get deported is kind of dumb. They should have deported you for that. They really should have. How would they know? I mean, they also shouldn't have been allowing so many single men into the country in the first place. I don't know. It seems like they should have. After 10 years here. Yeah, and I'm not justifying their decision. I'm saying they're stupid. I'm saying they're dumb. I'm saying they should have deported you. After 10 years? Okay, it's still bad. And they probably, you know, you're kind of also explaining why, you know, they should have had tougher restrictions in the first place, but, you know. I don't know. We'll see how things go. I'm wishing you the best, though. I mean, I was functional for a lot of that time. Okay, yes, but if you're going to allow people in and then give them tons of resources paid for with tax dollars, they shouldn't be mostly functional most of the time. They should be the types of people who are 100% functional and always contributing to the economy in high-level ways all of the time. Like, it doesn't seem like the UK is doing a great job with their immigration. But, like, hey, I mean, you're there now, so I'm not going to, like, be shitty about it. But, like, yeah, it sounds like the UK should have been a lot more discerning with their immigration a long time ago. Fuck you. Ah! Stop spitting at me. Fuck you. Get out of here. Ooh. I haven't tamed one of these lizard doggos yet. Where are you, buddy? Where are you? Hey, buddy! Here you go. Yeah! Yeah! I can pet him! Yay! Hell yeah. I'll take a pale berry, too. Hell yeah! Also, I'll take this one. Cool. There we go. Getting your tax money back? Yeah, there's an element to which I'm also like, yeah, Saul's kind of got it right. It's like, the UK's rules are the UK's rules. I guess at that point it would have been EU immigration rules, though. I mean, this was a big part of why Brexit happened. You know, was the fact they wanted to take back their borders, which didn't even happen because it turned out that the UK's oligarchy was very much in line with what the EU wanted, and it turned out they wanted unmitigated immigration too. Good luck to them. I don't know. I don't think it's a winning long-term strategy. Again, you know, when you have an issue of our people in our country aren't leaving their house, and then you invite people into your country, don't regulate them, don't pay attention to them, give them a ton of resources, and then a few years later, they themselves don't want to leave the house, well, then clearly the problem is with the country, not with the people, so should be doing better, UK. I don't know. We'll see how it goes for him. Wishing the best for the UK, but I don't think that... I do not have positive outlooks for the UK, like, next 10 years. The US... I see a lot of rivalry, but in individual pockets of the US, I think it could do well. And I guess, I don't know, maybe there could be parts of the UK. I don't know how things are going to go in Ireland. Ireland could go either way. We'll see how the protests shake out. Have you guys been following the protests? I imagine, Holy Slag, they're probably pretty, not like close to you, but I imagine you probably have heard more about the Ireland protests than I have. But yeah, apparently, like, what was it? The IRA and their Protestant equivalent teamed up, which is, like, fucking wild, just to fight the government that's insisting they have unmitigated immigration. That's crazy. That's how I feel about other countries. What they do in their country is a them problem. Lol. No, I mean, you're right. Like I said, I worry for the UK, but it's their country. At the end of the day, it's their country. Best of luck, guys. Really, best of luck. Oof. I don't think it's going to work out for them at all. I really don't. Wow, I've got most of these done. Those are all started. That started. That started. That's not quite started. Okay. What do these require? I just need steel stuff. Local news that much? Oh, well, I mean, you should. Yeah, the IRA, so originally, the their Protestant equivalent, who fought for the Protestants in Northern Ireland? Whichever part of Ireland. The riots broke out organically, from what we know, when a couple of Romanian teenagers, like a couple of Romanian teenage boys who had been in the country for a few months and needed an interpreter at their sentencing, at their hearing, sexually assaulted an Irish girl who was also 14. And they needed an interpreter at the trial. And there were a bunch of riots about it over the violence that was going on. And it was not pretty. Then, once that was going on, I forget what they're called. Let me just look it up real fast. Who are they called? What is their name? Just gonna look for the Ireland protests. What is the name of the groups? Oh, shoot. I forget. I'll look it up. I'll find it at some point. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, they should have been deported, but that's kind of the problem, is like, you know, Canada had a similar situation. They didn't have riots because no one protests in Canada. But, I mean, except for the truckers, except for the blue-collar workers, they protest, but nobody else. Yeah, 2 Romanian boys sexually assaulted a girl who was also a teenager. Not that does not matter. It matters that the boys were teenagers. It doesn't matter that she was a teenager. Yeah, and should have been deported, but the fact that they needed government resources just to get a trial in the first place, when they never should have been allowed in, clearly, has people pissed off. There was another case in Canada that was actually very recently, I think in the last 2 weeks, where there was an Indian man who did not assault anyone, but he tried to consensually pay for sex with a 15-year-old girl in Canada, and got caught in a sting operation, thank God, like an idiot, but also good, and the judge let him off the hook for it, and said, oh, well, it would hurt his chances to stay in Canada if he got caught, if he got prosecuted. Which, what the fuck? Yes, it should! Just wild fucking thinking. Wild thinking on these countries. I don't know if those 2 teenage boys ever got deported. You know, I could probably find that out. Let me see. Did those 2 teenage boys ever actually get deported? Oh, yeah, and then also the Ukrainians are making everything. Yeah, that sounds like Canada. Yeah? And also there are the issues with all the Ukrainian refugees who are all over Europe. They have not been getting as much media attention, which they probably should have. I'm sure the Ukrainians have to be making their own fair share of issues. I will say, though, they do certainly start a lot of businesses. I've been seeing here in the U.S., I have been seeing tons and tons of Ukrainians, like, advertising on Instagram for, like, businesses that they've started, which makes me like them a lot more, but also it should still be temporary. You know, not going to be, I don't know, not going to be choosy. You know, they got the same rules as everybody else. February 18th, an Ireland for All rally. Oh, there was Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin is like the political party. Let's see. Interesting. Okay. I don't know if... I hope those two teenage boys got deported. I have to imagine they did. If not, they'd be pretty stupid. But then again, you know, European countries being stupid wouldn't be anything new. Canada being stupid wouldn't be anything new. Sorry, Canada, but, like, man, you got to stop defending people who come into your country to enact political violence on their, you know, on their, off their home soil. You gotta really stop praising people for that if you want to be respected, Canada. If they're committing crimes, especially fresh in the country, deport them and ban them. Easy. Yeah, that's unfortunately not happening, though it should be, because migrants are getting way more leeway than actual citizens. An actual citizen would be in jail for that shit immediately. But for some reason, all of the oligarchies in the West have become stupidly convinced that migrants are more likely to start businesses, they're more likely to start families, and like, migrants, oh my god! And 50% of that is due to, A, the fact that these migrants aren't being exposed to the Western values that stopped their want to start families in the first place. So it's true, but you're also not solving the problem, because again, the migrants eventually get to a point where they don't want to leave their house. Case in point. But also the fact that, you know, when you get too many of them from one place in one area, they become insulated, you know? Like there was there was the really funny story about up in Minnesota, a bunch of migrants were in one neighborhood, and specifically they were all Sunni Muslim from similar regions. A lot of them were Somali. There's a lot of Somalis currently in Minnesota. And all these Somali Muslims basically got together and leveraged their political weight, because it's democracy, to get to a point where they could, like, get a mayor elected. And they did. And next thing you know, that town no longer is allowed to fly the LGBTQ flag because the Muslims don't like it. So these stupid white people trying to be diverse, and so they include them, and so they ship in large amounts of foreigners, and then those foreigners, turns out, don't like all the Western policies, so they stop doing them, and they curtail the Western policies that allowed them to become part of these new societies in the first place, which is fucking hilarious. In my case, the depression doesn't help either, but I would never actually do anything stupid. I mean, didn't you actually kill animals when you were younger? Like, also, I don't know why I left that on, Sorry, I'm dealing with the vertical right now. Let's turn that off. Put it back on the game. There we go. Yeah, didn't you actually kill animals as a young man? You probably shouldn't have been allowed into the country. They should have deported you when they found that out. They should have probably vetted you with a more rigorous test to find out that you were some kind of a crazed anarchist. The fact that you burned a NATO flag shows that they definitely should have found some things. Did 20 years ago? No, but I'm saying they should have deported you for that 20 years ago. If they ever had any evidence of you burning a NATO... If you burned a NATO flag and killed animals as a small child and was doing drugs from a young age, there's no way that they didn't have someone in the UK system who couldn't identify you as a potential problem. And look, 20 years ago, sure, yes, but I'm saying they should have caught that 20 years ago. And they should have been more, like, they should have had more of a process. You know, they should have. Like, what's done is done now. But yeah, they should have caught that in you 20 years ago. You know? I mean, I have friends here in the United States. Like, I know a bunch of Mexicans who I do like when I came to the UK. Who cares? Who cares what age you were when you came if you were burning NATO flags and had a previous history of killing pets? Who cares what age you were? Who cares how long ago it was? They should have caught it then, and they shouldn't have let you in the country. Like, I'm sorry, but, like, that's true. If I were an American and I had those traits, tried to go live somewhere else, they shouldn't let me into any other countries if those things were true. Absolutely not. If I had a history of burning the flag of somewhere that I was going, they shouldn't let me in the country. That would come through in my personality, you know? You would think. You know? Like, if I tried to move to Romania, having recently burned a Romanian flag, you know, and they either had evidence of me doing that, or it came through in my personality that I secretly hated Romania, they should have banned me. They shouldn't let me in. Of course they shouldn't. Romania should be for Romanians. But, you know, it's... I don't know. Isn't that freedom of speech, though? You're not a citizen. Also, the UK doesn't have freedom of speech. That's only an American thing. The UK doesn't even have a constitution. It's an unwritten constitution, they call it. But, yeah, no, that's freedom of speech. Yeah, no. Freedom of speech is not a thing in the UK, technically. It's not in writing. Only in the United States. And even in the United States, it doesn't count if you're not a citizen. And it especially doesn't count if you cross illegally, which means the only reason you got here was by breaking a law. So it doesn't count. A lot of leftists seem to think that it counts, but it does not. Those people are idiots. So, no. But as an American, you should support my right to any opinion. No. I support people's right to I mean, I don't think you understand. I don't think people internationally always understand American psychology as much as they think. I don't think so. No. I don't have to support your right to burn NATO flags. I don't have to support that. I don't have to support your right to having an opinion. It's a fucking stupid opinion. Like, I have to respect that your opinion exists, but, like, I'm still going to be here and call you a fucking moron if I think you are. That's the American ideal. Like, you have the right to believe that, and I have the right to come up and call you a fucking idiot. I have the right to come up and tell you, I don't think you deserve to be in that country. What's done is done now, but I don't think you have the right to be in that country. I don't think they should have let you in. Like, welcome to America. You want to actually understand American psychology, there it is. You have the right to believe what you want. I have the right to call you a fucking moron if I believe such. I don't think they should have let you in the country. I don't. Like, and also, again, it's also a thing with the UK. You know, you're not in America. The UK doesn't actually have freedom of speech, as we've seen from the Facebook posts, you know, where they imprison native peoples for saying that maybe this is a bad idea. Great job, UK. Great job, UK. And again, holy slag, I got nothing against you personally. Like, but also, like, I'm not gonna change my opinions. I'm not gonna second guess myself, you know. I try to remain intellectually consistent, so I respect you. I like you. What's done is done as far as you being in the UK, but, like, yeah, if a migrant has a habit of, you know, as a kid, killing animals, if they burn NATO flags, if they're an anarchist openly, you know, if there's any signal that they could cause trouble, they never should have been let in the first place. Never should have. They should have caught you at the border 20 years ago when you were 25, and they shouldn't have let you in. They shouldn't have let a lot of people in. Bean! We've talked about this. Bean! Out of here. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what the Clean Hands Act is. What is that? Wait. In the U.S., we have the Clean Hands Act. Basically means if you broke the law and you go to court, you lose because you broke the law to do it. Yeah. Honestly, that's where I am, too. Yeah, it's like if you had to break the law to get into the country in the first place, in 10 plus years speaks more than anything else. Okay, yeah, you also had to be there illegally. No, you were not there illegally, I don't think. I don't know what your situation is in the UK. I don't know. You probably should go for citizenship, though. I'm not even trying to be, like, shitty about it. It'd probably be a good idea. You never know when they could vote in. You know, you never know when a British Donald Trump could come into office. So if citizenship is something you want, you probably should at least start the application process, you know? Like, genuine advice, I really think you should. He's there legally. Okay. I mean, look, you're talking about not causing trouble for 10 years. That's great. That's great. You know, that all comes after, though. That all comes after. You know, again, if anything, I don't know. I already have permanent settled status. You said earlier in the chat you haven't made move towards citizenship. This is like when I talked to Allie about their eating habits. Dude, I respect you. I hope that you do make that step towards citizenship. But I hope that you actually make that step, okay? There's a lot of families getting torn apart here in the U.S. because, like, a family member, like a mom or an uncle, didn't bother to get their paperwork in order for, like, the 20 years that they were in the U.S. And we are seeing families here get torn apart because of that. I really recommend, and, like, you start making some moves, okay? I really recommend it. I said I've been putting off actual... Okay, so you've been putting off actual citizenship, but I have permanent settled status. Okay, great. Work towards citizenship now. Okay, now the citizenship. Again, I'm only saying this because I don't want to see... If you really do want to stay, and you really do think you're an asset to the UK, okay, I support you. It's not my country anyway. But, like, yeah, I don't want to see a situation where you get removed because, again, like a UK version of Donald Trump comes in and throws the rule book out. You know, I don't want to see that. You know, there is no work, just an application and, like, a test. Okay, you know that's not a point in your favor, right? If you make it seem like it's super easy to get citizenship, that kind of makes it worse that you haven't gotten citizenship yet. So... not a great move if you're looking for a defense there, bud. Maybe, okay, like, that sounds like all the more reason for you to go get citizenship. It's just an application and, like, a test, right? So go get the citizenship. Go get it. There you go. There is no work, lol. Someday, okay, so it is too much work. Okay. Okay. So it is too much work. Okay. Well, maybe you should do better. That's it. Hey, man, look, I struggle with shit. I struggle to get on here and stream every day. You know, we all got issues. But don't make excuses for it, you know? The one lady who got picked up and complained she was deported after 25 years. She was living illegally in the U.S. for 25... Yeah, no, I've seen like 3 of those stories now. I saw dads getting deported after like 20 years, moms... I saw, like, people in, like, their 20s and 30s whose parents... Did I mention I don't care if you're in fucking therapy, man. I don't care if you're in therapy. Therapy is, like, a basic thing. That's great. Okay. Yeah, no, Saul, I mean, I've seen it here. Like, again, and this is also why I'm worried for you, holy slag. This is why I'm giving you the advice to go for the citizenship, you know? Like, I have seen all of these stories popping up about families getting torn apart because, like... Dad didn't bother to... had been in the country for like 40 years and didn't bother to do the last leg of his paperwork and now he's deported. Like, again, if you really think you're an asset to the UK, I don't want to see you get deported. Not now. If you are trying to do that work, you know, because the UK is not my country. If you were in America, maybe we'd think differently. But, like, not now. Like, if you want to stay, dude, like, get your paperwork in order. To use your own words. Ahem. Sorry, wait, okay. Let me make sure I can read this properly. Something clicked as soon as I walked away from my desk and it scares me. Ahem. To get citizenship in the UK, there is no work, lol. It's just an application and like a test. Okay. My recommendation, go do that. Please go do that. Okay? Please go do that. Therapy is the only way to treat... You have bulimia now. They wanted to work on that first before the depression, just gave me meds for that. Chronic depression was the diagnosis. Come on. How many things do you have? My God, how many things do you have? And you're on the UK's dime because the NHS is, well, the NHS is falling apart. Come on, man. You're living off the government. You got all these fucking disabilities. And, like, that's already a problem here. We already have the problem where way too many of our own citizens are living off the government dime because all the disability applications that you have, you know. It's a problem with regular citizens in the US, and I assume the UK too. Anybody can get fucking diagnosed with, I don't know, like something stupid and just have the ability to not work and live off the government. But if you're someone who, like, was invited to be here to work, and you're claiming autism, ADHD, bulimia, chronic depression, I gotta be honest, I don't care if you're diagnosed. If you have all four of those, if I were head of the president of the UK, I'd fucking send anybody with 4 or more things. You're not wrong. You weren't invited. Okay, thank you for correcting me. I don't know, man. Look, I don't know. I mean, I'd send your ass back to Romania. If you weren't working, and because you're disabled, I'd send your ass back. I don't know. Like, I would say, if I gotta be honest, autism, ADHD, bulimia, chronic depression, all of which, all the treatments for all of those is being funded by the taxpayers of the UK through the NHS. Dude, I'd send your ass back. And you've admitted you had violent thoughts as a child and killed animals. Why the fuck are they letting you stay? Like, I know you're trying to make, like, a defense. And, like, here's the funny thing about it, Holy Slag. No. Tax money back. It's crazy. Here's the thing. Like, I know you're mounting, like, a defense. Like, saying that, like, I have all these reasons I can't work. And the funny thing about it is, like, I hear people here in the West saying the exact same list on an almost daily basis. I have an eating disorder. I have autism. I have ADHD. I am depressed. I hear that exact list from Westerners all the fucking time. Being in a Democrat state, you know, a left-leaning state, deeply, deeply left-leaning state, I hear that exact same list of why I can't work every day. Every fucking day. And it's bad enough when you have it from people who, like, already live here and who don't pay taxes basically because they don't want to, and don't work basically because they don't want to. And so they go to the state, and the state lets them get this long list of things. It's just, there's a certain point at which the tax incentives won't make sense anymore. There's a certain point at which you need people to work. And Democrat states are finding that out hard. You know, did you hear that Tim Walz apparently is directly ordering, Tim Walz being Kamala Harris's vice presidential pick, the vice presidential pick of the woman who lost to Trump back in November. He is the governor of the state of Minnesota, and what's funny is that he is now ordering everyone to return to the office full time because not enough work is getting done, you know? That's the part where I'm the left side, makes me more center. I believe in social care. I thought you were you're an anarchist who believes in social care because you're in a country that's giving you social care, okay? I'd have deported your ass, but okay. It's funny that now Tim Walz is making all of the employees come back to work. Like, even in Democrat states, they gotta crack the whip, man. Like people aren't working, people aren't getting shit done. Was my ideal world. Okay, so lateral move. It's these states and these countries, even the UK, they won't be able to pay for all these benefits. They already can't pay for all these benefits. They can't fund the NHS. They can't fund all the government programs, you know? Illinois can't fund the SNAP program. You know, we can't even afford the programs we have now for the people we have now because they're not working enough. Now you got a generation of migrants who've been in the country, work for 10 years, figure out the system, figure out the fact that the best way to game the system is to just get a bunch of disorders diagnosed and then live off the incentives and the social cares the state gives you. And then congratulations, you're set for life, you know? And the state's going to increasingly not be able to pay its own bills, whether it be a nation or an individual state or an individual municipality. And we've seen municipalities going broke left and right in Britain. We'll see what happens. What I dream of and reality are two different things. So social care is the reality. So do you want anarchy or not? Because there's no version of anarchy that can be paired with social care. I haven't left my house for years to play the system. I mean, I'm not saying you're playing the system any more than a native would. Like, my issue is that, like, it seems like, this is, you know how I always say, like, the problem with the immigration system is that it's become an excuse for countries not to fix the problem they already have? When I say that I think you're playing the system, I mean, I think that you're taking the sort of path of least resistance within this society. And that path involves getting a bunch of disorders, getting diagnosed with a bunch of things so that you can get government social care. That's true in the UK, it's true here in the US, and it's true a lot of places. And it's like, it's causing a lot of issues. I don't know. I'll go on about it, but I'm fully aware anarchy is not going to happen. Dreams and reality are two different things. Okay, that's not the issue. Again, it's like reality and like social care and anarchy don't go together. How do you want both of those things? I think we should have Islamic prophets as a ruling council in America and make the Quran, its teachings, our rule of law. Okay, so I'm going to screenshot that real fast just to make sure we can hold that over him here. Just to make sure everybody knows. We'll send that to the Asian baddies ahead of time to let them know that you're a big fan of Sharia law. That'll make them really into you. Oh, it's all right. If you like the idea of Sharia law, live in Michigan in 5 years. If I cannot have Dream 1, I will... If I can't have anarchy, I will settle for having my needs taken care of by the government for only 10 years of work. Oh my god! So brave! So brave! I'm so proud of you! Oh my god, you'll settle for having the government pay all your bills? Oh my god! So brave! So brave! Oh my god, I'm so proud of you. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. Fuck you. Or just go to Canada. Yeah, honestly. Canada is like a fallen country at this point. I'm going to be honest. I don't know if Canadian... I'm going to... Here's one of the great ironies. Canada, historically, has a lower sense of federal collective identity than the U.S. does, despite everything. Like, Canadian statehood and the individual personalities of Canadian states, like, will become more prominent as the years go by and as the immigration system gets worse. And we may actually just see, within our lifetimes, a complete disillusion, like the complete destruction of Canadian federal level identity. And simply individual Canadian state identity replacing that. Wouldn't that be wild? But, like, that genuinely could happen because things are that bad in Canada. Doesn't that just seem wild? But, like, it's honestly probably gonna happen. That's just fucking crazy to me. That's where we are. It's because the provinces are huge. I mean, in part, yes, but also, like, the inhabited parts of each province are, like, tiny. Like, the actual part that, like, look at a population density map of Canada, Actually, I could probably just pull that up. Let me see. Like, that's in part why they have such individual identity. Is because, like, they're so deeply concentrated. Like, most Canadians live within, like, a few hundred miles, like, within 200 miles, I think, of the American border. Like, they don't live very far. Let's switch over here real fast. There we go. Yeah, no Canadians, like 50% of Canada's population up in the corner there, as well as like down here. That little sliver in the Great Lakes where, I think that's, oh shoot, what cities is that? Oh, I forget. Oh, that's Toronto, Montreal, and Ottawa. All three of those cities in that Great Lakes region that you can also see up in the corner, all three of them make up like 50% of Canada's population. And then you have Vancouver over here is very much its own thing. Like, there's a small handful of places with Canada that are actually inhabited. So, like, yeah, it's that the provinces are huge, but it's more like the population is super concentrated, and then there's massive amounts of space in between those that's just practically uninhabited. It's like living in, like, Wyoming or North Dakota, you know? Sounds like a good government, not being one disease away from homelessness and losing everything. I mean, yes, but but also, like, if the regular population remains one disease away from homelessness, but the migrants get leeway, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. There's a lot of distance between population centers. Yeah, okay. So we're on the same page. Okay, cool. If I were to live in Canada, I would definitely want to live in Great Bear Island. That sounds deeply terrifying. And you're a crazy person. You're a crazy person. But there is no but. That's just deeply terrifying. That's just deeply terrifying. Oh, God. I don't want to live in a part of Canada where the bears outnumber the deer by 4-1. I am the regular population. No, you're not. You're not a citizen. You're not a citizen. Sorry. You're not. I'm genuinely not even trying to be mean or shitty. You're not a citizen, though. You're not. As long as I've lived, worked, paid taxes, I'm entitled to it. Nope. Just 10 years. You weren't born here. You weren't born in the UK. You're not part of the regular population. You're not a citizen. You weren't born there. You've been there 10 years, which is a long time, but not that long a time. Look, I'm not... Born here is a USA thing, but not a UK thing. If you're born... Okay, yes, you got me there. But also, like, that's not... Like, being born in the UK should still matter. I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't. Maybe the UK is so woke that they think that being born in a country doesn't matter to whether or not you should be invested in it. But if so, I worry for the UK, quite frankly. You know, I was worried I wouldn't get the reference. You think so little of me. You think so little of me. Also, holy... Don't believe that? I mean, we can agree to disagree. I mean, let me ask about Romania then. Do you think that, you know, people who weren't born in Romania should get all the same privileges as people who were? You know, especially given like the propensity of, you know, the digital nomad types to go into countries like Romania, you know, and like use them as, you know, with their big Western paychecks and live there and be shitty to people. You know, do you think those guys should have all the same rights as Romanian citizens who were born there? Like Andrew Tate. Honestly, good example. Do you think Andrew Tate, if he lived in Romania for several years, which he did, do you think he should have all the same rights? Do you think he should be given leeway because he has a lot of money compared to a lot of migrants? He has more. Honestly, he's a better economic opportunity than any migrant. He has millions of dollars to spend at local businesses in Romania. I mean, do you think that he deserves the same rights as someone who was born there? Or is that just a USA thing? Genuinely. He might have citizenship, though. Okay, so he's done... Wait, are you saying Andrew Tate's done more work to be part of Romania than you have to be part of the UK? Because you're not a citizen. You said it's just a test. You said it's nothing. You said it's no work. But you don't want to do it. Wow, I mean, does that not make you think that you should do more then to invest in the country that's taking care of you? I mean, do you not think that? Do you not look at that and think, man, maybe I should do more? You know, if Andrew Tate is putting more work into being a Romanian than I am into being someone from the UK, like, does that not make you think you should? You should work a little harder? I mean, you described the process of becoming a citizen as just a shitty test. You said it was no work, lol. I mean, does it not make you think you should do more? You know, and again, the UK is not my country. I don't want, you know, their laws are different. Their mentality's different. But still, I mean, really, like, again, to use Romania, like, do you think people like shitheads who come to Romania to abuse the low standard of living, the digital nomad types, you think they should have all the same rights? I don't think they should. Americans who come to Romania shouldn't have the same rights as Romanians. Not at all. Not at all. If an American wants to move to Romania and it comes out during his interview process that as a kid he killed small animals, therefore has a history of violence, or if he had ever been caught burning a flag of Romania, then that American should be flagged and not allowed to come in. Absolutely. No, he shouldn't be allowed to be there. That's disrespectful to Romania. You know, like, he shouldn't be allowed to do that. I can turn this down, actually. I have a bunch of stupid fucking coal I don't need. Please take this coal off my... Take this coal! I don't need it! Ah! Okay, I'm not... Dude, I'm not... I'm not talking legally, though. Like, personally, spiritually, like... on a personal level, do you think people who come to Romania, like, within 10 years, should have the same rights as people who were born there? If the answer is it's just a U.S. thing, you know, then that would mean you do think they should have the same rights. That sucks. I think that sucks for Romania. I think that sounds like a system that would make Romania a continuously worse country, compounding over the course of years. Seems like a bad decision for Romania and for the people of Romania. You just don't care? Well, that sucks. It sucks to not care. I care about these countries. EU has open immigration. Yeah, and I believe Brexit was a thing in part because of that. I don't believe in nationalism. Okay. I mean, fair, but do you believe in, like, the person who lives next to you, you know? Like, do you believe that, like, regardless of whether or not you believe in Romanian nationalism, like, do you believe that your family, your friends that you still have in Romania, the ones who have kids, you know, don't you think do you personally think they should be taken care of before the digital nomads who came to your country just to abuse the living standards? Do you think they should be, do you think they should be taken care of as Romanians born in Romania? Do you think they should be taken care of before the digital nomads who come there to take advantage of your country? I mean, I do. You know, I'm for Romania in that case. Hell yeah. I don't know. Like, it's not even a nationalism thing. It's like a neighbor thing, you know? I want the people I know who live in this neighborhood, personally, around me, to be taken care of before any immigrants they ship in. And I don't even think that's a nationalism thing. Honestly, not really. You don't think your friends should be taken care of before the digital nomads? I mean, obviously we can agree to disagree, but I'm disappointed in that. I'm disappointed in that. I mean, that's your right. It's your right to feel about your country as you will. Because you're not a citizen of the UK yet, so that's not your country. But, you know, that's sad. Damn, like, that really sucks, dude. That really sucks. I can't imagine saying that about the United States. I love the United States. And even for all its problems, I couldn't ever imagine saying that. One side is the obvious bad guy. Am I? Can somebody else weigh in? I feel like I'm just, like... I don't want it to be, like, me ranting for, like, a long time, but, like, I'd love to hear some other opinions about this, to be honest. I don't know, I'm not trying to be shitty about it, genuinely. I'm trying to have, like, a real conversation and not be crappy. But, like, I swear I'm not trying to make one side the bad guy, but, like, again, I don't think it's an unfair question or, like, supposition. I don't think it's an unfair question, like... Well, yes, if a regular American moved anywhere and just lived his life, Okay, Saul's with me. Again, I don't think it's, if an American, if an American moved anywhere and just lived his life, still do not think, even if that had American, the local deserves special treatment. Really? Okay, fair, I guess. Again, no, not fair, I guess. Fair. You may feel about that how you will. I think that sucks. That's just my thought. I'm not allowed to tell you how to feel about your own country. But that sucks to me. Damn, bro. Like, you really don't think that your friends currently living in Romania deserve special treatment compared to people who arrived in the last 10 years? I is what it is. But people are people no matter where they live or where they come from. I mean, yeah, but a government is a ruling body designed for and by the people who live there. And that's why it changes depending on where you go, you know? And it should be, first and foremost, devoted to, and it's not a nationalism thing, but the government of a particular region, people, ethnic group, religious group. That government of that body should take care of those people within that body first. I go by the old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Yeah. When in Romania, do as the Romanians do, or else get your ass thrown out. Like Andrew Tate. Fuck Andrew Tate. Man, it's your right to feel that way. I'm disappointed to hear you say that even about Romania, though. You really don't think that your friends who still live there should get special... Speaking as an American, I think your friends who were born in Romania should get special treatment over idiot Americans who come there to abuse the cost of living. Fuck those guys. I think those guys should not get special treatment. I don't think they should be treated equally. I think those Americans who come there to Romania should not get special treatment and should not be... Like, it's weird for us to end up on this side, man. I don't know. I mean, again, you know, we're going to be respectful. We're going to agree to disagree, but I do disagree. I think that Americans who go to Romania should be treated like second-class citizens until, at least, they've gone through the process of living there for a long time, understanding the culture, and then finally gain citizenship. Up until that point, they should be treated like second-class citizens. They should be deported. They should know that they can be deported on a dime, should they commit any infraction against the native peoples or government. They should. You know? To abuse the cost of living implies a sort of malice. Okay, I mean, let me add there. I also believe, even if that Westerner does not have malice, even if they are there to gain a better life for themselves, still, they should still be second-class citizens until they have earned the right of citizenship in that country. Even so, even if they do not have malice, that would still be the case and it would not change my opinion. They should still have to earn the right to be in that country and to become citizens, and it should be their foremost goal. Need a merger. Yeah, that way. There. And one more here. Okay. Romania is not a multicultural nation, so that matters. Okay, if it's not a multicultural nation, then it's more likely that they'll have the type of government that's not gonna... Also... You know, whenever I hear immigrants say stuff about, like, well, you're a multicultural nation, so, like, you have to... It always sounds... I'm not saying you're saying this, but it always sounds like they're saying, well, you're one of the countries that's supposed to allow me to be here. And, like, I always come out of that situation like that with a general sense of, fuck you, man. What I believe, that's fair. And as I've said, I'll respect that you believe that. But I also, you know, welcome to American-style freedom. Welcome to your first introduction to what Americans truly believe. I have the right to tell you I fucking disagree. That I think you're a fucking idiot. Like, people in Romania's government should take care of Romanians before they take care of anybody else. And America's government should do the same. The UK's government should do the same. Canada's should. They're fucking idiots. The Canadians are fucking up royal. Oh, God. Oh, Canada. God. No wonder that's their anthem. They're just fucking up royal. But still. You know, they have the right to do that. They have the right to be wrong if they want to be wrong. Have at it, Canada. If you want to be wrong, you can be wrong. But stand that and respect those rules. Yeah, it's okay for them to have those. It's definitely... I don't think they should be like... I think there should be an ability for anyone from any nation to, like, earn the right to go into places. But, I don't know. I'm not for the idea of barging into other people's cultures. You know, I really don't. You know? And way too many of the immigrants that are coming into the West now are just cool with that. Are just like, you're an international nation, so you have to let me in and let me do whatever the fuck I want. And it's like, that's a real quick way to turn an international nation against immigrants. Real quick path, if you want to see that happen. And I think that sentiment has been growing among immigrants. I've not just seen it from any particular person. I've seen it a lot and growing. And I think it's going to eventually lead Westerners to have a really... That, along with some kind of crisis that I hope will not be as bad as the UK grooming gangs, but might. I think that in combination, those two sentiments will eventually cause the United States to become extremely anti-immigrant, and probably Europe too. We'll see. I think immigrants in America should be able to attain citizenship very easily, as long as you are able-bodied, don't have any criminal records in your home country. I think that is some... I firmly agree with that. I firmly agree with that. I think, and you know what, to be honest, I feel like if, you know, I rant about Democrats a lot and their stuff with immigrants, but like, I think I would trust what they say about immigrants more if they were truly offering that path to citizenship. But they just haven't been, you know? The fact that, like, the two halves of our argument right now are the part that wants to deport them all, and the side that wants to deport them all, and the side that wants to keep them as a slave class, just muddies the water for me to the point that I don't like either of them, to be honest. If people want to attain citizenship, if they truly want to be a part of America, let them in. Give them citizenship. As long as they learn English, as long as they know what America stands for, what American values are, and they send their kids to a school in America, to public school, they pay their taxes, they want to be a tax-paying citizen, hell yeah. We could use more of those right about now, you know? But if they want to cause trouble, send them over. Send them away. Well, they say they're going to do it, but both parties see the issue of immigration as a football to get elected. You're not wrong. I mean, at least the Republicans are falling through on what they say, though. Like, regardless of whether or not you agree with Trump's immigration stance, he is funding and accomplishing something.
Milestone reached.
Thank you, Ada. Thank you very much, Ada. So, I don't know if it's a football for Republicans anymore. It seems like they actually want to do the thing that they're saying they want to do. There was actually an old Romanian dude who fought the communists who said something like, I have fought very easily as long as you are able-bodied, don't have any criminal wait, sorry. Things are moving. Fought and risked my life for you to have the right to disagree with me. Yeah, that sounds very American, actually. I like that. Hell yeah. I believe they should have to join the military to become a citizen. We had to fight for the U.S., so they should as well. You know, funny enough, a lot of why the U.S. and I don't know about the U.K., but a lot of why... Did you know that while the Venezuelans were being shipped in en masse by the Biden administration, the U.S. government was using Venezuelan actor Wilder Valderrama as a spokesman for the U.S. Army? Yeah, and if you look historically, you know, using immigrants as a slave army is nothing new for the United States, especially for the North, you know? So, again, one more reason to be very skeptical when Democrats say, oh, we just want to ship people in because, oh my God, we care about them so much. Do you? Or do you want a slave army that you can use to, you know, enforce your will on the global stage? You know, like, is it? You know, we should ask about that. You know, we should probably ask about that. We should probably ask about that. Can you even serve in the U.S. Army as an immigrant? Oh, yeah. Again, it's not even unusual. They take all kinds. The U.S. Army has a long, like, 100-year history. We used Germans and Irish to fight the Spanish. A lot of freed slaves alongside Germans and Irish immigrants were used to fight the Native Americans to clear the land of the western United States in the first place. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Not a new thing. Using immigrants as a slave army in the US, not a new thing. Just like Russia's doing. I'd rather them do nothing than what they're doing now. That should be a way to gain citizenship for your immediate family, but don't think it should be the only way. Okay. Would take better care of your veterans. Okay, so again, you're not an anarchist. So if you believe in a system of social care that takes care of veterans, again, you're not much of an anarchist. And B, that system has to be paid for with tax dollars. You know, it requires a large base of tax-paying working people. And if you ship in large amounts of immigrants, you're not going to be able to pay to help your veterans if those immigrants 10 years later learn to abuse the system the same way the locals have and start, you know, getting out of work and taking advantage of social programs by saying they have 4 different disabilities. You're going to end up in the same spot, only you're paying even more stuff. You can't take care of your veterans if you can't fix the issues you have paying for your own programs. You know? Okay, so we've got the steel plant started. We're going to get all this logistics stuff taken care of, because once we've got logistics Mark 3, which we got to wait 6 minutes for the pod to return. Once we have that, we'll also be able to get level 3... what are they called? These things. What are they called? Conveyor belts. Thank you. Residency. You have to have permanent residency to join the armed forces. You can't just be French and, yep, it's time to join the USMC. There's a big difference between what they officially say and what they actually do, though. I would clarify. Join the military, a test, or by talent, skills we need. So basically like the H1... Not H1, no. K1, K1B, whatever they're called, visas, is basically what they're doing for the skills we need section. And, you know, one of the things I do find extremely funny is that now in the US, we're seeing I need to go get more steel stuff. We're seeing a distinct uptick in white-collar, middle and lower upper class Americans suddenly becoming more anti-immigration, in large part because now you have migrants being... The Trump administration is very against low-skilled immigration. They don't want people coming in working at burger chains or becoming nurses or taxi drivers, because those are jobs that should be going to the many disparaged groups that already exist in the United States and the poor people who are already here. But instead, they want to ship in large amounts of people of like K1 visas, I think, you know, instead, you know, like Microsoft. I got a lot of this from a Shoe on Head video, so take it with a grain of salt. Not the stuff, actually, I've seen The Descent myself, but I'm getting some of the data from her. Apparently Microsoft just replaced like 15,000 workers with K1 visa recipients, like, you know, hire cheaper programmers and HR workers and whatnot. Hire those cheap out of India or Africa and ship them in, you know? So now suddenly, now that the white-collar Americans are losing their jobs, suddenly they're not as cool with immigration. How did that happen? How could that have happened? Oh my god. Who would have guessed? Let me turn that down. It is funny to see. Give me those. Oh, boy. So Americans can hold the upper strata. I mean, preferably. But the problem is, Reed, I mean, the types of jobs that you're going to be working when you're, like, 19, for instance, are going to be the types of starter jobs that you need. You know, like, there aren't actually that many white-collar jobs for college graduates. The same problem Japan had. Of course, Japan has very, very low immigration in general. Low permanent residency for low immigration. Let's just stick to that. There's probably a better way of putting it, but you know, even Japan with its practically no immigration and culture and language that are extremely hard for any immigrant to adapt to. Well, that's where nepotism comes in. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it defaults to, you know? You end up with a system where the only people who succeed are either the pity party migrants or, you know, kids who have connected daddies. You know, those are the only two people who succeed. And that sucks. I see that all the time. If you're, you know, being in a liberal state, the problem is, like, if you want to be just like a regular person who just works and pays taxes and goes home, you're going to struggle all your life. If you want to either if you want to fight to live off for your right to live off of disability forever, your life is going to be easy. Because you do that fight, you fill out the paperwork, you get a lawyer, and then you go home. And you don't pay for anything, really. You know? It's like, that's one of the issues we're having with, like, a lot of the liberal states. You can't just be a regular tax-paying person. You know? You either have to really abuse the fuck out of the social programs in order to make ends meet. Or, well, you gotta be a migrant. Honestly. I don't know. It's a pretty sad state. I'm just gonna hang over here for a minute and a half till the pod returns. It's a sad state that we're in, but hopefully it gets better. I don't know. Japan has very strict immigration. And even they reached a point eventually where there weren't enough white-collar jobs for all their college graduates. You know? Now we're shipping in lots of K-1s, and there already weren't enough jobs for all of our college graduates. So college graduates and collegiates and college students in general, I think are going to very suddenly start being very against migrants here very soon when their jobs start being the ones being taken, you know? And also, you don't, like, there is a cap on the amount that low-skilled immigration is even helpful. Like, yeah, I also agree with the idea of making them work shittier jobs if it's helpful, but if you let in 3.5 million people, that's, what, nearly 1%? Here it comes. Nearly an extra 1% gain in U.S. population, all going into low-skilled labor. There's not that many jobs in a lot of places, and you end up like, you know, again, to cite a reference, like Germany, where you just have tons and tons of shops closed and large amounts of migrants sitting around doing nothing. Not because they don't want to work, but because there's no work to do. So it's not even the migrants' fault. You know, it's just this mishandled system that thinks that
improved storage production,
that thinks that if we just ship in more migrants, it'll help us. And it's like, they'll start businesses. It's like, why are businesses not being started now? You haven't actually addressed that. You just think that shipping in more of these people is going to help somehow, and then it doesn't, and they're shocked by it. We'll see how it goes, you know? And again, you know, I get the idea of like, well, they do shit jobs nobody wants. Well, until you have a large base of young people who can't find jobs, you know. Until your 19-year-olds coming out of high school have no starter jobs that they can use or no summer jobs to earn extra money, you know. Or no jobs for the types of people who say, like, imagine if they decided they wanted to hire someone who was Haitian, because that's the majority population. I mean, they're not people who are spending money at a hotel. But still, you know? Well, actually, you know, with the K-1s now, I wonder if they will hire a European to work those types of jobs in Key West. They might. They might be the ones with money now, given that they're getting well, they're not going to have a lot of money. They're going to be programmers. A lot of computer jobs are becoming blue-collar now. We'll see how they go. They're becoming very, very blue-collar and very underpaid at the same time. You know? I don't know. I have mixed feelings on the sentiments of, like, wanting migrants to do the shit jobs we don't want. On the one hand, like, I get it, but it's also like, A, there shouldn't be jobs no one wants. All jobs should be respected in a society unless you want revolts. You know, I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. A lot of difficult questions. New Yorkers have money down here. Oh, they bought up a bunch of property. Yeah, they have a shitload of property here too. Yeah, there's a bunch of apartment buildings and shit that are all owned by New York firms and agencies. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking evil. Fucking evil. $2 to $3 million. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Interesting. So a place with $1 million homes, well over, and 40% of the population is Haitian. Damn. Y'all are like a fucking... Are y'all actually like a slave colony? Those are like some like Mississippi 1850 numbers. Are y'all an actual slave colony? Like, it kind of sounds like it, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I'm worried for you, man. Okay, let that go down. Let me get rid of all this stupid coal. That are like hive cities. Yeah. You see, that's the issue I have when people say, like, yeah, ship in migrants to the jobs no one wants. It's like, are you turning into like a modern slave colony, though? Are you? Like, I feel like we should worry about that. I don't want migrants being shipped in. I believe if you're gonna ship them in, they should have, you know, a path to citizenship. Not that they should be shipped in and used as slaves. This is not Qatar, all right? Okay, you take that. Let me delete that, actually. No, wait, I do need that to come back. In London has more Indian-owned property than English. Interesting. You can kind of see that, to be honest. And they did elect Rishi Sunak. I guess I can see it. That's... Good luck to him. I mean, we know how much fucking farmland is owned by, China here in the US, which is awful. And, like, a massive, you know, defense issue. But whatever. We ignore it for some reason. Oh, wait. I should start swapping out for Mark II miners, but I need more steel to do that. Let's head back. You require... Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to build a couple of things, but we can do this. Only requires 10 of each. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. I can do that. There we go. Most people who have money rent for insane prices. However, it's balanced out by a massive service economy. Okay. I mean, as long as it stays massive, you know, that can, I mean, COVID was a thing. And then when you suddenly have large amounts of, you know, migrants with no jobs, especially when a lot of those migrants are, you know, working age, military age, single men, and they're forced to stay jobless for extended periods of time, you know, like imagine if something worse than COVID comes along. You know, it's still not an ideal situation, but I get it, I guess. You know, I don't know. Not my place to judge, you know, a region of the U.S. that's halfway across the fucking country from me. But it still comes with downsides, especially if you don't integrate them. You know, especially if they're not getting lessons in American culture and how to move up themselves, you know. And a lot of those migrants, they'll end up having a lot of the same issues that, again, the locals did, you know? They will eventually get frustrated if they don't have job security, or if they, you know, they will have issues if the management is bad, you know? All the things that make you not want to do those service jobs will eventually make those migrants angry too, eventually. Probably a higher threshold because it might be better than their current country, but, you know, it's not going to change things long term. Key West actually boomed during COVID. Oh, actually, well... Actually, it is Florida. They did it. They were pretty lax, so okay, fair enough. That is correct, Saul. Mr. The South will rise again. You cannot have slave colonies. You are correct. I know it's a joke, though. It was like a Caribbean island in the USA. Most people just went down there during vacation. All right, fair enough. I mean, I get it. Again, it doesn't solve the issues, though, you know? I don't know. The lesson from COVID is that anything can happen, and you can't predict the economy staying the way it is forever, you know? That should have been the lesson from COVID. Not just that disease can happen, but that just about anything can happen. We'll see how that goes. We'll see. See if China releases another fucking artificially created strain of a disease out of one of their labs, like fucking idiots. Go China. I don't know. I still worry. Oh, cool. That. Take that. That. Got some protein. There we go. Had it twice. Wasn't even that bad. Okay. Well, I mean, you would have been, what, early 30s? So yeah, it probably wasn't too bad for you. Go. How about John Brown Farms? Oh my god. Is that a History Oversimplified reference? I fucking love that. That's a job we can give to the immigrants. Running a John Brown farm. Get that glorious facial hair harvested on a regular basis. Absolutely. Harvest that glorious facial hair. Alright. At least I have double the amount of reinforced plates being produced. Which is still like 10 per minute, which is not good. But it's better. Oh, wait. And I can now move... Wait, I can now move enough screws. How many screws am I producing here? How many screws am I producing? There's 3 of these. We're producing 120 screws here and 120 screws here. This is consuming 60 screws and 60 screws. Okay, so these are each consuming 120 screws. Okay. That makes it pretty easy, I guess. I need more, though. 60. It's consuming 60 iron plates and 120 screws to produce 10 reinforced iron plates per minute. That's... Actually, it's... I don't know. It's a stack every 10 minutes. That's not bad. This thing is full because I never use these fucking things. I'm tempted to build a bigger... Hey, buddy. I'm tempted to build... I got stuck on him. I'm tempted to build a bigger setup to produce more reinforced plates. But also, like, I know that at a certain point in the game, they become basically obsolete anyway. So I might not need that many more. If I wanted to put an assembler down to start making modular... I'm going to have to do this eventually. Okay, I'm going to have to increase it. I'm going to have to. Yeah. Okay. On the bright side, it's only consuming 60 iron to do that. Yeah, it's only consuming 60 iron. I mean, a lot of power. Because screws require a lot of power because you gotta have so many machines. But it's only consuming 60 iron to do that. So we could set up another one. We could easily set up another one here to get more. More reinforced plates. I don't know. The vaccine, she blew up like a balloon. Yeah. I got sick from the vaccine, and then I still caught COVID twice. Fucking worthless. This stat is on Florida.gov. The city of Key West tourism industry makes up 89% of the GDP, equivalent to 11.65 billion USD. I mean, look, that's good and bad, though. Like, yes, it is good. I do not doubt you have a big, robust tourism industry. That's good. Generally, having 90% of your GDP tied up in a single industry is not great, though, for a city, for a single municipality. It's not, that's actually not great. I see what you're saying about it being a very robust industry, therefore, more migrants, there's going to be plenty of jobs. I see what you're saying, but also, there's definitely an argument that, you know, with the GDP being 90% one industry, if something happens to that one industry, you're fucked, and all those migrants no longer have jobs, nor do they have connections to the local residents. In fact, the local residents have spent the last several years treating them like a slave class, so they might actually have some rather negative feelings toward the locals. You know, to look like the West Virginia coal towns. I mean, yeah, it could very well. I mean, if something happens with tourism in the United States, it could very well, yeah, look like the American Rust Belt. You know, it's entirely possible. You know, it is possible. Like the town mill closing down type shit. Yeah, exactly. You know, that is a very likely to happen. And if the people who live there are mostly migrants who don't have a connection to the locals, don't have a connection to the local lands, local culture, might not even speak the same language because no effort's been made to teach them English other than the fact that at their job they might learn a little. That's not even always the case. You know, that's kind of scary though. Like, isn't it? Am I crazy? That's kind of a scary proposition. You know, should something happen, and I'm not saying something is guaranteed. Oh no, I am saying something is guaranteed to happen eventually. You know, no industry does not go through shocks, no matter what. Even in Florida, they know like zero English. Oh, even better. I mean, I guess I can say that at least you guys are like close-ish enough to Haiti that if they paddled there, they can paddle back. Is that mean to say? Is that mean? But like, it's true at least, I guess. They get my McDonald's order wrong every time. Yeah. Wait, did you ever see the South Park episode with the Goobacks? Goobacks referring to these people in the South Park episode who come in from the future to make a living wage. They come back from the future to work minimum wage jobs because they can put the money into savings account, which by the time their family gets in the future will be worth millions. So it's meant to be like a parody of like migration now. And it's as chaotic as you would expect South Park to be. It is a weird feeling knowing you have no family, nothing in the country as an immigrant. I don't doubt it. I mean, that's part of why, if you're going to have them in the country, don't use them as a slave class. You know, you gotta, like, if you're going to bring people into the country, give them a path to citizenship. Teach them the local language. Teach them the culture. Like, it is. Like, they are different, you know? And I'm not even trying to be mean about it. Like, there's nothing wrong with immigrants There's nothing wrong with immigrants feeling like they're different. They are different. Not in a bad way. They just are. But also, like, I don't know. This shit is just fucked up at a certain point. Like, they're just not giving people the ability to integrate into these societies. And it feels like, you know, and it's also, let me shit all over the natives for a second. I feel like I've been all over the immigrants. Let me shit all over the natives real fast. Like, it's just as possible, like, even if you have that robust tourism industry, let's say the opposite happens. Let's say, the tourism industry continues doing well in Key West, but then a bunch of other industries go down. Like, Microsoft hires another 15,000 K1 workers, and a bunch of people born and raised in Key West have to move back from the city and go back where they were raised. Oh, maybe. I don't know. I mean, that's a pretty expensive location, but, you know, you can slot it in for anywhere. You know, let's say you have a bunch of natives who can't find jobs, which is increasingly the case. Let's say you have natives who can't find jobs. Meanwhile, the immigrants are getting large amounts of help from the government. Fucking straight up cash payouts. job, job management, job counseling, free medical services like therapy that natives aren't getting. Meanwhile, like, immigrants get all of that, but you have large amounts of immigrants. Like I was saying with, like, what if natives suddenly start wanting to compete for all those great service jobs? Where does that leave the migrants? It's not, I wouldn't say the migrants, like, have to leave their job, especially if they've been there for a while. The companies won't want to fire the migrants. A, they're cheaper. B, they can't complain or they'll be deported. And C, like, if the migrants have been there for years at that point, they probably, I don't know, they shouldn't be fired. That's terrible. They have their own families to take care of, But what happens then? It's just, the unfettered immigration is just bad. It's just a bad idea. That's being done poorly on top of it. Anyway, I'm ranting a lot about immigration. Sorry. We have immigrants in the chat, so I guess that makes sense. But I hope I'm not offending anyone. I'm just trying to state my opinion. Just an opinion. I don't know. Don't really consider myself different. I have more in common with the UK than Romania. Not religious, no family values, no kids. It's sad that that's how you define the UK. If that's your experience, so be it. But that makes me really sad for the UK, that being in common with the UK means no religion, family values, or kids. That sucks. That sucks. The companies don't hire migrants for high-paying jobs because they are brown, as sad as that is. I mean, they also might not hire them if they're illegal. Like, that also could just be like a paperwork nightmare or a lawsuit waiting to happen. If it is because they're brown, that sucks. It could also just be the fact that they don't want to hire people who are illegal. I mean, Western world in general, rather than religious nationalists. The Western world is religious, but it has forgotten. Man, this is, you see, you say things like this, and this is why I worry for you, Holy Slag. Dude, I worry for you. Because I don't think you have as much a grasp on the Western world as you think you do. The Western world is religious. It's very religious. It has only forgotten. Romania is 99% Christian. The West is too. Hate to tell you that. And while it may have forgotten, it will remember. And it will remember very suddenly. And it will remember at a time that is not opportune for you or anyone else. But it will remember. I promise you. And I know that I might be the one guy shouting into the wind right now, but it won't be that way forever. The West will remember what it stands for one day. You're Jewish anyway? Okay. I mean, look, at the end of the day, whatever. Again, my best advice to you, dude, truly, if you want to stay in the UK, finish that citizenship paperwork, truly. You've already learned English, which is way better than some migrants do. Like, so you're already proving yourself to me more than them, even though that killing dogs thing was a little weird. Like, you did learn the language. You are learning the culture, even if I don't think you have quite as good a grasp on it as you think. And I'm not trying to be that to be shitty. Since I was a kid, well, that's good. Okay. I mean, I gotta be honest. It's kind of funny that you learned even when you were back in Romania, because, like, there are people who come here from South America and who still don't know any English at all. And that sucks. Like, if Eastern Europeans can learn English, there's like 4 or 5 languages in between, like, yes, going all the way from Romania over to the first country that speaks English as a first language. You got a lot of countries and a lot of languages. But going from, like, Colombia to America, a couple different forms of Spanish, and still never having learned English. Cartoon Network was still in English when I grew up. Really? Wait, so Cartoon Network used to broadcast in English, but now broadcasts in the native languages? They should have just kept going in English, honestly. Would have been good for our PR. Should have just kept going. Okay, we definitely need more... we need more modular frames. We need shitloads of modular frames, because those are also necessary for us to build the Mark II miners. World of Warcraft. Hell yeah! Oh, were you the one who mentioned watching Asmongold back when he was still a World of Warcraft streamer? Or was that somebody else? I forget. Online games in general. Yeah. Now it's all in fucking Chinese. Now Americans got to learn fucking Chinese to get into that. Although I guess, I mean, Genshin Impact is good, but it still gets a lot of... If you're a Genshin Impact player, you're still going to get roasted, so I don't know. It's not as cool as, like, American games were in their heyday. He was hardcore, wow. I've heard about that. It's... At this point, it's almost weird to think of Asmongold as, like, an actual video game streamer. Even Hassan. It's weird to think of them because they're so... Their identities are so entwined with politics, you know? Hate gacha games. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. It's probably me being a retard. I don't know. Hassan was a gamer. Hassan does play video games? I don't know. Genshin? I don't know. I know that, what's-his-face? Tectone plays fucking Genshin Impact. Fucking lame bitch that he is. The one man who can unironically steal Asmongold's stolen content and think that he's cool. My god. What a fucking loser. Oh god. Which, I mean, I guess I gotta respect him. He knows he's a loser and talks about it openly. But man, what a sad state for our content creation here on YouTube. What a sad state we're in. Let that shit run. Give me some Caterium ingots. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, like I was saying about Key West. Like I don't want to like specify Key West. There's a lot of American places you could ascribe it to, but like, you know, it's what happens if all these migrants are suddenly left jobless, or what happens if, you know, natives start getting desperate. The economic situation gets dire to a point where all those high-paying service jobs, suddenly natives want to compete for them. You know, what happens then? I think the natives should get priority, even in other countries. If there's an American in a foreign country living in, especially, oh my god, and Americans do get roasted in some countries. I know that when I was in Ireland, they couldn't stop roasting all the Irish Americans getting back to their roots. And fuck those guys. Fuck those guys. And they're not even malicious. They're well-meaning Americans, you know? Even well-meaning Americans in other countries, if the natives need resources more, those Americans should just go home. Honestly. Like, they should. Go home. Don't live in other people's countries. Don't suck up other people's resources and say, like, well, you're an international country. You have to give me stuff. No, they fucking don't. Fuck you, American. Go the fuck home. Gotcha. Never played Genshin. I haven't played Genshin either. I have a couple of Chinese friends who really wanted me to play it. I never had much interest. I'm not a huge JRPG fan in general. JRPGs are like the one thing where I have a massive blind spot to them in my nerd repertoire. But another country being destroyed by migrants. France, truly, like, holy shit, what the fuck happened? Anyway, yeah, JRPGs, I don't have anything against JRPGs, but I will admit I've never gotten into them because I just never, I don't know. A lot of them would move north to Miami. The city actually ships away homeless people so they don't bother tourists. Okay. Maybe. I don't know. I hope that's the case. I hope there is a plan should that happen. Again, though, I mean, would that happen? Give them a bus ticket and $30? Okay. But would that work in the event of, say, if natives wanted to compete for those slots? You know, if it's not a situation where all those migrants got fired, if the migrants all have jobs but the natives just don't, you know, and natives want to compete, you know, in Key West, but also any American city, you know, then should you give them a bus ticket? If the natives want the jobs that the migrants have, which is increasingly going to be the case, by the way, you know, in that case, should you fire the migrants and give them $30 and a bus ticket? Is that fair? You know, I mean, the whole point of not giving them citizenship in the first place was so you could abuse them. So is that the move? You know, is it? I need to get these out of my inventory. I have so fucking many of them. There, take those. Take those. Oh shit. Ugh. Excuse me. Or cleansing works too. Dear God, man. Oh. Jesus Christ. Oh, I heard Florida was right wing, but man. You guys are a slave colony. Holy shit. I mean, how are you even going to cleanse them? You haven't had to clean anything yourselves in years. Oh, boy. We're sacrificing France. It's gone now that I can get... Man, maybe you are a citizen of the UK. You already have learned to fucking hate France. You are a citizen of the UK. Make sure to remember that on the test. What do we think of France? Fuck France! Oh, God. Most now have citizenship ICE rated most of the businesses. How's that affected business down there? I'm genuinely curious. I have no leaning positive or negative toward ICE. I'm curious. I mean, has it made it harder to hire? Is it been better for the ones... I mean, is that a better situation for the ones who have citizenship? I would expect the ones who have citizenship and who put in that work... I would hope that they're now making more money. In an ideal world, that's what would happen. The ones who put in the work to get their citizenship after all the ones who didn't do the work got deported. Ideally, you know, you would see a situation where the both the locals and the migrants who got citizenship and are now citizens... God damn it. Ideally, they would now be making more money. Has it worked out like that, or do you know it's there's definitely a lot of openings? Okay, well, I mean that's good though. That's not necessarily a bad thing though. I mean, it's part of the reason you got a job. I mean, you said it was pretty rough there for a while because an illegal went back home out of fear and the owner needed people to work. Well, you're welcome. I'm running the best immigration system. I'm creating jobs. A 19-year-old in Florida in Key West. He wrote me today. He told me he only got a job because migrants were sent home. He's very happy. ICE is doing such a good job. Does it feel weird? Does it feel weird? Does it feel weird? Say it, Trump creating jobs for Americans. Yeah. Like that's the goal. That's good. I don't know. Like I feel super weird about it. Like honestly, like I don't feel good about saying, yeah, the migrants are gone and that's a good thing. I don't feel good about that, but at the same time, it's like the jobs should go to Americans first or anywhere. You know, again, if it's in Romania, they should go to Romanians first. If you're in Botswana or fucking Borneo or what is it with me and the bees? I don't know, any country, they should go to the natives first, obviously. No, it's not about America, you know, but then a lot of migrants come in and they talk about how, well, you're an international country, you're supposed to let me in and give me stuff. No, fuck you. Fuck you. You know, fuck you. Fuck, just go fuck yourself. Fuck that, bro. Fuck that. Fuck that shit. Anyway, was about to, yeah, they won't hire illegals in my company, then you need a passport or ID or a social security number. That's awesome. That's good. And now, an American citizen born in America is able to get a job, in part because of the ICE raids. That's great. I'm happy for you. Maybe I should put some feelers out to the local hotels. They might be hiring now. Maybe I should. That's not a bad idea, actually. That's actually not a bad idea. I probably should do that. Interesting. Well, Reed, I'm glad you have a job. Oops, sorry. Oop. Whatever. I'm glad ICE is doing its job. Yeah, I will say, I'm not sure if ICE needed all that extra money, like the literal billions Trump is giving them. I feel like putting the fear of God in the migrants is fine, you know? Like, just making sure they know that they're on thin ice so they're on best behavior and so that the criminal element is encouraged to just go home. That's ideal, you know? That's a thing in the UK, too. You can't work without a national insurance number, legally anyway. Yeah, but people do it illegally. And businesses' ability to do it illegally was the point. I mean, that's what happened in the US anyway. Job goes right into my Bitcoin wallet. I hope you're trolling me right now. I hope you're trolling me right now. I actually, to be honest, I don't have anything against Bitcoin. I have nothing against Bitcoin. I think it's a really cool technology that could one day possibly be worth something. But it's not right now. That is my only 2 cents when it comes to Bitcoin. I don't have any problem people investing in it. Hope it works out for you. I'm not. Okay. All right. Hey, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. I mean, if you have the scratch to spend, and if you're not paying rent, I guess, which I don't know if you are. I mean, you said it's mostly, like, super expensive, so I assume that you're living with your parents. So, I mean, if you have the scratch to do that, respect. Fair enough. Do you. Let's see. Can I reach all the way down there? Yeah, I can. Replace it. Now we have a level 2 miner. And it should be producing, if it was 120 before, should be 240 coal per minute. Oh, that's beautiful. Look at that. 240 coal per minute. Oh, that's beautiful. Hey, buddy. Sneaking. Take that. How are you still alive? Fuck you. I mean, it would only be jobs that can pay you cash, since, again, you can't work in the UK without a UK bank account. I mean, yeah. I mean, in theory, that's the same in the US, too. In the US, they only hire them for jobs where they know... Where they're like... Again, you know, they only want to work in shit jobs. You know? They say that there's a limit to the jobs they can work, but, you know, like, people sneak around the rules all the time. I like Bitcoin because it only goes up and only will. I can explain my reasoning later. Okay, sure. Yeah, alright. I don't know about only, but I support your investment. Do you, brother? I think only is a strong word to use for any investment and should always be... all investments should be treated as, you know, like, you may want to much like Key West, you perhaps should diversify, you know? I don't think just Bitcoin's a good idea. I respect your investment. I respect the fact that you're playing the field, by the way, especially since traditional bank accounts don't give you shit in returns. But I think maybe, you know, maybe it's not the worst idea to have some, to diversify. You know, even if it's just other cryptocurrencies, you know? Diversify. You know? Other investments. Or starting a business, you know? That could also work. You know, if there's any business that you've ever wanted to start, like for me, I knew that I wanted to eventually start making YouTube videos. I never knew I wanted to live stream. I never really wanted to live stream. Well, I mean, now I like it, but... I mean, so I collected... like equipment over the course of years. I bought this microphone years ago. The camera's new, but I bought like equipment slowly over the course of years, knowing that it was eventually what I wanted to do. You know, in addition to putting money into Bitcoin, you might also consider if there's tools you might need for a job you want to do. Like maybe you want to work in music production, you know, get whatever fancy tools are best for that. You want to do video production one day, maybe get a legit copy of, you know, DaVinci Resolve, a permanent copy. You know, you might want to go into car repair, start buying tools, you know, stuff like that, you know. Yeah, like REI. I've never heard of that. What is that? Explain more. I'm curious. But yeah, it might be worth looking into some other investments, and especially other investments that could be things for, like, jobs you might want to do in the future. Like I said, if you want to fix things, buy tools. If you want to do internet stuff, buy, well, internet tools. You know, might be good to look into. And be really thinking about what kind of job you want in the future. Oh, real estate investment trusts. Okay. I don't know if real estate's a great investment right now. I mean, we're looking at some kind of a property crash here within the next few years. Like, there can't not be a property crash in the U.S. within the next few years. Like, this just can't keep happening. Can't keep getting away with it. No, but like, you get what I mean. Like, you can't. Like, even, especially in Florida, actually, you know, like, there's a massive overstock. It seems like wherever you are in the U.S. right now, there's one of two things happening. Number one, you have a massive overstock of supply and dwindling demand, which is going to cause some kind of a crash, a la Florida, where they've had, apparently, what's like 6% loss on certain neighborhoods year on year in terms of housing prices. It's been crazy. And then, of course, there's Texas, which has also had it. But those were also regions that were like, it's not real as a physical real estate. I'm assuming it's some kind of a bundle, right? What's a trust? So it's some kind of like a bundle of several investments, but it's still pegged to how well the real estate does in terms of its value. So it's still going to affect it, you know? And in places like Florida or Texas, where they not only had a population boom, but continued to build on top of that boom further than what they needed. And then the boom started to recede post-COVID. And they're still building. So it's like, there's definitely not going to not be a crash. There's definitely going to be a crash in these two states and in other states that built and built and built. But also, could be good long term. Like, the whole point was to crash the system. That was the entire idea, because if you crash the system, if you crash home prices, that means you're going to have not a lot of investors buying homes. You're not going to have speculators buying massive amounts of homes. You're going to have, like, people who want to own homes buying homes, which is what Florida wants. So, you know, actually, yeah, you know, in that case, you know, might be good to start looking into some real estate in Florida, actually. I don't know how old you have to be to own real estate in Florida. But that might be good to look into now as prices continue to crater. Well, I guess prices will crater. But yeah, Florida and Texas built and built and built and built and built homes, and it's definitely going to cause some kind of a crash, but I don't think that's a bad thing, to be honest. Because, you know, after a crash, it's more like mortgage companies and rental property. I mean, the rental market might not be doing well in a few years, but okay. I mean, look, if you have faith in it, then do you. As long as you're diversified and you're protected, do you. Okay, sure enough. I'm not going to tell you about your own investments. But yeah, Florida and Texas built and built and built. And while it is definitely going to lead to a crash, it also means the people who end up buying all of these homes at massive discounts will be, hopefully, families and not speculators who just hoard the homes and never sell them. That's the goal. And I respect that. It's a good goal for Florida, so good for them. Whether or not it works out, we don't know. It's still years out. We haven't even gotten to the actual crash part yet. Yeah, either you live in one of two parts of the U.S. Either that exact situation's happening, where you have massive supply, dwindling demand, and an inevitable crash on the way. Or you're somewhere, more likely a Democrat state, likely, but not guaranteed. There are some red states that have this problem too, where they just don't want to build housing. And in red states, it's usually because of racism. You know, or because we don't want to build housing for the poors, even as they're shipping in migrants. You know? Like, I heard Ohio has this problem pretty bad. Whether or not Ohio is a red state, though, I guess is up for some debate. You know. Chicago has this problem. Illinois in general. You know, people are... How do I put it? You know, there's not enough... You have the same problem of dwindling supply... You know, actually, no. In Florida and Texas, you have oversupply and dwindling demand. Here... The prices of individual properties will definitely not crash because there's not enough housing for the people who are already here. So it's like, you know, if you're in an area where we didn't overbuild shitloads and shitloads of houses, so our properties will continue to be hideously overpriced. It's like, okay, great, you did it, insulate yourself from that, and that is good. You know, you're not going to face a crash, but that also means that the people who already live there already don't have enough places to live, and their living costs will continue to be expensive. Artificially, because you could have been building homes that whole time and chose not to. You know? It's not ideal. If I want to build 4 of these, I need... Let's see how many of these we can get away with. Didn't mean to do that. That's fine. Quiet, Satisfactory. I know how long I've been playing. I need one more. And one more. Perfect. All minor Mark IIs. And for some reason, I'm stuck with all this iron ore that I don't need. Get this shit out of my inventory. There we go. Alright, how much are these pulling up now? Okay, these are still shitty, impure iron veins. But they're each pulling up 60 now by default. And I can overclock them to get it higher if I want to. That's good. It's good. Let's see how much we're using at the top, and maybe I'll overclock one of these if I want to. So you own stock in companies that have rental properties, like business properties or industrial, but it's also residential. But I only go with the first 2. Okay. Honestly, industrial... Oh, it's also residential. Okay, okay. Yeah, industrial property could be big here soon, depending on what state they're invested in. It's a personal choice to not do residential. All right, hey, fair enough. Sorry, I don't want to... Bean! I don't want to tell you about your own investment. You do you. Not my business. Oh, right, we're going to see how much these are. Okay, so each of these is pulling up 60 per minute. But there's all Mark II conveyor belts, so we could pull up 120 if we wanted to. But we'd also have to, like... Overclocking the system would also mean they use a lot more power. Like, probably like 40 megawatts each. Which is like... Means that those 4 miners would be using all of the power that we generated from the coal plant. Like, all of it would be going just to those 4 miners, not to the rest of the factory. So that would not be ideal. Ooh, yes, please. Like, prison stocks. Oh, God. I hate that prisons are privatized, or so many of them are privatized in the U.S. I think that shit is evil, if I'm entirely honest. I think private prisons should be abolished. I think that shit is just fucking evil. Like, do you, as far as investing, but man, I fucking hate that shit. I think it's just disgusting and it's fucking evil, and it shouldn't happen. Excuse me. What else do we got? Oh, remains. There we go. That's not gonna need that. Gotta make stators too at some point. Okay, don't need that. Make me some biomass. Take that. And you can have that one. There we go. Oh, the concrete factory. I should overclock that one. What if they put immigrants in private prisons? That's still gross and I don't like it. The state should be running those places. Yeah, I don't like the, It's not, it's... That's just an ethical thing. I think that private prisons just lead to bad practices. You know? It's just not an incentive structure where you can afford to have corporate interest interfering with ethics. You know, when you have a situation like that. So I'm not a fan of migrants being moved to private prisons, actually. I'm not a fan. I'm not judging you specifically. I judge your callousness about it. But I don't really care at the end of the day. And yeah, just because you don't own something, if you choose to invest in it, yeah, you do have something of a stake, literally. So yeah, you probably should think about that, actually. You probably should think about what you're investing in and the ethics of the things that you're investing in. I'm not going to judge, dude, but like, yeah, you probably should think about that, at least. 180 per minute. Perfect. Okay, being overclocked means it is taking a bit more power, but not that much. Not that much. Oh, damn, I gotta get back up there now. Thank God I built more ramps. We always need more ramps. I finished this factory, right? How much is this pulling out? This is a normal vein. It's pulling out 100. Oh, it's pulling out 120. Give me that. And equipment workshop. There we go. Better than the normal state ones? Okay. Maybe there's one or maybe there's a few. Maybe? Okay. No, I still just don't like the practice. You're gonna have to sue me. I truly just find the practice of private prisons distasteful. I truly do. I just don't like it. Oh, is that iron? Did we ever... I never finished the swatches. Oh, shit. I gotta do that. That is... What the fuck is that? What is that red and black scheme? The fuck was I using that for? That's concrete. I know that. Was this supposed to be copper and I just never finished it? I think it was. Oh, yeah, that's the electric blue. And let's go with... fix it orange. Not a huge fan. Kind of like this orange, though. Or this yellow. Let's save that. Electric yellow. Sure. Save that color. And put that on there. Cool. Ugh. Oh, wow. That is hideous. Maybe we'll flip those around. Let's try the blue as the main and then the yellow as the secondary. Let's see how that looks. Much better. Oh, that's way more toned down. I like that a lot more. I like that a lot more. We'll put that on here and on there and on... Oh, that other equipment workbench that I had but just don't use because I'm a fucking idiot. There we go. Let's put those on there. Cool. Don't think the U.S. believes in rehabilitation anyway? No, they don't. The U.S.'s prison system is very confused. The U.S. prison system for years has been caught between its stated desire for the rehabilitation of criminals and its actual desire to punish. It has been caught for years, unable to understand its own goals or come to a consistent consensus about what its goals should be. Yeah, you are right. You are right on the money as far as the U.S. not believing in rehabilitation. It's a genuine shame. It's a shameful state for our country's prison system. It's terrible. We should do better. We don't, but we should. Wish we did, but we don't. It sucks. Okay, this is going to be a little bit off, but it's okay. Let's get... Ah, an industrial storage container. Put that over there. that. And I'm going to switch you guys over to making copper sheets. I know the math won't add up properly, but honestly, I'm fine with that. I just need a shitload of copper sheets. I will change this back to a wire factory eventually. Oh, shit. Yeah, I will change this back to a wire factory eventually. But I just need copper sheets for right now, and I have a massive stockpile of wire I'm probably never going to use. Okay, I'll just let it fill up. Maybe we'll go ahead and build a faster conveyor belt too. Oh, wait. No, not these. Wait, no. Whoops, shouldn't have changed these. There we go. Okay. There was a show about prisons across the world. I liked it. In the way, I found it very informative, but about how countries treat their inmates. But to be fair, some don't have the funds to spare as it is. Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, yeah, the U.S. definitely treats our prisoners better than most. Like, I'm not. There's no comparison about like a U.S. prison compared to like a prison in like El Salvador or something like that. But man, even so, it's still like, I don't know. I still don't like private prisons as a practice. I still fucking hate it. I need a chipper to grind all this extra cable and shit down. Ah, well. Get some return for it. Ah, well. Did you watch that show on the History Channel, by the way? Because it sounds like something that I would watch on the History Channel. To be totally honest. That's only something that I would watch on there. Okay, what else do we need? Oh, actually, I'm almost out of these. No, let's keep those for right now. Let's keep them. That needs 200. Shit. What I need to do is expand my steel. Yeah, I need to expand my output of steel. Is Netflix or Prime? Oh, this is a pretty recent thing. Okay. I imagine that sounds like, actually, you know what? That sounds like something that Netflix would put out, especially in the wake of Narcos. Because that was big for a couple of years. It's weird how no one, like, mentions that show. Especially because it had Pedro Pascal in it. That was his big breakout role. And now he's, like, the leading man of the MCU. For some reason. It's a UK dude who was a convict himself. Nice. Prison's a nasty industry. Again, I'm just... You're not wrong about the U.S. not believing in rehabilitation. But I still just find the private practices of prison just to be distasteful. I just hate it. I just hate it. Just hate it. Ugh. But, you know, I mean, government run comes with its own issues, too, you know? Ever since, ooh, this is getting eaten up too. Ever since Mamdani has been running for office, I've been getting tons of, as a right-winger on Instagram Reels, of course, I'm getting my feed filled with news stories about some alleged government-run grocery store in Kansas City that was put in a food desert, which was a big talking point, food deserts, a few years ago, but then kind of fell off the radar. Probably as I started shipping migrants into those neighborhoods. They stopped really talking about it at that point. And yeah, it's just depressing, honestly. That's just the main part is that that's just depressing. But on top of that, the I've been getting tons of stories about how like had all kinds of empty shelves and shit, and they couldn't get anything stocked because, you know, being government run means that you have you know, you don't have the incentive to succeed, you know, that you kind of need in order to like make your staff want to do things, make your management want to accomplish things, you know. When everything is just guaranteed as part of being like a government run institution, no one really cares to accomplish anything, you know. Found from that show, there's a thing called remand, where even though you're not found guilty, they keep you in jail until your trial, and some can take years for what can essentially be an innocent dude. Yeah, it's terrible. There's all kinds of fucked up shit in Western societies. Way more. Oh, yeah. I'm not even surprised by that. Dude, UK jails are, like, fucking intense. Like, it's... Even as an American, like, the UK can be really fucked up. Like, way more than it's given credit for. The UK can be, like, fucked up. Especially with their prison system. The UK has a lot of prisoners. Actually, let me take a look. I'm going to look up this statistic real fast because I found it interesting. UK population. What is the UK's current prison population? According to Google Gemini, it is approximately 97,800. And according to Wikipedia, it is, as of June 2023, 159 people for every 100,000 England and Wales. How many is it in total? 95,500. Okay, so about the same. Google Gemini and Wikipedia are giving the same value within about 2,000. So we'll roughly say about 96,000 people in the UK are currently imprisoned. 96,000. What is the population of the UK? What is the population of the UK? What is it? Australia or not? We count Australia. No, they've just given up on Australia. 68.35 million. Okay. Let's say roughly 70 million people. What is approximately, for the sake of simplicity, 100,000 people? Oh, divided by 70 million is about 0.1% of their population. Approximately 0.14% of the UK's population is currently imprisoned. That could be a lot worse, actually, to be honest. That's not bad. I thought that was going to be worse, too, actually. I thought that was going to be worse. They said 160, well, Wikipedia said 160 people for every 100,000. So you have more than a 1 in 1,000 chance of being imprisoned, which is not good, and that probably disproportionately goes up if you're a migrant, dark-skinned, speaking another language. Although I don't know why, if you're not a migrant, I don't know why you would speak another language. You get my point, though, you know. And think about some of them being there for internet posts. Yeah, that's the other thing. How many of them are there for, like, posting something on Facebook that was considered a hate crime? It's like, you said that migrants take away resources from natives to the UK. So we're going to put you in prison. Like, that's just a waste. That's just such a fucking waste. Like, that's just shameful. You know, that's just fucking shameful. Oh, the UK. They pretend that they're better. I feel like the UK has the same problem right now that Canada does, where they just sacrificed so much of their own nationalistic identity just to be able to say, oh, we're like the good America. We're like America, but with morals, you know? We're like America, but we care. Which they don't, and they don't have to, because they're so close to America, you know? I feel like a lot of Western countries have had that issue, but Canada and the UK especially. Like, they have just sacrificed huge swaths of their own culture for the sake of being able to say, like, oh, well, we're just like a better version of America. Okay, well, what's your culture and history? Who cares? We're like a better version of America. Okay, but Canada, what's like your actual culture and history? We're like Americans, but we're not assholes. Okay, but like, what's your actual culture? Like, who gives a fuck about being Canadian? Like, what does being Canadian even mean? You know? And that kind of sucks, you know? It sucks especially if somewhere like the UK, you know, where it's like, the UK genuinely is an ancient land full of incredible history, you know? And it's just been gutted for the sake of corporate interests and being able to say, we're like the better America. We're like America, but cultured. You know? What a sad state for your country to be in. What a sad fucking state. Ooh, shit. I don't have space to pick that shit up. Ooh, yeah. Should not chop down trees when my inventory's full. That was actually a huge waste. Oh, well. Oh, well. Okay, so, I mean, we are now... So, aside from having accidentally fallen off the cliff, I know that at least some of this now... Yeah! Can't wait till I get the jetpack. Nice. Okay. And these... How much can they move per turn? Per minute? These conveyor belts, these upgraded ones, can move 270 units per minute. We are producing 240 coal per minute. Why is this... What? This is a Mark III. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, this is a Mark III. I guess it's just slowed down because the ones at the end are like Mark IIs or Mark Is. Here we go. Oh, here's a Mark II. Okay. There we go. And there. There. Cool. All right. So all of this is Mark III conveyor belt moving 240 coal per minute. That's eating 60. That's eating, I think, only 45. So we need to use more of it. I guess we can divert 120 coal here now. What's 45 divided by... Well, just boost this up to 60 and just use 2 of them? And then maybe we can eventually overclock that. I'm going to take another 30. We're going to do 120. No. We can move an extra 30. So if I take 150 here, we can move 200. If we produce 270, we can move 270 units. And I can send 150, which is 45 plus 45 plus 60, to the steel plants, and then send another 120 to the coal plant to double its size and get double the power output. That'll give us another 300 megawatts per minute to play with, minus what the coal plant takes. Okay, so we're going to move this up to 270. So it's running at 112.5% overclocked. And we gotta get back up now. As much as I say I hate nationalism and all that, I do find it a little annoying when people come to a place and make zero effort to integrate. I agree. But that's more of a respect thing for me. Honestly, yeah, I agree. I don't think we're that far off in terms of belief systems. Yeah, like, honestly, if people come into someone else's country and they have zero interest in immigrating, like, even if they're not even, like, mean about it, if they just show zero interest in learning the language, zero interest in understanding the culture, kick them out. Again, whether it's Americans in Romania or Romanians in America, whether it's fucking Arabs in Mexico, or actually there's a lot of Russians in Mexico now. You get my point. Yeah, kick them out. Fuck them. Like, you're in their country, learn the fucking language. You're in their country, respect their culture, you know? You're in their country, period. Be respectful. Don't be a shithead. Don't make Americans look bad. We already have that problem. We already have that problem. I did not need to come all this way, but oh well. That's a jaunty stroll back. Came way too far this way. It's more of a respect thing. Honestly, I feel like it is for most people, though. It's like I think that's part of why this immigration issue has gotten under people's skin so much. It's like, because a lot of the Western governments that are bringing these people in, out of selfish reasons, to be clear, they're shipping in mass amounts of migrants because it's profitable for corporations, not because it's helpful to the people on average, you know? It's profitable. That's it. That's the reason. From Florida to the UK, it's because it's profitable. To the white monkeys in China, they're shipping them in because they're profitable, you know? But yeah, but there's like a respect thing, you know? There's something that goes beyond the law. You can say, legally, this person has this, but if there's not that respect, if there's not that sense among the natives that this person has not earned their way here, if they don't feel that, you know, it goes beyond it goes beyond paper. You know, it's not about that. Does the U.S. offer translators for public services? Yes, they are legally required to. If you get public assistance, if you go to court and you don't speak English, they are required to give you a translator, yes. Hospitals are also required to give you a translator, legally. I believe that's an international rule for hospitals. But yeah, they're required to, too. Here in the U.S. And I think that's fair. I still think in order to minimize, because translators are expensive, and in order to minimize that, those people should be expected, if they're going to stay here, obviously people visit and then have to use the hospitals. But there should be an expectation they're going to learn English eventually, quickly, so as not to be a burden on the state in needing translation for anything that they do, going to court, going to the hospital, whatever. But it doesn't always happen, and that's unfortunate. Okay, so we have Mark 3s all the way through here. This is a Mark 3. This is a Mark 1. Let's make it a Mark 2. Because that'll be fine. Oh, okay. Let's make this one a Mark 2 as well. Can I pick him up now? No. Still no. Okay. Alright. Oh! But yeah, the U.S. does offer translators. I don't know how that would work if you were like... I don't know if they would do it extended, especially because like I'm not in like a big city. Like if you're in like Chicago, Los Angeles, Sacramento, you know, New York, you know, they probably would. But like if you're in a smaller city, they're probably going to struggle to get those resources. Not because they don't want to offer them, but they probably would have issues. You know? You've been working doing translation work. That's probably good money. Respect. Nice. As a Romanian interpreter, my anecdotal evidence, Romanians don't make much effort to integrate. Really? I mean, you have. What do you think was different with you? Because, like, do you think it was because you were exposed to, like, so much Western culture? Because you said you started learning English early and watching Cartoon Network. Do you think that you maybe had a different view? Or, like, maybe you made a lot more effort compared to other people? Because, I don't know, it seems like you tried. Like, as much as I sit here bitching about migrants, it does seem like you tried to integrate. You know, your English is impeccable, if I may say so. You know, like, I would not have known that you weren't a native English speaker. It is a Twitch chat, but still. You know, I wouldn't have guessed. So, take that compliment. Okay, how much are... So we have 100... So we can use... We have 150 coal to play with here. How much iron do we have? Is this a Mark II? I believe this is a Mark II miner. Yes, it is. Do we have 150? No, we only have 60. Ooh, we're going to have to overclock the shit out of that. That sucks. Okay. What's the highest we can go? 150. Okay. Using 50 megawatts. Jesus Christ. Oh, that sucks. Oh, okay. We're going to pay it. We're just going to use it. We're going to use it. We're going to do it. I need the iron. I need it. Or, you know what? Maybe. Actually, you know what? Fuck that. That's dumb. Don't do that. No, don't do that. No, take that away. No, don't do that. That's dumb. Let's get another miner. I'm going to need a couple things. I'm going to need that. Going to need that. One of these. I have a friend here. He's been here 15 years and barely spoke English. Oh. We get some of those too, I know. It's always disappointing when that happens. I don't know. It's like, on the one hand, it's like, it's your right. But it's like, you're coming here. I don't know, you should learn if you can, you know. You're not fucking disabled. Get over yourself. You know? At work. I thought he didn't like the people, but he just didn't want to learn. That's shitty. That's, I mean, not like deport him immediately shitty, but that is shitty. That sucks. That really sucks to see. You see, that kind of attitude long-term does not make the people of the UK want to continue taking in Romanians. You know? That's the issue. An issue. That's just pulling up 90. That's cool. They would never. They need lorry drivers. Yeah. Yeah, and nurses, too. Yeah, and God forbid they, like, train their own people or... I think for a lot of the UK, you know, this is pure speculation, but I suspect, and it's already bad here in America, but I suspect one of the UK's biggest issues is, you know, as we have seen pretty blatantly, one of the big arguments for immigration is they can take all the jobs we don't want, which I think is a terrible excuse. Because there shouldn't be jobs that we all collectively agree deserve to be treated like crap. Whether it's migrants doing them or not. I don't think there should be jobs like that, but okay. Apparently some people disagree. Yeah, truck drivers. A lot of truck drivers here are immigrants too. I don't like the idea of like all of us collectively agreeing that truck drivers deserve to be paid like shit and treated like shit, but okay. You know, I think it's because the UK is way worse about like treating their average workers like dog shit. And the UK is honestly way more okay, person to person, being like, yeah, we treat our regular, like, blue-collar workers like crap. I feel like the UK is just, like, more okay with that than the US. Because the US does at least have some history of, like, you know, supporting the working class at all. Britain does not. Britain does not. Britain does not give a shit. This is actually... I actually need to get rid of this. This is actually not a great system. So instead, I'm just going to put those right on there. The splitter there. Actually, no, wait. I'm going to put a merger here. I'm going to put a splitter here. Go. And one here. Perfect. let's use Mark IIs, because I gotta get rid of some Mark IIs, because I actually have too many Mark II bands now, because I'm replacing all of these. Yeah. I think the UK just treats its working class worse, and so they need more migrants. I genuinely think that's part of why they need to ship in so many migrants, while still collectively agreeing that migrants should be treated like garbage. I think that the UK just has an issue where they just, like, they treat their workers worse by practice, and I think it's biting them in the ass. Okay, so we need 2 45s and then a 60. This... Oh, they'll take 45 by default. Okay, so we don't need to worry about these. They will all take 45, and we'll have this one take the 60. And this one, which one uses 60 per minute? Steel beams. Keep producing those. What does this one produce? 45 in the steel pipes. Okay. And you produce steel pipes full power. Okay. Oh, that's only 30. Really? Let's make that 30. Interesting. Okay. Merger. No. There we go. And yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. So now we're producing... Oh, no, not that one. Wait, these should be the steel pipes. Oh, interesting. Okay. Up to 30. You should be doing steel pipes. No, 30. Oh, wait. Yep. Overclock it. There we go. I can remove that. I don't need it. And you should be producing steel beams. At using 90 per minute. Nope, just 60's fine. Just 60's fine. But I am going to overclock this by, I guess, a third? Yes. There we go. Cool. All right. Let me give that a moment to run and see if everything's working right. Again, anecdotal, but I told you when I first came here, I worked in deliveries. They had a system of company men, subcontracted. The subcontracted were left to private managers who paid us way less and only had Romanians, Indians with no visas. Yeah, that sounds about right. We had the hardest jobs and heaviest shit. Company dudes worked vans and had mostly TVs and tumble dryers. So even though we worked in the same place, we were very much not equal. That sounds like the UK. Not gonna lie. That sounds like the UK. It sounds like the UK pretending to be progressive. We truly care about the migrants. And then acting exactly the same as you would expect from the UK. It's exactly what I expect from any of these Western countries. And again, it's why I have so much issue when people say that they want to ship in migrants because they care about them or because they want them to be able to. No, they want them to be the slave class. They want them to do twice the work for half the pay. That is the explicit goal, you know? And, you know, for as much as we've disagreed about stuff with the migrants, I hope it does come across that, like, a lot of my concern is that I don't want the migrants to be some, like, massive class of people being taken advantage of, you know? Like, if they get brought in, they should be getting brought in because they're going to become Americans. But it's like, even that just doesn't happen. It's just crazy. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Crazy to me. Okay, so let's make sure everything is feeding properly. You're not getting iron for some reason. Ooh, wait. Splitter. There. Okay. go. Oh, it's not coming from the other side. Oh, I didn't plug it in. Whoops. Shit. There we go. Okay. Now it should start producing an extra, what, 60? Yeah, okay. So now we're getting 60 per minute from here, and we're getting 90 per minute from over here. Okay. And that is using a total of 25 megawatts here. And give me my wire back. And 15 megawatts here. So that's a total of 25 plus 15, 40 megawatts as opposed to the 50. So it's still a lot of power, but it could be worse. How is the power situation? Not great. We're only, okay, so we're only at 400 megawatts, just below per minute. The first 300 is covered by the coal plants. That's totally reusable. It's not a problem. The extra 75 to 100 is being used. And is potentially a problem. Okay, drop those. Give me all that. Let's get rid of it. That. And take that. Don't need it. Okay, cool. So now we have a steel plant. Everything is working properly. This is now consuming... Excuse me, Mark 2. Oh, there's a Mark 2. Okay, cool. I guess this is only... I guess I can leave that as a Mark 1, actually. I'll change them to Mark 2s. It's only bringing up 60 per minute. It's now certified up to 120 units per minute, so don't even need that much. I mean, I do plan on getting back to work when I sort my mental health. I'm just glad I had a safety net in the meantime. That's good, as long as you plan to. I mean, alright. As long as you plan to, I'll believe you. I mean, I'm not here to, like, fucking call anybody out. Do you, bro? I hope it's true. It sounds good. If so, great. Be an asset. Hell yeah. Give me one sec. I gotta turn my light on. Oh boy. We don't need to go full blue. Got another one over here. There we go. Ah, it's nice and sunny now. It's sunny outside, but it's got the fucking corn sweat. As soon as you go outside, you get fucking drenched in sweat. Let's see, this is consuming 60. Those are each consuming 45. Yep, and each of these should be consuming 45. Just missed that jump entirely. 45. And 60. Okay, so we're producing we're not producing that many. We're only producing 15 steel beams per minute, but we're producing 60 steel pipes per minute, which is pretty good. That's actually not bad. That's really not a bad amount of steel pipes, but our steel... what are these called? Steel beams are... that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, actually. Still, we'll leave that for right now. Let that go. And let's see, how much does that leave us with? 120. We still have an additional 120 coal coming out of here. We're using 60 at the steel plant, at the coal plants, at the coal power plant right now, but we can double that easily. We're just gonna need to build a couple more water pumps. I will probably have to go to a copper vein and go get more copper sheets. Oh, there's copper sheets being produced. I can go grab like a whole stack. Oh, hell yeah. I forgot I set that up earlier. Hell yeah. I don't know if this is a hot take, but I hate summer. Well, it's certainly not a hot take. Actually, no, I mean, if you hate summer, then the UK is probably the best place for you. I was talking to someone from Arizona, and the temperature she was giving me could just never. Yeah, I mean, Arizona is like the hottest of the hot here in the United States, but yeah, it gets pretty bad. It's pretty bad. And down in like the Southwest, in that area, that's like, I mean, Arizona is right on the border with Mexico. So it is disturbingly hot. Where I am, up in the Midwest, the main issue is it's like basically the United States, in turn, like geographically, has like it's a big expansive mass. Florida's way down here, but in this big mass that is Florida's down here. Yeah, with Florida down here, this is the whole United States. Shortly in from the coast in the United States, you have two massive mountain ranges. You have the Appalachians and you have the Rockies. The Rockies especially are huge, running through a lot of California to Colorado, Nevada, Oregon. It's crazy. But you have two mountain ranges basically as soon as you get off the coast in the United States. Coast, mountain ranges, and then the big center part is basically just like a big bowl. And that's how the United States is geographically shaped. I am right like in the center of that bowl. And so what that means is that essentially you get like a lot of temperature swings. Like it's never going to be as hot as California, but only almost. It's never going to be as cold as, I don't know, Michigan, but almost. What it basically means is you get like in Arizona, it's like in Freedom 62 now, I have a fan on me. You're sweating at 62? God, you do belong in the UK. I mean, the thing is, like, Arizona is, like, 90 degrees, but it only swings between, like, I'm going to use Fahrenheit, sorry. But it only swings by, like, a bit. Like, it's 90 degrees now, and later it's going to be, like, 60. So it's not, like, a huge swing throughout the year. You know, in California, it's sunny and hot, but it's sunny and hot all year, you know? Whereas where I am, you have big swings. It'll go from 100 degrees in the summer down to like negative 10 degrees in the winter. So you don't have the most extreme temperatures, but you have the most extreme swings. And right now we're at like one of the worst swings because we call it the corn sweats because apparently when you raise a lot of corn in one area, it gives off shitloads of moisture that then just causes the atmosphere to become insanely humid. So yeah, that's fun. Now we're all dealing with that. But it's okay, it gives me a reason to wear this festive shirt. With fucking palm trees on it for the corn sweats. Negative F is weird to me. Yeah, negative Fahrenheit, because in Celsius it makes way more sense, because once you get to negative, that means it's like you're at the point where water will freeze. But if you're in negative Fahrenheit, water will already have started freezing a long time ago. So when I say it gets to negative 10 here, and then also as hot as Arizona in the summers, you know, it's a big swing. Water freezes at 0 in Celsius. Yeah, in Celsius it does. In Fahrenheit, water freezes at 30. It's kind of dumb. But water boils at 100 in Fahrenheit. So, which isn't really useful, because if you're going outside and water is boiling, like, you will die. You may actually just die. That's dangerous, you know. Yeah, so water, in Fahrenheit, water boils at 100. So it's like, it kind of makes sense, but also, like, you're not going outside when water will just boil. I mean, you go outside when it's 100, but it's like, that's like dangerous. Like, that's like a problem. Here, 30 degrees, whatever. Who cares? Who cares? Who gives a shit? It's not even that bad. These things are already producing... I guess we'll just use these two. We may as well. Not a whole lot of reason not to. Okay, let's get another 4 of these built. Let's see. Yeah, by the time you get to like negative 10 degrees in Fahrenheit, like I said, water will already have started freezing quite a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah, of all, you know, I defend a lot of stupid shit America does, but I won't defend Fahrenheit, actually. I actually won't defend Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit's kind of stupid. Celsius makes way more sense. I don't use Fahrenheit. Fuck Celsius. I mean, I use Fahrenheit. Fuck Celsius. So I'm an American, and I can. But also, like, it doesn't really make sense. It's kind of dumb. Like, it is. Fahrenheit is kind of dumb. I'll admit that. Okay, here we go. I'll let these fill up. I got used to the weather in the UK way too fast. Can have a hoodie with my sleeves rolled up when it snows here. All right. Does it snow that much in the UK these days? I genuinely don't know. I don't know the weather there that much. I mean, hey, look. I'm glad you're able to acclimate. Hell yeah. Get yours. I don't know if I could do the UK. I like the UK, but I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't do it. Good on you. I don't know. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I feel like I'd get sick of the UK after a while. Like, the UK is a super cool place. Tons of history. Tons of incredible people. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I don't know. I feel weird about it. I don't know. I wouldn't feel... I don't know if I could live in the UK, though. I don't know. You do get seasons there, I guess. I mean... What the fuck? Let's just do that. That seems sane. There we go. Snow only set here once, and it didn't last long. That sucks. Damn. UK sounds rough. I don't know. I want snow. I love snow. I love getting a good snowstorm. Shuts everything down and forces you to stay inside. I mean, I guess they just have heat days in Arizona, but I don't know. I like snow. I want to be somewhere where there's going to be snow. Distinctly, I want to be somewhere that there is snow. I couldn't do it. I mean, I couldn't do, like, Florida either, for the same reason. Like, I couldn't do not having, like, seasons. I need to, once in a while, be snowed in. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a crazy person. Couldn't do South Carolina for the same reason. Couldn't do it. I need to be somewhere where I feel like, once in a while, I gotta fight the weather. I don't know. Oh boy, there goes the power. That's not great. One of your fuses is broken down. Shit. Well, that's not good. Well, may as well get all this built first. I'm gonna have to revamp this at some point. This is such garbage. This is a terrible setup. At some point. At some point. I don't know. Some days you get seasons in a day. The speed it can go from rain to sun to rain to storms. They're all... well, actually, no. That sounds like the UK. That's about right. That's about right. How did I run out of power? You know what? Whatever. Let's just get this stuff built. Before we even worry about that. Before we even get to that. Right along there. And right there. Oh, no. Wrong side. Wrong side. Wrong side. And let's put... Once again, don't want to put the pump too low. Hook that up there. Damn it! It's on the wrong side again! What the fuck? Yeah, this side. The fuck? Okay, whatever. It's working now, that's what matters. There we go. Okay. Alright, now we just need a couple of these right there. Right there. They're too far from the water. Wrong. 1, 2, okay. 1, 2, and on the third. There we go. And 1, 2, one more. Water extractor requires 20 copper. Okay, I'm going to have to go back and get more copper. I got to get the power back on, too. If I can actually get these pumps working. Hottest place I've ever been was to the south of Italy. As soon as those airport doors opened, we left the AC. Felt like someone punched me in the chest. Oh, yeah. Is it like super humid, or is it just like dry heat? I've never been to the Mediterranean, so I'm genuinely curious. Is it like... Oh, I'm running against that. Is it like dry heat or is it like super wet? Like, I'm actually kind of curious now because it is on the coast. Well, I mean, coast, whatever. Italy's still a big country. Very humid. Okay, interesting. I know that here in Illinois, if you go up to like the Great Lakes, so it's not even a saltwater lake. It's like an actual like ocean, like sea, like bigger than the like there's lakes in the United States bigger than like the Caspian Sea, and they are. It's crazy when you go near them because they're so big that when you go up to them, like you feel the difference like in the air. We were literally at the beach, pretty much the most southern point of Italy. Jesus Christ, and it was still humid. I guess when you have hot, and, and the water evaporates under I guess that makes sense. That's crazy. I guess I wouldn't expect a beach to be that humid, but maybe that's just kind of crazy. That's probably one of my misconceptions. Like I was saying, one of the nice things about, like, the beach areas around where I live is, like, once you get up to the lake, you really feel the difference in the air. Like, you feel how much it's, like taking the humidity away. And, like, I don't know. It's a different air current. Like, you feel it. It's weird. But that could just be difference. Could be time of year. Could be the fact that it's fresh water. Could be just a different fucking part of the world. It's on the other side of the fucking earth. So, it could be any number of reasons. It's funny, though. Okay, how the fuck did we run out of power? Because there's no way that we ran through this that fast. Yeah, I didn't even start using it. What the fuck? Hang on. Did these just run out? No, these didn't either. What the fuck? What happened to my power? What the fuck happened? What the fuck happened? Okay, whatever. Let's just disconnect something that's running. Copper plant, you're getting disconnected. Sorry. Fuck you. There's no reason this shouldn't be running. Fuck you! What the fuck? The fuck are you talking about? The fuck? Why the fuck isn't this running? Or drive. I'm actually kind of curious about that. Now, wait. I want to see a map. Wait. Wait, here we go. I got something. Hang on. Here we go. Here is the United States superimposed over Europe. And it is well into Russia by the time you get to New York. Like, it is my God. A plane back to Romania is only, from the UK is only 3 hours. I guess Romania is, that's not, so that'd be about a flight from, like, Wyoming to, I want to say Missouri, Arkansas. Yeah, that'd be about 3 hours. That makes sense. That's interesting. I mean, the nice thing about it, like I said, a lot of the central United States, including down to Texas, is just a big bowl. So it's super easy to get across. I guess flight doesn't really matter in that case, but driving from, like, the United States, from, like, the United Kingdom to Romania in the U.S., that'd probably be like a 24-hour drive. But it'd probably be worse in Europe because you have a lot of mountain ranges. In the U.S., that area would be, you'd have the Rocky Mountains where the United Kingdom is and going south. But a lot of there's not a whole lot of, like, physical obstacles that are going to really block you that much. You know. Also, I have no idea if this map is accurate, but it looks cool, and it's an interesting visual. So I hope it is. Man, it's all the way past Ireland and well into Russia. The U.S. is huge. This isn't even including Alaska, by the way. And Alaska itself is, like, bigger than Texas and California put together. So that's like another Norway, Sweden, plus Finland, and probably then some landmass, also in the U.S., that's not even counted here. The Autobahn. Yeah, I guess that's true. That's interesting. Yeah. Is the Autobahn just like, I guess it would have to be like pretty straight for most of that if they're going to have people driving at those speeds. Yeah. But in a lot of the U.S., I mean, a lot of why the U.S., again, I guess for flight doesn't really matter. You do 3 hours from the coast to where Romania is. Romania has... it's got a tiny amount of coastline. Where is the Caspian Sea? That's actually a lot smaller than I thought it was. It's probably... it's big. It's a little bigger. Oh, this is interesting. Anyway, let's go back to the actual game, though. I probably should do that. Yeah, the U.S. is massive. It's still super sparsely populated, though. Like, the U.S. remains one of the most sparsely populated areas in the world. Definitively. Alongside, like, Russia. Okay, let's... We'll delete that. So we won't take in anymore. Why is my capacity 340 megawatts? The fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? My capacity is 340 megawatts. What the fuck? What the fuck? These are all running. What the fuck? Russia to Australia. That depends on what part of Russia. That depends on what part of Russia. Okay, let's... Oh, wait. No, it's over here. We need to go over here. Something must be wrong with the coal plant. Maybe the water ran out? My capacity should not be 340 megawatts. Something has gone horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. Damn it, why do my power generators have to be so far away? There is a lot of math in this game, actually. It's alright. I mean, it doesn't interfere with my ability to cover for Florida Man, so he's not scared while he's playing the Long Dark. So as long as I can do that, we're a success here. Why are you not generating power? You're not getting any water. Why aren't you getting any water? Why is there no water in this pipe? Why are you not pumping any water? Why are you assholes not pumping any water? This is full. Why is there no water going through? Why is there no water in this pipe? Why is there no water in this pipe? Okay, what the fuck? What the fuck is happening? Okay, don't know what the fuck happened. But that's running now. Okay. We'll try to get Long Dark to work again, but the only fix I found on Reddit for the Epic Games version... Oh god, that's your first problem. You're using the Epic Games version. Was to copy the cracked version over your game and fixed it for some people. If that's the only solution you can find, you're fucked. Is putting the cracked version over top of your legit version. You may as well not even have a legit version. Honestly, just wait till it's on sale on Steam. It might be right now, actually. Just wait till the base game is on sale on Steam, honestly. Like, it's not... Well, I guess, you know... I guess I don't want to say that. If you can get the free version to work, you know, so you can try it and see whether or not the game is worth spending the money on, you know, that's preferable, I guess. Okay. Okay, our power within a few minutes should be back to normal. These are all full of coal, but they're not getting any water yet. Mostly because I just need a bunch of copper sheets. Man, 700 meters. That's a long way to trek through the jungle. I could just run back, and it's going to be a longer run, but I only have to go along these foundations. Let's go get some more copper sheets. We need time for the steel plant to run anyway. I need to get another copper plant up. I need to get a lot of stuff up, but my power is my biggest cap right now. Okay, good. Now the steel plant is back up. That water interruption is no longer affecting us, so I can plug in that, those miners while I'm back. I think we're going to keep going. I was about 20 minutes. I was about half an hour late. Fuck it. I'll make it up tomorrow. I need to get some editing done anyway. I think I'm going to wrap this up in about an hour and a half, just so you guys know. I think that'll be about when everyone's wanting to head to bed anyway. And I got to take care of some things, get some editing, put out some job applications, and chill for the night. And for everyone who was here, thank you so much for watching. Do remember to smash that like button, follow, subscribe, other things. There probably are other things. It's linear, right? Like the forest? No, I mean, it's pretty open-ended. I mean, it depends. There is a story mode. But honestly, most everyone who plays the Long Dark just plays the survival mode. Which is... It is a lot like the Forest. It was, I also played a lot of the Forest back in the day. And they do have a lot of similarities. The Long Dark is way slower paced. You're in a cold environment, and most of the time your biggest enemy is the cold itself. You know? Linear, not the best choice of words. I mean, like, static map. Yes, it does have a static map. Yes. Randomly generated elements within it each time. Story elements, supplies will be in different places each time. Very different places. But for the most part, yeah, yeah, it is. Okay. Ah, perfect. There we go. I'm so glad I got that set. Hell yeah. But yeah, it does have a static map, and it has extra areas that are in the DLC. Oh, I don't know. Oh, yeah. Reed, I don't know if you're still watching. I do now have, thanks to the Steam sale, I now own the Long Dark DLC. So within a couple of, I don't know, at some point in the near future, I will be checking that out. For anybody interested, I guess, if you want to see me checking out the Long Dark DLC, which is the Tales from the Far Territory, I'm going to check that out sometime soon. So if you're excited for it, let me know. No, I don't need those. Yeah. Oh, God. Everything just needs more steel beams. Everything just needs more steel beams. Oh, God. It seemed like the brutal kind of survival, like you're not meant to survive. Yes, it is very much like that. But more than likely, you're going to die to a wild animal or the cold. It's not as action-oriented as the Forest. There's no building. There is, like, some light base building. More like base decorating, to be honest, that you can do. But it's not... It was added literally like 2 months ago. It's not very in-depth. It's not very good. And it seems like they're not going to do a whole lot of base stuff until the Long Dark 2. Oh, actually, you know, at this point, you might even want to... But there is also a story mode, to be clear. I mean, at this point, you might want to look into the Long Dark 2 and see if you might rather just get that instead. I mean, if it comes out... I mean, it might be coming out, hopefully, within a year. I mean, I guess if you have the free version again, though, I mean, get that fixed. Yeah. Huh. That's still a good idea. Yeah. 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 Still do want to get that fixed. Okay. Here we go. Oh, you haven't even played Humanits? It is supposed... to be clear, by the way, running joke, it is supposed to be Humanit Z. I know that. But it's a terrible, terrible name. You know, that pushes the Daisy spelling too far. So I like calling it Humanits instead, because it's a terrible name, and it deserves to be treated terribly. So, yeah. Humanits. I haven't played it either. Saul has recommended it a couple of times and put some stuff in it about the Discord. I'm like... Oh, there is a free demo, actually, so I could try it out one day. And it wouldn't cost me anything. Yeah, I guess I do have to make it a priority if it's a free demo. I also need to play the Solasta 2 demo. I've been promising I was going to do that for Hephaestus for a long time now, and I still need to. There we go. One more. Why don't we just go ahead and just build all the way out here? But I will finish all 3 Mass Effects before anything else. Hell yeah! Oh, I forgot you were still playing Mass Effect. Fuck yeah. Oh, don't forget when I told you. Get all of the ship upgrades. When you get a mission for the Reaper IFF, not going to tell you what it is, but when you get a mission for it, do that last. Do all of the side missions, get all the upgrades, get all of the companion, do all the companion quests, do all of that, and make the mission for the Reaper IFF the last thing you do. Last thing. Oh, and if you ever play a game and you start with Mass Effect 2, Romance Tally. Tally's great. Liara's also cool. I like Liara, but I like Tally. I don't know. I'm a big fan of I don't know. What would the word be? Mousy girls? Mousy nerds, I think is the way to put it, is the proper nomenclature, is my type, which is probably not great. I should mention, I've dated a disproportionate number of librarians in my life. That's how I usually play games anyway, main quest last. That's good. I really want to encourage you to continue that, because this game gets brutal. And also have fun. The story is dope. I love Mass Effect. I have always said Mass Effect 1 is the best game for lore. Mass Effect 2 is the best of the Mass Effect games for character interactions. Like Mass Effect 2, the companions are so fucking cool. I love all of them. Except for maybe 1 or 2. But for the most part, I do like them. And Mass Effect 3 is best for the tone and for the themes. And just being a good wrap-up. Mass Effect 3 has the simplest story out of any of them, but it's also, like, fitting. You're mostly just doing favors for a bunch of alien assholes as Earth is getting invaded and trying to get them to actually, these idiots to actually work together. But that's also, like, fitting. That's what you should be doing. Nice! Alright. Now, instead of 4 coal plants running, we have 8. And we are generating a total of... We have gone from 640 megawatts to 940 megawatts of power capacity. Fucking A. Don't really like loud women or party girls. I'm done with that. Want boring and nerdy. You and me both, brother. I mean, I never really did the party girls. I never really did the party scene. I was, my adult life was shockingly boring. But also, shockingly just better boring than like losing all your money to a scam or getting tricked by, I don't know, a less than reputable woman. You know, better to be boring is my take. And that was what I went with. And it worked out well for me. So hey, boring's not bad. I need me a nice boring brunette with big Coke bottle glasses and a cute southern accent. And that's it. That's all I need in my life. I just need one of those. That's what I'm looking for. Oof. You find them on Instagram Reels, but they're all OnlyFans models. Oh. Man. You know, is it weird? I don't know, maybe it's just me, but I feel like I have this like conscious anxiety now. Don't want drama, that's kind of my thing now. It should be. I mean, if you're in your 30s, yeah. That's where I am too. It's like, I don't know. I guess. Look at the second light over here. Does it make things look any better? Let me see. Oh, it's so bright. I feel like I'm in a sauna. Let me tone that down. Way down. There we go. And make that a nice, like, cool blue. There we go. Also have a GF, kind of. Oh, you're in a situationship. You are from the UK now. Congratulations. You're in a confusing situationship that you don't fully understand. Welcome to 2025 in the West. Here we are. Oh, it sucks. Oh, it sucks. I don't know. I guess I can't complain. I am getting at least a little bit of money from YouTube and Twitch. So I shouldn't complain. I'm doing okay. An 11-year-old situationship. Dude, I feel like that's more and more common now. Like, people are just like, not the G... Yes, I got that. I know you don't still live in Romania. Yeah, but I feel like that's just becoming more common now. People just, like, stay in, like, a single confusing situationship for the course of, like, 10 years. And, like, eventually they kind of roll over one day and they're like, hey, you want to get married? And she's like, sure. And then you do. And by that point, you're too old to have kids and too settled in your ways, and you still don't make much money. And as a man, you haven't been driven. You know, there's no... I don't know, that's... I'm going to leave it there. But yeah, that's kind of what the West is doing now. For better or worse. I don't know. Better or worse. She doesn't want kids either. They always say that, though. A woman who's been in a situationship for 11 years, of course, is going to say that. I'm sure if you had married her by now, she'd probably think differently. You know, as just knowing women, you know, that's how they are. Not a bad thing. Not a good thing, just a thing. Ooh, an extra hand equipment slot. That actually would be nice to have. That's Sam ore. Caterium. Caterium needs to be the next thing that we build for. We have the technology. Wait. Sorry. We have the technology. Is that how they say it? And is that $3 Million Man? Such a low estimate now. Elon spends more than that on one of his robots. Ah! Okay. Caterium. For that, we are going to need... Man, I don't even know. Let's start with just getting a Mark II miner built. Okay. We're gonna need that. At least let's say 6 constructors. You know what? Let's say 8 and 16. I know it's gonna take a lot. Industrial storage containers. I guess we've got everything we need, except for the encased industrial steel beams and a couple portable miners. Let's get like 20 of these. Yeah, I don't know. All my relationships were very short, but also because I didn't really invest in them. Never been good at that. Well, no guy in their right mind gets married these days with these laws. You're not wrong. I mean, Flashbacks to the richest man having like $50 million. Yeah, how quaint that was. Now we're about to see the first trillionaires. Yes. Insane. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel weird about it. To be honest, I feel weird about the marriage situation. Because on the one hand, it's like, I'm pro-marriage. I'm obviously pro-family. You guys know that. I mean, I've made it pretty clear. But also, it's like, I wouldn't get married with these laws. Like, I don't want to get taken for everything I have. I don't want, to be legally bound to someone, especially these, when it comes to other countries where marriage is still prominent, more often than not, you have, like, family bonds that help to mitigate the risks.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations.
Thank you, Ada.
They are also % safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
Oh, God. Anyway, I think 10 more of these. I have no issues with that, sort of. If she stays with me through shit, she's not going anywhere. Maybe. I mean, the problem is, though, that, like, Western countries make it... There's not a lot of... The only incentives to getting married are tax incentives, which can be good, but they don't mitigate how easy it is to get divorced in Western countries, and how... As much as I feel weird about it, because on the one hand, it's like, it's the critiques that, like, Eastern countries, or even just, like, Eastern European countries usually have, the critiques they have of the Western Europe and America is usually, something along the lines of, like, what the fuck am I saying? Well, something, I don't know. Something conservative squeal of family values. We already considered a civil partnership here anyway. Oh, so there's just no reason to. Yeah. Oh, before that. In a lot of, like, Eastern countries, like in China or something like that, it's... Yeah, like, people can get taken advantage of in a marriage, but there's, like, more familial expectation that you won't do that. That's changing in China. But there's like a family value sense that's instilled in you and your partner, like, practically from birth, that hopefully keeps you from doing that. But here in the United States, it's just like, it's you and it's her, or I don't know, you and him, or whoever the fuck you care about, I don't know. And it's like, same in Romania, yeah. I mean, it's conducive, it helps to make people want to have kids, when you feel like... when you live in a country where, the expectation would have been 5-6 years ago. Okay, you're going to marry this girl. You're going to have some kids. You're going to marry her. You're going to have some kids. You're going to marry her. You're going to have some kids, If you lived in a country where that stuff was more expected, you'd probably be in a bit different mindset. She would be in a different mindset. And I don't know. It's like, it's not that I think that I want to look back and say to myself, oh, if only I lived in, like, want to, like, glamorize, like, living in Romania. I'd be like, then this girl I dated would have wanted to marry me. Like, who cares? And also, that's weird. I don't know. I don't want to glorify it, but, like, some days I do wish I lived in a country that had at least just, like, a little more pressure on people to get married, Because, like, in the West right now, Western Europe and the United States, like, you're not allowed to put pressure on young women to get married. You can put pressure on young men, and you can, well, as long as they're not migrants. You can put pressure on young men to get married. Young native men, not migrant men. It's not even young migrant men who are coming over anyway. But yeah, you're not allowed to put that pressure on women at all. And it's like, that pressure is bad, I get it, but also, I don't know, like, should being married be an expectation? Clearly it has some upsides as well, Why would I ever spend my whole life working and building a life just to marry some woman for like a year, get divorced after a year, then she takes half my life's work, my house, or half of all my bank accounts. I mean, you're not wrong. Again, but also, here's where the part where I would push back on that, Saul, is simply to say that women are in the same spot, you know? I hear all the time from the women in my life how, like, especially the ones who are my age and older and unmarried, what they say all the time: I can already pay my bills, I can already do this, I can do that, what do I need a man for? And first and foremost, their main issue is they don't understand what men do bring to the table. But also, they, you know, it shouldn't be, there shouldn't be this much money wrapped up in marriage. Maybe that's it. I mean, I don't know. On the one hand, marriage started as a way of, like, you know, making sure that money could be transferred between families cleanly. So maybe that's just me being naive, but I don't know. There just shouldn't be this much money in it, because, like, it's just way too much incentive for people to screw each other over, and it's becoming sick. On both sides, you know? But in a traditional country, good luck winning a custody battle against the mother. That's also true. That's true. But it's also going to be harder for her to divorce a man in the first place. So, I mean, there's going to be less custody battles in general, you know? In theory, anyway. And that only recently changed in the West. I mean, here where I am in the United States, children automatically went to the mother up until 2006. You know? So it's been a very recent change in the United States, interestingly. Not like the odds are better in the West. Yeah, they're really not, honestly. It's been a pretty recent change where we've seen, like, mothers getting a lot of special treatment in family court. That's honestly kind of a recent thing. And it's still had all kinds of issues, to the point that it may not survive. Not that it should, honestly. I don't think there should be a preference for either parent at this point. There's just too many stories going both directions. Lost 4 girlfriends to a prenup. Jesus Christ. Yeah, the sad thing is I see both sides. I can see why a woman would be mad about a prenup. But at the same time, these days, I'd never expect a man to marry without a prenup. I would never expect that. Like, it would be, it's dangerous otherwise, you know? There's way too many people who want to take advantage of you. Like, you just can't. You just can't. You really can't. I have friends who did, and I do worry for them. I don't know. I hope it works out. Hope they never need it. Let me see. Deuterium. They only have around a 14% divorce rate. Okay, well, I mean, that makes it less likely you'll ever be in custody battle in the first place, but also holds people into shitty relationships, both men and women, which has its own problems, I'm sure. You know, I'm sure Romania's got its own issues with that. Okay, now I need to... No, wait. Let's get a smelter. Let's get a first smelter. First of all, let's see, how much are we pulling up? 240 Deuterium. Ah! That's phenomenal. Okay, well, that's great. We don't really need that much, to be honest. We don't need to start... Yeah, we don't need to use all of it yet. We don't have the power to really use all of it, to be honest. Anyway, to take full advantage. You're going to make Deuterium ingots. You're going to take all of those, too, because I don't need them. Uses 45 per minute. What is 240 divided by 45? Let me see if I can do it off the top of my head. I cannot. No, that is not clean. That's going to be a pain. Let's see. 240 divided by 45 is... 5.3 smelters. Oh, fuck you. God, fuck you. To make 15 Deuterium ingots. Once we make 15 Deuterium ingots, what can we do with those ingots? once we generate those 15 Caterium ingots per turn, we can turn them into biomass, compounds, power shards, remains. What the fuck? Nothing yet, apparently. Oh, I think I have to go to the MAM and unlock it first. Hang on. Where is it? Culture. Caterium. There it is. Research! Okay. There we go. Perfect. Now you should be able to make electronics. Quick wire. There we go. Consuming 12. Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, man. Okay. Just fuck you, man. Okay. It's taking 12 per minute. God, just fuck you, man. Starting 15, it's taking 12. Just fuck you, man. Just fuck you. Okay. If I wanted to bump this down to 12, what is that, down to 36. Okay. You know what? That's somewhat reasonable. I could deal with that. 6. This is generating 240. Here's an idea. Let's generate 360. Except that's totally not worth it because I can't move that many along my highest level conveyor belt anyway, so that's stupid. Also, I didn't use the highest level conveyor belt. Probably should do that. There we go. What's 240 divided by 36? That is 6.6. God, fuck you. God, fuck you. Okay, eventually we'll up this, but we don't need that much for right now. I guess we can just build the constructors just right in front of them because it's only a 1-to-1 ratio. Splitter. There. 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 Cool. Alright. Each of these is eating 36 per turn. Well, they will be once I calibrate them. Yep. Take that. And actually, we're going to knock you down to 12. So you're only running at 80% capacity. Which is honestly fine. Only need 12 per minute anyway. Quick wire. Quick wire. 60 per minute, 60 per minute. This one's also creating 60 per minute. Cool. Okay, I mean... Okay, sorry, I've been paying attention. There's around 27% for gay. They have gay marriage in Romania? I gotta be honest, I'm just shocked that gay marriage is legal there in any way, shape, or form. I mean, good for them. I'm pro legalization of gay marriage, so, hey. Good for Romania, I guess. No, it's U.S. Oh, okay. I was about to say, wow, that's so progressive for Romania. Good for them. Ah, it didn't sound like Romania, though. Didn't sound like Romania. No, too natalistic. And natalistic, don't forget the first rule of the West. Natalistic is nationalistic. Natalistic is fascist. Depending on your age, you could have dodged your first divorce. Yeah, they're not... I don't know about 70% of getting chance. I don't know about 70%. That seems high. Chance of getting divorced or robbed. Where the hell are you looking for women exactly, if that's the case? Like, don't go looking on sugar daddy websites or looking for, like, an international bride. That might be your first step to finding happiness. When I used to deliver paperwork for a lawyer, one lady who used his services basically made a career out of divorcing dudes. Yeah, there definitely are those. But, you know, a basic look into someone's history several months into dating them, and you can find these things out, you know. Just don't marry stupidly, and you can avoid the really cataclysmic scenarios. I'm not saying you gotta get married. I already said I wouldn't get married these days. You know, so I'm not disagreeing with you, but, like, I don't know. Let's not get cataclysmic about it, you know? Let's not embellish more than we need to. It's already bad, you know? There we go. You're making Caterium. You're making Caterium, but only 12 per minute. You're making Caterium at only 12 per minute. Romania tried to sneak in gay marriage, another bill, and they still didn't pass it. Yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Actually, you know, as someone who did come from Eastern Europe, I am curious. Have you noticed how whenever Western, like, Ukraine-supporting countries talk about Ukraine, they never mention Ukraine's thoughts on gay rights. They never mention it. And I don't blame them. It would be a bad PR move, but they never mention Ukraine's thoughts on gay rights. Never. They never mention Ukraine's thoughts on natalistic policies. Because, well, I mean, Ukraine wouldn't be surviving if they didn't have natalistic policies. They didn't have the policy of, yeah, women who are here, we need you reproducing, please. There wouldn't be a Ukraine otherwise. 70% is the new U.S. stat. In heterosexual marriages, women initiate approximately 70% of divorces. Yeah, I've heard that stat before. I still struggle with it, but I don't know. Look, I already agree getting a divorce should be harder. But I also do believe that men have some things we need to work on. I don't know. I don't want to just be sitting around blaming women for everything. Fun though that would be, I don't think it would be helpful. I don't need that many. What the fuck else do I have? Okay. Don't want to brag, but accept the fact she's too sensitive and I can be an asshole. I don't have other things against my girlfriend. Romania is number 2 least tolerant against the gays. Number 1 is Poland. It fucking would be Poland. I'm not surprised by that. I'm not fucking surprised by that at all. Not fucking surprised by that at all. It's okay. Westerners will continue going there and saying to themselves, wow, what an incredible, what a great country. I love it. And conveniently forgetting that other people, even other white people, have their own cultures. Because we're just more obsessed with our own ability to travel to other people's cultures and cannibalize their culture than we are with actually respecting them as people. Okay, and let's get a... one will be fine for right now. Cool. Alright, that's pretty decent output. That's 180 quick wire per minute. Once these are up, I just need some concrete. Once these are up, it'll be... go from 180 to 360? I guess I really don't need it in that case, because I can only move 240 along my highest rated belt. I don't need 360, so I guess I could cut it down to 240. Yeah, so I guess we'll just turn these two off. May as well. And turn off these two. We'll leave this one on, I guess. Do I have enough stuff that I could... Hang on. I only needed concrete, right? Let me delete some of these. There we go. Okay, now we're making 240 quick wire per minute. Excellent. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Probably should collect some of that quick wire before I go home. I'm not making the stats. Okay, but you are using stats that are thrown out by a lot of people who really seem to hate women. I'm just saying, man. Like, that shit I hear on, like, the Whatever podcast. That shit is just gross. Let me see. I've always been open-minded, but you can't expect a country to just adopt every Western value, especially when it goes against their beliefs. Yeah, no, you're right. I don't think it's... Okay, I'm not going to say I approve of a country being homophobic. I'm not going to say that, but they're not... You know, speaking as a black man who grew up in an area that's not historically been friendly to black people, I'm black-ish. You know, like... Even then, even as someone who is from, like, a marginalized group, you can't expect everyone to like you or support you, and you shouldn't, honestly. At least I don't. I don't know why people... I don't know what the obsession is with Westerners these days. Everyone has to support me! Everyone has to authenticate me! Everyone has to tell me I'm special! Quiet, Ada. I don't care about your... I don't care about your input, Ada! Quiet! Anyway. Sorry about that. She's really rude. Ooh, the Power Pole Mark II. Yes! I want that. I want that immediately.
Power Pole Mark II unlocked. This provides additional power connections compared to the Power Pole Mark I.
That's it? Okay, fine. Whatever. Okay. What else do we got here? Ah, yes! The AI limiter. I do need those. Yes. I do need those.
Research completed. AI limiter recipe unlocked.
I'm just not naive. I know the stats. I don't know. It kind of sounds like you're actively pessimistic. Which, you know, it's arguable that pessimism is good these days, but I'm not going to say that you're wrong, Saul. I'm simply going to say I hope it doesn't... That should you meet a woman you like, I hope you don't let those... very scary statistics get in your way. You don't have to sign any legally binding agreements with anybody. You know?
Stun rebar ammo unlocked. This applies a moderate electric charge to the target, capable of stunning small creatures and moderately delaying larger ones. This is quite atomically exciting. That was a physics joke.
Thanks, Ada. They tried to ban pride parades in Hungary, and it ended up with Hungary having the largest gay parades in the EU. Oh, I think I heard about that. I would have considered Hungary similar to Romania, but... I mean, it's like the Barbra Streisand effect, you know? You try to hide something, you just make it more prominence in the culture, you know? I mean, that was... If I'm honest, that... One of the funny things about here in the United States... There's nothing else I can get. One of the funny things about being here in the U.S. is that... we kind of went the opposite way. Because we were so open. Like, no one really cared by the time gay marriage was legalized. No one really gave a shit anymore. People were just like, yeah, sure, give it to them. Who cares? Like, Americans, despite the fact that Americans seem to think Americans are very close-minded, Americans are pretty open-minded. And so, after America legalized gay marriage, was one of the first countries to do so. I think Ireland just beat us, but it was like one of the only ones. After the U.S. we've had gay marriage legalized for 10 years now, and our biggest problem with it isn't the gay marriage itself. It's the fact that, like, the institutions that, like, you've heard me, I'm sure, throw around the phrase the non-profit industrial complex. You know, hear about U.S. politics, how non-profit entities, which just refers to any sort of, like, charity. You know, they register as a non-profit. They're not a profitable corporation. Not supposed to be. But it also gives them a lot of legal leeway. They get a lot of those leftover non-profit institutions who in their fairness, did a lot of incredible work to, you know, allow for, you know, the normie girls and gays, or the gays, you know, then the lesbians, to get married, which I think they should be allowed to. I don't think that should be banned. I can't see a good non-religious argument to not do it. I don't really care. But the main problem we're having now is that those non-profit institutions are still around and searching for reasons to fight, for reasons to fundraise. And so, unfortunately, that's where a lot of the crazy trans stuff, that's where a lot of the fucking weirdos who've crept out of the LGBT, like, you've seen, it's gone from LGBT to LGBT, any number of other letters. It's a whole fucking alphabet unto itself, you know? That's all those non-profit groups needing to find now a reason to fight, a reason to ask for your donations for this important cause, you know? It sucks. It's like, because those things have stuck around, now they just have to find a new thing to fight for and make money. But sometimes those things are just really, really fucking stupid. All the arguments against gay marriage just don't make much sense to me. So you mean to say I can be with 100 dudes, no problem, go for it. But when I love someone and want to be monogamous, then you have a problem. Yeah, there's some truth to that. There's a lot of truth to that. And I feel like even for a lot of conservative countries, they need to come to terms with the fact that our thoughts on gay marriage are very much influenced by what we're taught, you know? Like, different societies throughout time and in different parts of the planet have all had wide differences in how they thought of gay marriage, you know? Like, you know, much of what we know of it and how we feel about it is taught to us through culture, from our parents, from religion, and that's not a bad thing, but it does mean that, you know, when we think about something being banned, and it does make it harder to defend banning it, you know, when it's like, okay, part of the reason we have an issue with it is because we're taught to have an issue with it, you know? And there is something of a natalist policy, you know? Like, to take Rome, for example, as I love to do. You know, they had a lot of rules where you could fuck dudes as a dude, but you couldn't marry one. And the reason for that was because they wanted you having babies. They wanted you raising children with a woman. And I think that actually is an argument with some merit, that you want, you know, especially successful men, you want them having kids. You want them raising kids. I do think there is something of an argument with that, with the natalism, with you know, wanting men of means to have children. But it's also like, you know, it's also very much an argument. I remember Roman pointing this out. No fuckers. He pointed this out when he was talking about Eastern European fucking orphans, because there was this Russian commercial. I loved when he would break down, like, Russian propaganda. It's so goddamn funny, you know? It's there was this one where, like, these Like, if we allow like, of course, very much what you'd expect from Russia. If we allow Western culture in, the gays will start adopting and raising children. And it will start doing that. And they'll be corrupted. And it's like, oh no. Children will be raised by two dads instead of being raised in an Eastern European orphanage. Oh no. Fucking tragic. Like, what a tragedy. Like, it's just ridiculous. It was funny, though, but it was ridiculous. You know, but that's... I found that really, really funny. How the... this isn't gonna work. This needs to move back. This needs to move way back. Okay. For insurance, medical plans, there's sadly a lot of legal and financial stuff tied to marriage. I mean, it depends on where you are. It depends on where you are. I guess I wouldn't really know the UK's rules very well. But here it's... They try to give you a lot of benefits for marriage, but... I don't know. Like, here, to be honest, it's really a tax write-off. Like, it's a... There's not... If you're gonna own large amounts of property, I've heard it's good to be married in the US. But outside of that, it's kind of... There's kind of just not, like, really a reason to do it. It's like, honestly, I think that's worse than anything else. You know, even more so than the divorce rate, I think the worst thing for marriage in the US is the fact that there's just not a reason to do it. You know, there's not a cultural expectation. There's not allowed to be a cultural expectation of marriage because it's considered like fascist or some stupid crap. You know, and that's, it's not good. That's it. It's not good. It's not good. Shouldn't do that. We should make incentives for young people especially to get married and start raising families. You know? Stop shipping in migrants to do it instead, which is just fucking backward-ass way of thinking. It's like, let's just ship in migrants who already have family values. I'm like, you couldn't just restore family values to your own country? That's too hard. But the logistics of shipping in mass migration, that's the tenable option? Whatever. I can't. I'm going to go off. I'm going to go off if I start. I can't. Just fucking can't. It's fucking people, man. It's fucking idiots in power. I'm going to fucking go off if I start. Don't let me go off. Don't let me do that. I feel like Family Guy answers, sure, let them get married and be miserable like the rest of us. Oh, that's very Family Guy. That's good, though. I like that. Yeah? Yeah. Well, I mean, could be worse. Could be single and alone. That's not fun. I'm not a fan, personally. Ooh, no, didn't mean to put that there. Didn't mean to put that there. I don't know, I'd like to have somebody. It's just like I'd like to have somebody who, like, I don't know, respects me. Someone who's not... I don't know. My problem with women has always been they're not, like, particularly interested in getting to know me. You know, if you can't tell, I have a lot of personality. And, a lot of times that results in women getting infatuated, but they wake up a few days later and suddenly realize they don't actually know anything about me. Nor do they have any interest in knowing anything about me. They just want me to remain on all the time, you know? And that, ugh, that's just too much. It's just a lot. Buy a house, a mortgage type of system. Nice! Yeah, I wish we had something like that. I mean, that's how the U.S. originally built our wealth. Post-World War II, we had the... So, what was it called? Was it the Lend-Lease program? Something like that? After World War II, part of the reason the United States got so wealthy for that part of the 20th century was they did basically the same thing. Like, they did not just mortgages, but, like, they had a whole... Like, they did a lot of work to standardize the home building process. That's originally where we saw the developments of the... What do you guys call it? There's a couple different words for it in Europe. It's like the toothpick houses, you know? The types of houses they build, like the suburban houses that look like the frame is all, like, bare wood, and it looks really shitty, but they last a while. Yeah, they used to have a lot more programs for young families, but they got rid of those. They got too expensive. And, you know, who wants to invest in our young people when we can ship in other countries' young people and not pay for their schooling? Or the time when they're babies and their mothers need time off. You know, that's ultimately, that's just sick. The ones that get blown away by tornadoes? Yes! Yes, that is correct. Those exact houses. Yep. They used to be much better. When they were built out of old growth wood, they were much more solid. But now everything is new growth wood, and it's pretty bad. Very bad. Let's put that there. And can I fit one more? I think I can fit one more. Shit. Okay. There we go. And one more. There we go. It's gonna be like a few. There we go. Alright. Did I ever get the... Why do I have so much wire on me? Did I ever get that plant working? Oh, there's a lot of those. Yeah, those storm chasing shows were really big for a while. Damn, we gotta get Flagrant back here. He was a Flagrant Vandal. He was here earlier in the stream. He's a super big... If you ever get the chance to ask him, he's a massive, like, weather nerd. Like, he loves weather movies and weather stuff like that. You got to ask him about that at some point, or I can ask him. But he knows like every like disaster weather movie. Like, he's super big on that stuff. Got to ask him at some point. Take all those. One stack. No. One stack will be fine. And honestly, give me like a few of those, and that'll be fine. Okay, cool. Let's plug this back in. We've got all the power we need now. Actually, it's not plugged in. Oh, it's way back here. The show was Twisters. Twisters, I remember that. Yeah, Twisters. There were a couple of them. The storm chasing shows, they were big around the time the ghost hunting shows were, I believe. What a time that was for white culture. What a time. What a time. Did 21 Pilots release an album around that time? We get hurricanes every now and then, but mostly the coast. Always the Irish getting fucked. I'm surprised you get hurricanes that far north, to be honest. I would never have... That's actually interesting. I never would have thought hurricanes would go that far north. But I guess, I mean, I don't know anything about hurricanes. Like, on the map of the United States, I'm almost exactly in the center. Well... Yeah, a little bit east, but pretty close to the center. So I have despite living like 3 hours away from a massive body of water, I have no experience with hurricanes. Never been around, like, the ocean, though. That's different. Okay, let's take... I need 1,000 of these, and it should be a 1-to-1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And... Nice, I have 2 more stacks, so that should take care of that. Right, let's get these, let's let these just run. Rarely, but it happens. Like one every maybe 2 years. Okay, interesting. Still interesting. I still never would have guessed that they would even get to that point, to be honest. Okay. 1 and 1. Two and 2. So we need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I need a bit more. Okay, that's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have an extra stack here. I have an extra stack of rotors, but I need one more stack of reinforced plates. I'm only getting... I need to sacrifice 1,000. I'm going to only make 10 per minute. We get hurricanes. Yeah, I know the Carolinas get hurricanes. I know that. But I don't consider the Carolinas, like, north. You know? So I guess I expect that. Also, I've been to the Carolinas before. I guess I've been to the UK, too, but I don't really... No, I don't know much about it, like, weather-wise. I managed to get 2 sunny days in Dublin in a row, so I did not get the UK experience, as it should be. Just avoid Florida and North Carolina if you hate hurricanes. They're always getting hit. Is the North always getting hit harder than South Carolina? Is that true? We get hit, but not bad. Why does the North get hit harder? Is there some kind of, like, a geographic thing? Is it a weather thing? Is it like a shape of the landscape deal? Yep. It's like a geographic quirk. That's interesting. Okay. That's kind of cool, though. I love details like that. I love stuff like that. It just... Oh, just because it sticks out more into the water. Okay. The EU is relatively safe from disaster weather. Don't really have freak weather. No big cats. Barely any venomous snakes or spiders. Yeah, the lack of reptiles and the lack of snakes is pretty nice. They have their own issues, though. I mean, naivety being among them. You know, we'll see how it goes. I mean, things could turn south very, very quickly in the EU. Very, very quickly. I don't know. My main worries there wouldn't be that kind of stuff. I'd be worried about, like, social unrest more than anything else. That's why I'm telling you, man, get that citizenship. If it really is just a test, get that citizenship. I wouldn't... Yeah, my main worries about the EU wouldn't really be any of that stuff. It would be weather. And also, I guess, you know, we are... Funny enough, we are now getting armadillos, which are really associated with Texas. They're now in southern Illinois. We just got a report about it. They're moving that far north. So we could be, if we're getting those here, I imagine in the UK, you guys could be in the path to get some more weird insects, mammals, and other assorted creepy crawlies now that the weather is warming up. Very well could happen, so be prepared for that. US has all that and weather. Yeah, we have a lot of things. Surprising number of venomous snakes here. You guys don't even have raccoons? How do you not have raccoons? Did they just get, like, hunted to extinction? They have foxes still, don't they? I believe, if I remember correctly, there was a big Google campus with, like, this natural landscape roof that within, like, days got infested with foxes. So they're still a thing. How do you not have raccoons? And it's perfect weather for them. That's so weird. That's so... Okay, I guess that's a weird fixation, but that's so weird to not have raccoons. It's like one of, like... Okay. Alright, okay. That surprises me. That surprises me. Okay. Last stack. Just gonna let that run. 51, 51. Cool. Let that shit run. They're all set. Hey, yo! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We were just complaining about, I just had some very, I would say, life-changing information dropped on my head very suddenly that apparently the UK does not have raccoons. Like, how? The weather is perfect. I don't know. That's just weird. I would expect that. They already have foxes. We see and hear foxes from time to time, like they're around. Yeah. They're, like, really famous over. Like I said, there was that Google campus where they infested it. Oh, that's so funny. I'm surprised none have, like, stown away on, like, a cargo ship or something from America and, like, made it over there. Maybe they're just better about that now? That's so weird. I remember when I met this French exchange student who came over here a while ago. This was years ago now. In the conservative tag. Thank you. Welcome in. That conservative tag has been bringing us a shocking amount of viewership. Welcome in. Oh, boy. Let me know where you're from. The last time we got someone from the conservative tag, they came here from Finland. And we're so I'm curious. Yeah, it's been bringing in a surprising amount of people. Let me know if you want to hear the whole background to why I keep it on, because man, it is necessary. We have them only in captivity, not native, apparently. Yes, armadillos, due to their low body count, not body count, their low body temperature, can California. Oh god, oh god. Good luck with that. Have fun. The, oh yeah, armadillos carry leprosy because of their low body temperature. And we're getting them in Illinois now, which is fucking wild. They should be way too cold up here, but Southern Illinois is apparently now becoming like the South. South Carolina and Southern Illinois won't have too much, will have a lot more in common here soon, it would seem. Yeah, I mean, I'm not planning on going out and trying to catch one. Also, I'm not quite that far south in Illinois just yet. But I'm pretty sure here, like, I guess it's one more thing for the coyotes to snack on. So good for them. Good for them. Alright. You sent me your weather. Gee, thanks. Thanks. Much appreciated. I love that. Love that. I need more steel crap. I need more steel crap. Because yes, we're under the conservative tag and we're trying to... and we're worried about our steel production. Arrive on a brand new world. That's the goal. That's our goal here as conservatives. Walk into a different nation and steal all of their resources and complain they're not giving us enough. More oil. We're not quite at oil production yet. We'll be there soon. We're still burning coal, unfortunately. We'll be there soon, though. Oh, yeah, this is all coal right here, by the way. This whole conveyor belt. You see how long this conveyor belt is? This conveyor belt goes all the way over there. The other day, dear God. Ugh. Fuck the heat. I'm so sick of it being hot. I'm ready. I'm ready for it to be summer. I am very glad to live in a place where we actually have seasons, where we can actually go outside all the time. The weather is more often than not nice. More often than not, usually. I don't know. It's usually nice. But I'm ready for the weather to not be so swelteringly hot. So ready for that. So ready for that. So ready for that. Okay. Alright, how's steel production? Pretty good, actually. That's... Ew, oh, I don't need all those. Okay, it's like 2 stacks would be great. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. We are bringing a lot of coal out of the ground. We're bringing out 270 gold... Not coal, gold. Coal. 270 coal per minute. Which is not only helping to create those steel pipes and steel beams, but also the other 120 coal generating per minute is going over to the... Way the fuck over... I can't even see them. I can't even see where the coal power plant is. Just converted 62 in Celsius. No wonder it was hot. It was around 50 Fahrenheit. Oh, God. Ugh. Yeah, that's not... Wait, 50 Fahrenheit? You were hot? In 50 degrees Fahrenheit, you were hot? Oh, my friend. Oh, my friend. Saul's dealing with over 100 Fahrenheit. Jesus, in 62 Fahrenheit? You're adorable. Can I say you're adorable? That's cute. That's cute heat. That's adorable amount of heat. Man, you know, the UK might be very good for you. Or maybe Ireland. Actually, Ireland's having their own... I wouldn't want to be an immigrant in Ireland right now. Not that I blame them. You know, government probably should do what the people want instead of insisting on doing what shareholders want.
Milestone reached. Blueprints reduce repetitive building tasks, further optimizing your progression towards saving Earth.
Who wants
with
to
its
save
beautiful
Earth?
Ecosystems, abundant natural resources, and sunsets over frolicking puppies and kittens. The blueprint designer allows you to build and combine structures once and then duplicate that configuration effortlessly. Any complaints about the spatial restrictions will only reveal your own inefficiencies.
Wow, fuck you, Ada. Why you gotta be like that? God, I can't believe you were hot in 60-degree weather. That's insane. My air conditioner is set to 62. Like, my air conditioner is set to bring the room to 62 because outside it's like 80 degrees Fahrenheit. No, it's hotter than that. With humidity, it's probably over 100. It's the UK. Yeah. Fair enough. No, the UK seems like it's perfect for you. Have fun. Why do I have pale berries on me? And a bunch of sulfur. Why do I have a bunch of sulfur on me? Dude, I have the AC blasting. Well, I also have the air conditioning blasting because I have a bunch of lights on, too. Like, I do have a big overhead light, and then I have 2 smaller lights on me now. But I only turned the lights on once it got dark, though, so it's a little... not too bad. Not too bad now. I gotta figure out what I want for dinner. Just so you guys know, I am gonna wrap up in about half an hour here, get some editing done, get some content out to the main channel. So, be sure, at some point tomorrow morning, before we're back... do be sure to check out the YouTube, leave a comment, leave a like. It's so incredibly appreciated and helps me out in the algorithm to build and keep being here with you guys. So please feel free to do that. And in the meantime, hit that like and subscribe button. Follow whatever it is on Twitch. I don't remember. I don't know why I'm even a streamer. I don't know why you guys even watch me. I'm insane. What the fuck do I even want here? Oh, I do need to use this sulfur. There's not much else to really worry about right now, actually. The Caterium mine is up and running. Our power is in good shape. We are still consuming in... no, actually, no, we're not. No, we're consuming... no, okay, so... oh, yeah, that flat gray line here, that's production. Okay, so that is the amount that we are producing from the coal plants. That's all replaceable. I don't have to worry about that. Once we get above that, to the capacity, the light gray at the very, very top of that chart, at the very top, that is between these 2 lines. That's the point where we start breaking into the biomass burners and actually physically burning biomass to create power. It's not bad to be in that zone, but if we can avoid it and allow the biomass burners to just back up and rebuild that battery, that's great. Just a Tuesday for me. Nice. Yeah. Welcome to Tuesday. My goal from here on out is to be here from like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. my time. So it would be... I don't know what in the world it would be in the UK. I think the UK... I think my time zone is -6. I think. In the Carolinas, it would only be like 2 hours off. No, 1 hour off. 2? I forget. I think it's 2, but I could be wrong. On 0? Yeah, I think I'm at either minus or +6. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're on 0. It starts because the fucking British Empire starts it in London. I know, but like, I think we're on. So that, yeah, that's kind of obvious. Anyway, oh shit! I never increased the size of this. Oh shit! I forgot to do that. You're fine. We're pulling out 180 limestone, but I never actually upgraded our limestone processing, so we'd be building more concrete. I gotta do that. I really need to do that. We always need more concrete. Concrete is necessary, like, at every point in the game. I'm just curious. I'm gonna look up what it is. Mind a time zone converter. There's the time zone map. I am in... Oh, I'm in -4. No, wait. No, -5. My time zone is -5. So it's... Damn, it's late in the UK. Holy shit. What are you doing here at 3:30 in the fucking morning? What's wrong with you? Get some sleep. Doesn't your girlfriend complain at you that you never get any sleep? Come on, man. Come on. 10:29 here. Yeah. Oh, so you guys are only 1 hour off. Okay. I can never remember if it's 1 hour or 2 hours between Illinois and the East Coast, because it feels like it should be 2. But then I always remember Indiana has the same time zone as the East Coast itself, which is so weird. There we go. So we're pulling up 180. We need... Oh, shit. I'm out of reinforced plates. I'm going to delete that. Don't need that. The Philippines is 10:30 because they're exactly across the earth from you. Nice. There we go. Doesn't have time to complain. Oh, you know, I've heard a tired girlfriend is a good girlfriend, you know? Keep her busy. Keep her doing stuff. I need a merger. Oh, this is a long shot. Anybody here got any thoughts on the Stephen Colbert getting fired? I doubt it, but, like, it's just funny to me. I gotta be honest, I like Stephen Colbert a lot, but man, he needed to stop being political a lot sooner. Like, he needed to cut the politics way sooner than he did. And, like, I'm not even saying I disagreed with a lot of his politics, you know? I got vaccinated. I'm not even saying that, like, I think a lot of the stuff he pushed was bad. But, like, him and, like, the rest of the big TV agencies, like, they did not read the writing on the wall as far as where the American public was for way too long, and it bit them in the ass. Like, they, as I said, needed to read the writing on the wall a lot sooner. And it's a shame. I like Colbert. He was funny at one point, but he just needed to stop being political a lot sooner, man. A lot sooner. Which, maybe I shouldn't judge, you know? Pug was telling me earlier I need to stop being political. So, hey, maybe that's something I should be learning from. But, poor Colbert. Poor Colbert. Not really. He kind of brought it on himself. Should have checked out sooner. There we go. Also... Wait. Let's move it further out. Okay. Politics. Oh, boy. Well, he should have listened to Paramount, his parent company. They told him to drop it, and he kept it up. Now he's fired. Didn't Paramount drop South Park, too, recently? No! No! They're paying South Park $50 million for 3 more seasons. 5 more seasons of South Park, 10 episodes per. No, they're paying the South Park creators shitloads of money. Shitloads of money. But South Park has, like, a more of a reputation for roasting everybody, though. Like, that was not the case with Colbert, you know? Like, South Park goes after anybody. I think that's the difference, though. Like, they just went after Trump about the Epstein stuff. Oh, that's goddamn funny. Wired is mad about South Park, of course. Of course. Trump is mad at South Park still. Oh, that's incredible. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah. Comedy Central recently struck a 5-year deal with Paramount after a merger delayed. Okay, so the most recent season of South Park was delayed because of a merger issue with Paramount. But they are greenlit for 5 more seasons. I think they're only going to be like 10 episodes per, but they've been making less and less per year. But yeah, they got tens of millions of dollars at least. I forget the actual amount. I can't see the actual amount. Fucking Washington Post capping the number of articles I can see. But yeah. Everyone getting canceled except The View. Yeah, no. The one with Whoopi Goldberg is The View. You got it right. I'm not going to be honest. I am going to be honest with you. That show has a reputation in the United States for being basically exclusively watched by, like, wine-drunk moms. So it's like, I'm not even sure why The View is being considered, like, some political tastemaker in the first place. Like, all the issues with The View are, like, should be expected. Like, yeah, The View is hypocritical and vapid and kind of dumb, and the people and the guests they have on it are never very bright, but, like, The View is a show for like housewives, you know? It's like it's news, but it's like gossip news for like moms, you know? That's who watches The View. The View, as much as like, yeah, The View has been shitty, The View is not a news source. The View is a televised gossip rag for day drunk wine moms. You know, no one should have taken The View seriously in the first place. You know, it's, yeah. 30 per minute. And 30 per minute. Okay. I probably should save my game. That would be smart. I'm not a South Park fan, don't really watch it, but I'm cool with it being around. Yeah, man, it's been going on since 99, 97 maybe they started. And that King of the Hill's back too. It was, I guess it had like a 10-year hiatus. Man, everything's coming back. It's weird. Okay, I should upgrade these. Should need... let's get 3. So they got delayed a bit and then started running with the show got dropped. Something like that, yeah. South Park did. They got delayed because some kind of an issue with the parent company and rights and some stupid Hollywood contract crap. The View is the TV version of a cheap tabloid. You're absolutely right. The View is a cheap tabloid journalism. It's worthless. But it's like, it's hitting a specific market, and that's fine, you know? It's like the wine mom equivalent of, like, Steven Crowder, you know? Like, I acknowledge Steven Crowder hits a certain demographic, and I'm like, I don't like those people, but whatever. And they occasionally say something funny on Crowder's show, so I'm like, okay, it can exist, whatever, who cares? You know? That's how I feel about The View. It's like, it's not... I find it to be crass and lowbrow, but it's also not for my demographic, so I'm like, okay, whatever. I get that it's hitting a certain market, and whatever. Oh, I need a modular frame. Just a regular modular frame. But yeah, it is ultimately... it's cheap tabloid journalism. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. It is the cheapest of cheap tabloid journalism. Crowder is cheesy. There's worse things you can call Crowder than cheesy. But... yeah, cheesy is isn't bad. I don't know. I feel like everybody online either loves Crowder or hates Crowder. I think he's a dude with some issues. He's kind of fucked up. I mean, he's one of those comedians who basically just goes around kind of like harassing people or doing stupid shit for views. I don't find him to be all that much more despicable than I would have found, like, fucking anything for views or any of the guys who made saying slurs their entire personality on YouTube 10 years ago. I don't know. He's whatever. I don't think much about him. I don't think anybody should think much about him. I don't think there's much to think about him. He's Crowder. He does things for views. Whatever. Crowder. I think Charlie Kirk is a bit more interesting than Crowder, but he does have the ultimate problem that a lot of conservatives do, that in order to maintain ground, he has to constantly go viral. And, you know, that's just a reality of the internet. And when you have to do what's viral over and over again, even if they aren't necessarily your views, you have to make them your views. You know, the things you do to go viral repeatedly will sort of intuit, will change your views, you know? And in the case of Kirk, one thing I worry that has impacted his views is the fact that his most common, like, viral moment that I see over and over again is him saying how black people should be taken off all these things, and, like, black people don't deserve this, and black people don't deserve that, and talking, even having many, many, many strong opinions on black people, I think is somewhat weird. Why does he? And it's like, not that you can't have opinions, but why does this white boy have so many opinions on black people? And it's like, I get what he's doing, but I don't think even he realizes the extent to which his need to go viral has made him unpalatable to a lot of black people, actually, I think, who would vibe with his message of, we need to get groups of people who historically have been taken care of through supplemental programs, instead being able to stand on their own 2 feet. I think a lot of black people would vibe with that message and would actually actively help to spread it. But that's not Kirk's message. Kirk's message is something, how, like, black people are, like, you know... He says a lot of stuff about black fathers, too, that I also agree with. But it's like, but when your most viral moment that you need to repeat over and over and over again in order to maintain your virality is going onto college campuses and talking about how black people and their fatherless behavior and them taking everything from the government, you know, it doesn't make you look good and kind of alienates you from, like, 15% of the country who otherwise would support you and would really support that message. I do think they would. It sucks. Yeah, TikTok conservative. Thank you, dude. Owl in the brush. That's a perfect way of putting it. Like, TikTok conservative. Knee-jerk reaction to perceived antagonism. That's it. Like, he needs people to be jerking those knees. He needs people being... Like, you can't go viral consistently on TikTok if you're not making people at least a little bit angry. And that's what I think has really hurt Charlie Kirk and his ability to represent conservative values on the world stage. You know? It also just makes him a really easy... It also just makes him a really easy clap for the left, honestly. Because they can just point to any one of these moments, and he makes conservatism looks bad for that reason. You know, and again, I like a lot of the individual messages Charlie Kirk has. I like a lot of the stuff he says about, you know, how, like, the specifics on how, like, black fatherhood is something we need to be encouraging that would do far more for the black community than any subsidy program. That's true. But, no clue who this is. I'm kind of surprised you don't know who Charlie Kirk is. I mean, give him a Google. Look at some of his stuff. He's been on enough podcasts. You can probably find something that he's been on. Check him out. The problems are real. People's reactions are juvenile. I mean, 50-50. It's like, I mean, again, you know, I'm under the conservative tag here. Trust me, I am. But, like, you also can't expect to walk into other people's cultures and insult them and expect it to go well. So, like, I don't really blame black people for being mad at him, you know? It's like, it's okay for black people to be mad at him. when he's purposely trying to make black people mad at him, you know? And I think with a small change, a small tweak to the way that he goes about this, just leading with wanting a better version of Black America, which I'm not even sure he does. But if he did truly believe that and wanted to lead with that, it would be a message that would resonate with Black America as opposed to drawing their ire. And he's done other shit. Like, he's trying to get the cop who killed, what's his name? I don't even remember. I didn't even like him, but I haven't released. The cop who killed that one, who was that one guy in Ferguson, Missouri? George Floyd. Charlie Kirk is trying to get the cop who killed George Floyd off and freed from prison. Which, like, I'm not a fan of, personally. That knee did not need to be on somebody's neck for that long. I don't know. It's just like, and him doing it, it's clearly a stunt. And it pisses me off because it's a stunt. Because, like, he would not be doing that if it weren't going to get him views. Like, that pisses me off, too. The fact that it is a stunt. You're trying to free this man for a stunt. That sucks. When you talk so much on the internet, you end up saying some dumb shit every now and then. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. I've experienced that, you know. My arguments don't always come across the way that they should, so I get that. But, like, it's that he needs Black America to be mad at him to gain consistent virality. And to be fair, Black America needs to not react, but also, I mean, he's going on college campuses, so it's like he's getting Black Americans who are in college, who are like the most lefty of lefties, you know. He's picking his targets, you know. A lot of Black America is actually quite conservative these days, but Kirk manages to piss them off by walking onto college campuses and, you know, bad-mouthing them. It's like, black people are turning conservative, and Charlie Kirk, for all the good he does for modern conservatives, can't even manage to keep them because he needs Black America mad at him to maintain his virality. And that's just not a good situation for conservatives to be in. If conservatives, long-term, want to build our network, want to build our base, we need to be reaching out, you know? Like, we need to be building. And there are a lot of communities, mainly Hispanics and blacks, who are very burned, who feel very burned after the Kamala election, you know? Like, a lot of, like, black men, speaking as a black-ish man, you know? Like, we have not forgotten the way that the Kamala voters turned on us immediately when Trump won. Like, when it came out that a lot of black men voted for Trump, and the Kamala house turned on us immediately and started bad-mouthing us, including on The View. When that happened, like, we have not forgotten that, you know? Have not forgotten that. So if guys like Charlie Kirk really wanted to build the conservative base in America, he'd be appealing to those young black men who feel burned after the election, who voted for Trump and got attacked by the Democrats. He'd be going, hey, the Democrats just attacked you for daring to share your own political opinions. I'm not like that. We're not like that. Come join our side. That's what he'd be doing. But he's not. And that's disappointing. I think his viewers feel his talking points to be cathartic, probably because they've been accused of things they haven't done. But we're not going to solve our problems by lashing out emotionally at each other back and forth. I mean, like, yeah, I agree with that. Like, I agree with the idea of, like, the fact that we're not going to solve problems by lashing out. But when, in order to go viral, you piss off a large group of people that might otherwise vote for you, I mean, it's what do you care about? It's a question of what do you care about more? That's what Charlie. That's what Charlie is trying to balance here, is do you want to go viral consistently? That's going to mean pissing off black people online. Or do you want to build the conservative base? That's going to involve reaching out to black people who are skewing conservative if conservatives cannot drive them off, you know? If they can just manage to do that. So right now, Charlie Kirk really has to balance this. I'd like to see him skew more toward, hey, black people are skewing conservative. Let's give them some real... Oh, shit, ad. Okay, I'll hang on for a sec. Let me know the last thing you saw. Yeah. The ads are kind of nuts on Twitch. Twitch pays surprisingly well, though. So I guess I can't complain. You know what? Let's just build these to match. They're going to be way too put together, but it's fine. Okay. Constructor. Yup, it's all black men's fault. Ignore your own candidate. Just blame black guys. That was pretty much what they wanted. And honestly, I don't think Democrats even realize how badly that will bite them in the ass. An entire future generation of Hispanic and black men are basically just burned from the Democrats now. We'll never vote for them. Like, we remember that you didn't give a shit about us the moment we didn't want to vote for you. We remember that, you know. Now, whether or not... So I guess the question is going to be, like I was saying with Kirk, you know. The question is going to be now, can the conservatives actually win those, you know, black and Latino men to their side? But in order to do that, they're going to have to not be shitty to them and use black people as a way to go viral constantly. You know? That would have worked in the 1950s, yeah. When, like, I guess not pre-virality, but, you know, pre-internet, yeah. You could lie to one group and tell another group the same. You could lie to people more effectively, you know, in the pre-internet days, but we're not there anymore. We're not there anymore. What the fuck? How the fuck did I set this up? Okay. How the fuck did I set this up? What the fuck system is this? There's 4 of these in a row. All in the center. We're gonna leave a gap, actually. Let's do that. They called Mexican men misogynists almost the next day. Yes, they did. I remember that. I remember that specifically, like their whole conversation. And you know the ironic thing is? Do you know what the Mexicans living here in America actually cared about? The fucking border! They cared about the constant flow of migrants. The Mexicans living in the U.S., some of which I know, by the way. I know, personally, Mexicans who crossed illegally. And in this most recent election, their biggest, issue was the border. They cared about the border. They wanted to see resolutions about the border. That's the ironic thing, you know? They appealed... The Democrats tried to appeal to minority communities, saying how we're the group of acceptance. But what the minority communities wanted in large part was, you know, safety and a stop to the migrant flow. You know? Oh, the irony. The fact that the Democrats couldn't realize that the things they wanted were actually the things that the rich and wealthy wanted, not the things that the average U.S. citizen wants, migrants or not. There we go. It's crazy hearing politicians change their accent when they're traveling. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. We've seen it a couple of times. I love being in Illinois, where they literally will change it depending on what region of the state they're in. Well, I guess once you're geographically big enough, they'll all do that, but even so, it's always funny. They also usually don't know that Chicago isn't the whole state. Should be just past this first line. Nope, not there, actually. Next to it. Okay. Oh, nope, other way. Constructor. There we go. There we go. Perfect. As an immigrant, when I see Romanians doing some dumb shit in the UK, it makes me say deport them too. Dude, I think that the Mexicans I've met here feel the same way. A lot of times they'll be like, a lot of the reason they're so mad about, like, all these fucking migrants coming in is they're like, look, man, when I came here, I was actually looking for a job. But these crazies, no, they make me look bad. And honestly, in a kind of weird shift, I think it's also why a lot of African Americans don't want migrants, especially the Haitians and Africans, because they kind of make us look bad. Because honestly, white people are going to wrap us in anytime the Haitians do something stupid, and we're not fans of that. So, like, yeah, not ideal. Because white people will absolutely lump us all in together. You know they fucking will. You know they fucking will. Just is what it is. Why can I not put this there? What the fuck? Why can I not? Why is this not working? This is an input? What the fuck is that an input? Oh, I think I have this backwards. Yeah, I have these constructors installed backwards. Okay, that's great. It's alright, we figured it out early. It's not a real machine, thank God. We wouldn't be doing well. Didn't she lie about her aunt or grandma back in Jamaica? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know she fucking did. Oh, you're a Candace Owens watcher. Interesting. I'm always curious to know, like, the media diets of people who watch me. I'm always curious. Not a good thing or a bad thing. I was just curious. There we go. And one there. Nothing helps the economy more than importing people who cut in line. Yeah. It's not great. And it's like, it's sad because, like, as an American, I'm for the idea of people coming here to, like, serve their country or become part of this country. But it's like, you can't just ship people in and expect them to acclimate. You need to actually be able to do the work, you know? To give not only for yourself, not only for your country, but for them too. For the migrants, so they have a chance, you know? I don't want them just getting thrown to the wilds. I don't want these people being shipped in and then told, and then used as cannon fodder in some war, as the Americans want to do. Or, and the Russians. Well, the Russians aren't taking in new ones, but they take them from Siberia. Or using them as, like, as slave labor, as the also Americans want to do, and Western Europe. Yes, America kind of sucks, man. We're kind of dicks. Like, honestly. We kind of are. Why do people want to live here? Anyway, yeah, I need to move some of this iron over here. But yeah, in America, we're dicks. Massively. Massively. I need one there, there, there. By the way, what we're doing now is doubling the size of our screw factory. She's getting sued by Macron. I heard about that! Oh! That is so good. I gotta be honest. I have mixed feelings on Candace Owens, but that was a fucking W. That was... I love that reminder so much. I'm gonna keep going even though I promise to wrap up my stream. At least a little while. Dude, that is so goddamn funny to have the fucking prime minister of a nation and his wife suing you for a joke. Oh my god. How fucking sad can you be to sue a I mean, I know she's not much of a political commentator personally, but like to need to sue her. And what's crazy is that like Candace Owens is like one of the few people like her husband is like a fucking British lord. Like she has the money to like fight a prime minister in court. So like bad move even suing her. That's just so goddamn funny to me. I love just the fact that they did that. How fucking pathetic can you be to sue a political pundit for calling your wife trans? Like, my god. Like, how... That's just sad. Like, Jesus Christ, Macron. Oh my god. Like, it's creepy enough that she was your fucking teacher. You gotta do... Come on. Oh my god. We love a good Q here. It's part of the British values on the citizenship test. No cutting in line. I've heard how the Brits love their Qs. I've heard how they just like queue up for no reason sometimes. It's just like, there's just a queue. It's just here. What are we queuing for? Who knows? Just hanging out. You know, queues where you meet people. God, it must have been brutal not to be able to queue during COVID for them. Dude, someone tell South Park they should do that. Again, no matter your personal thoughts on Candace Owens. Beautiful, beautiful, incredible, amazing. I love it. Love to see it. Incredible work, Candace. Genuinely, couldn't have done better myself. Truly, genuinely incredible stuff. That getting sued by a prime minister after making fun of his wife. Incredible. Love it. Great job. Incredible. Love to see it. God, that's so goddamn funny. Oh, Macron, you pathetic bitch. Oh, that's just sad. Oh my god, it's gonna make him look like a weak bitch, which he already is. He already is a weak bitch. God, this is just gonna make it worse. There we go. Everything's plugged in. Now we just need to actually bring in the iron. How far over is it? It's up to the line. But not over. And there. Okay, cool. So this should be bringing up... I don't know how much it should be bringing up. 120? You should be getting 60 apiece. Yeah, 60 apiece. So that is bringing up... This single ladder is bringing up 120 iron ore per minute, which is being used to produce which has been being converted into 120 iron ingots, which is then being converted into... well, I haven't actually turned everything on yet, so I probably should do that. You have to check if it's a meme or real. Yeah, no, that's why it's so goddamn funny. Imagine being sued by a fucking prime. Even Michelle Obama didn't do that when she got it jokes about being a man. Even she didn't sink that low. Actually, I think she has more. I think the Obamas have more eloquence than the Macrons, to be honest. Okay, now 120 iron ingots are being brought up, iron ore are being brought up and being smelted into 120 iron ingots. They are, okay. They are being turned into iron, no, not screws, iron rods. That is two. Awesome. Awesome. Those are being turned, those 120 iron ingots are being turned into 120 iron rods. And those 120 iron rods are being turned into... No. Okay. 240 screws? Wait, no. Every 10... Okay, so it's 4 times. So 480 screws. God damn, that's a lot of screws. That's great. That's on. This one's on. That one's on. And that one's on. There we go. Cool. I'm going to need to go restock on steel plates at some point. Okay. It is funny how we have in the past, like, 20 years, seeing French culture just, like, decay. Almost, it's kind of sad, almost, to be honest. Like, French culture used to be, like, I don't know, known for class? It's just, It feels like it's just not anymore. I don't even know. It should be 120 being produced here. 40 for each of these times 6. Yeah, 200. No, there's 240 being produced here. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, shit. Okay. That's fine. Let's get it along here, I think. That should do it. Okay. It's going through a bunch of stuff. Let's take it from here to there. Alright, now it's dodging and weaving. Nope, wrong way. Nope, 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 nope. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay, and this way. No, god damn it. Okay. Gotta plug this one in first. And put this in over here. What the fuck? Why is it going like that? Wait. Nice. Okay. This is now being fed with 240 screws per minute. And I should put another case here. Obama had something. He was likable, charismatic. You are not wrong. Now they just have rude. Now the French just have rude chefs. I think the French are just rude, to be honest. No, I'd never be mean to the French. They are kind of rude though. They don't like people. The French don't fucking like anybody. Hate anybody who's not French. Like, good luck to him with that. Good luck to him. Okay, this has plenty of screws now. This is going to get turned on. So now we're producing, wow, a whopping 8 rotors per minute. Actually, this is pretty good. Honestly, for where we are, it's pretty good. Put that there. And we should route... Actually, let's just route all these screws to come over here. What do we have on here? Is this a splitter? No, a merger. Have it go that direction. And there we go. Nice. There. 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 Perfect. All right. That's producing 240. I mean, how many could we do then? Are we producing 90 iron plates? French is gayer than Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, yeah. Oh, we were oh, damn it, dude. You just got back. Well, A, I'm about to wrap up the stream. B, we were talking about weather earlier. Dude, I was like, dude, he's got to fucking be here. Like, Flagrant Vandal's got to fucking be here. We got to... Whatever. Anyway, I do have to wrap up the stream, though, so I'm sorry. That is just terrible timing. Terrible. But, if nothing else, we do get to end the stream on a gay joke and a joke against the French. I mean, who doesn't love that? Who doesn't love getting to wrap up making fun of the French? I can't believe you missed us talking about weather, though. I am disappointed in that. But it's fine. I guess you have like a life or something. Whatever. Whatever. Welcome in, Owl in the Brush, by the way. Hope you join us again. Should be back at 2 p.m. tomorrow, Central Time. I'm tired. I'm going to do some editing. I'm going to go the fuck home. Take it easy as well. See you, everybody. Hit that like button on the way out. Raid to somebody. I don't know how to set that up. I will see you guys soon.